Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Luffy Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Luffy and his Grandfleet Were Insane Overpowered. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Shell Town. A young man with a straw hat arrives in Shell Town, learning of a strong fighter that he decides will be his first mate. He finally found the strong person, but he was held down to a post against his will. I heard you were strong, want to join me, said the skinny young man with a straw hat. He wore a red vest and khaki shorts. His confidence oozed with every word he spoke. Tuskia right, like I'll ever join you. Get lost. I got something to prove here. The man's intense gaze wouldn't go unnoticed by the young captain, yet he remained determined. I heard they weren't going to let you go. They're going to execute you, exclaimed the young captain. Let them. I doubt that damn shitty brat will have enough guts to do it. Tell you what, I'm breaking you out of here. Let me just find the keys. Nobody asked you to do anything. Despite his attempts, the young captain was gone, dashing towards the guard's tower, leaving the man to himself once again. Well, how is our prisoner? A small boy who was the son of the Marine commander went inside the prison yard and ate some food right at the face of the prisoner. You really didn't think I'll let you go, did you? Lines of riflemen stood in a line pointing their guns at the prisoner. His grip tightened, trying to break his cuffs. Yet he felt drained as said cuffs were coated with sea stone, draining his power. Helmeppo, you useless brat, said the prisoner, cursing the existence of the little shit. Haha, okay, get ready. Aim, fire. The line of soldiers shot at the helpless prisoner. Yet they missed the young captain returning back from his mission of retrieving the keys to the cuffs. The man absorbed all of the bullets, and with a smile on his face, he deflected them back to the Marine soldiers. Screamed the enlightened captain. I found your keys. The captain's arms extended like rubber and uncuffed the prisoner. The prisoner smiled under his scarf and rubbed his wrist. He stood up, standing beside the young captain as a powerful foe emerged amongst the fallen Marines. Who the hell do you think you are? I am Axe-Hand Morgan. My law is absolute. Power is absolute. Justice will prevail. The young captain drew back both of his arms and launched them at the Marine captain. Gum Gum Bazooka. Despite the amazing launch of the attack, the Marine captain blocked the attack by raising his solid metal axe for an arm. Absolute justice will prevail. I am Captain Axe-Hand Morgan, you fool. Axe-Hand Morgan, Marine captain. I'm Monkey D. Luffy, captain of the Strawhat Pirates. And this is my first mate. Oh, what's your name again? Luffy looked puzzled at his new crew member. Monkey D. Luffy, Captain Strawhat Pirates. Zero Bury. The man thought to correct the young captain, yet he went with his gut. First mate, huh? Yeah, I'll take that. My name is Katakuri, first mate of the Strawhat Pirates. With the announcement of his name, Katakuri molded both his arms into Machai, creating a rock-hard structure. Then he launched them at Morgan, left arm connecting with the axe arm and the right arm connected right at the jaw. Morgan let out a loud groan, losing footing. Katakuri's attack was immediately followed by Luffy's Gum Bazooka, effectively knocking the Marine captain out of consciousness. Helmeppo ran away immediately, yelling something about getting revenge, while the rest of the Marines dropped their weapon, raising their arm in surrender. Katakuri, first mate Strawhat Pirates. Zero Bury. Wow, you're strong, I knew it. Shishi, Luffy said with a smile. You're not so bad yourself, Captain, said Katakuri while he fixed his scarf around his mouth. Oblivious to him, an exciting, tragic, and wonderful adventure awaits him. That day the legend of Strawhat Luffy spread wide throughout the East Blue, as the Marines, who are supposed to uphold justice and despise pirates, saluted Monkey D. Luffy as he sailed away towards his next adventure. Meanwhile, in the New World, where are my sons? Yelled the ghastly woman behind the giant curtain. Her giant frame caused tremble among those present. They are on their way, Mama, replied one of the people who were witnessing Mama's anger. Where are they? Big Mom raised her hands and literally pulled the soul right out of the body of the poor person. Charlotte Lin, Big Mom, Yonku, Mama, we are here, you can stop worrying now. What did you need from us? Asked the fourth son of Big Mom, Charlotte Oven. His presence immediately became apparent as soon as he came inside the room. Charlotte Oven, fourth son, 700 million Bury. Shut it, it is I that Mama needs, said the man right behind Oven. He also emitted the same amount of pressure as the fourth son. Why are you such a nuisance, Deifuku? Asked his brother. Charlotte Deifuku, third son, 760 million Bury. My mama, my sons, finally you have arrived. Big Mom retreated back to her bed while retaining her gaze to the other person present for the meeting. My son, you will not say anything to Mama. The man remained aloof, retaining his gaze at the window. His arms are crossed as his swords clang to his side. Very well then, Mama would like you three to take Fishman Island from the wretched Whitebeard. Right away. But do you know what we're up against? Asked Oven. No need, brother. That's why we have brother ... Hey, where did he go? Said Deifuku. The two brothers looked for their third brother, yet he was already on his way out of the room. That's our brother with his observation haki being so strong, he can already see minutes in advance, said Oven. Yeah, that is our brother Zoro. Charlotte Zoro, son, 1 billion Buri. Hey, where did that warlord go? Sanji looked around but finally saw the bloody figure right before him. He was shocked by the sight. What's with all the blood? He exclaimed. How are you still alive? Where is that guy? What happened here? Zoro's gaze remained distant as he could barely speak. Nothing happened. Chapter 485 One Piece. Of all the people at this blasted party, this guy is the most trouble. He trained his observation haki so much that apparently he can see a bit into the future. A monster with 1 billion Buri. Capone Baje's thoughts on Charlotte Katakuri. Chapter 861 Piece. Well, what do we have here? Asked the menacing man as he approached the dupe. He was wearing a clown attire and twirled his knives in his hands. What do you have for me here? Oh, Master Buggy, I brought a gift for you here, said a woman who had short black hair. Her glasses gleamed in the sunlight while her trusty sword hand to her side. Buggy the Clown. Captain Buggy Pirates. 15 million Buri. Great job, my sweet. I always knew I could count on you. Buggy slowly approached the cage in which Luffy was encased. What say you, prisoner? Blay. Luffy mocked the clown by sticking his tongue out. Why, you little piece of... Buggy put his face right in front of the cage. Wanna die, kid? He said in the most menacing voice possible. Luffy got a hold of Buggy's face with both his hands, grasping them tightly. Then he retracted his head so far that it surprised the young woman. Then as soon as he released, Luffy's extended head made contact with Buggy's helpless face, causing a loud bang. Captain Buggy, yelled one of his subordinate. Shut up, you fools. Buggy regained his composure and stood just a few feet from the cage. This time with caution. You damn demon brat, you're going to get it now. Introducing Buggy's special cannon. A giant cannon was revealed from under a cloth. Get ready now, you bastard. Light her up, boys. Buggy's subordinate immediately complied, lighting the fuse of the cannon. The countdown began, yet Luffy remained smiling. 3, 2, bye-bye. The cannon fired, causing a cloud of dust. This caused the girl who imprisoned Luffy to jump into action. She could not let this man die for her gain. But before she could run in front of the cannonball, someone else beat him to it. Damn it, I got lost. The smoke cleared and revealed Katakuri catching the cannonball in his hands. He threw it into the sky, causing it to explode in the air. Everyone was surprised other than Luffy. Shishi, it's alright, I knew you'd come eventually. Luffy began to punch the metal cage and broke it into pieces. Finally. Thanks for the help. Luffy looked at the girl who trapped him, confusing her. Wait, I didn't even do anything, replied the girl. Alright crew, let's beat this clown up. Luffy stood in the middle with Katakuri to his right and the girl to his left. Wait, don't include me. Don't bother, lady. There's no point. Katakuri cracked his fist and launched a Machai punch at one of the cronies, while Luffy got to work with another group. You betrayed me, Buggy exclaimed, looking directly at the girl. Kabaji, Moji, get them. Kabaji was a swordsman who rode a unicycle. He charged at the girl, causing her to draw her sword. I will make you bleed, girl, from one swordsman to another. Kabaji, first mate Buggy Pirates, 7 million Buri. Moji went for Katakuri, riding his trusty lion toward the Straw Hat first mate. Go Richie, tear him to pieces. Moji, Lion Tamer Buggy Pirates, 4 million Buri. Meanwhile, Luffy was face to face with Buggy. You damn brat, causing all this problem. Now I'll really kill you. Buggy threw knives at Luffy, which he easily dodged. I can't lose here, you know. I will be the next king of pirates. Luffy launched a punch at Buggy, which he easily dodged. The strange thing was, Buggy's head was detached from his body. Then his hands circled behind Luffy and cut him in the arms. Well, weird. Luffy did not flinch and he punched the hands away. I got to admit, you're strong, but you're no match for me. Do you know that my head is worth 15 million Buri, kid? You're as good as dead. Buggy's head was high in the air while the rest of his body was chopped into pieces, flying all around Luffy. But yet again he did not move a muscle, his eyes fixated at the feet of Buggy, which remained on the ground. Gum, no. It's no use, kid. How are you going to hit me? Pistol. Luffy aimed right at Buggy's feet, hitting them right on the mark. Buggy's face turned into a dark shade of red as he screamed in agony. His body returned back to normal as he grasped his feet while jumping up and down. He then looked up at Luffy, ready to curse him, but was met with a barrage of punches. Gamu no Gatling. This effectively knocked the clown off his feet and caused him to pass out. Luffy won this battle. I wonder how my crew members are doing. Meanwhile, Katakuri was barely breaking a sweat as Moji was barely any trouble for him. The giant lion was a nuisance, but it was no trouble at all. He disposed of the duo by knocking them out with a hardened Machai punch. He breathed out a sigh of relief as his quick victory made him feel a little bit better. At least I'm not too tired. Wonder how everyone else is doing. Katakuri began to walk away from the fight. Moji and Richie were on top of each other, passed out from the uneven battle. Lastly, Kabaji drew his sword against a worthy opponent. The woman he was battling was skilled, making it a difficult victory. I got to admit, you're giving me a bit of trouble. Do you have a name before I kill you? Yeah, my name is Tashigi. I guess I'm allied with the Straw Hats now. Tashigi let out a sigh as she might as well ally herself with this strong people, making her escape and end goal easier. Tashigi, Navigator Straw Hat Pirate. Zeroburi. Their blade clashed once more as this time Tashigi would gain an advantage by being the better swordsman. Luffy and Katakuri arrived as soon as Tashigi gained the upper hand, slicing Kabaji across the chest. Tashigi won the battle. Great job, I'm Luffy and this is my first mate Katakuri. By the way, what can you do? Asked Luffy. I guess I am a swordsman and I know a thing or two about navigating a ship. Great, welcome, Navigator. Yo, Captain, the pirate activity here is well maintained. No problem at all, said a man who wore a white vest, his tofa in his hands. Smoker, Marine Vice Captain. Great job, Smoker-san. You can take the rest of the day off. The woman was looking outside her open office window. Her eyes remained ablaze by the prospect of a possible conflict coming her way. She kept her eyes to the sky as the weather was telling her more than anyone else could understand. Okay, I'll be at the bar. You know where to find me, Captain. Smoker made his exit, leaving the woman to herself. Looks like today's weather is going to be snow. The woman raised her weapon. She twirled it, releasing a weather egg which she threw to the sky. Suddenly the weather changed from sunny into snow. There you go, Logtown. Here's a little snow courtesy of your local marine captain Nami, she said to no one in particular, yet smiling to herself as she did a favor for the Logtown citizen. Nami, Marine Captain. Damn storm, we need to stop somewhere, Captain, exclaimed Tashigi as she tried to navigate their stolen ship from Buggy. Where to then? Asked Luffy, who was too busy eating the ship's supply into nothing. There's an island coming up. It's called Gecko Island. We can stay there for a little bit until this storm calms down, replied Tashigi, while she was checking her compass and maps. We better not stay thither long. I don't know how I can be a pirate king there, Luffy said with a mouthful of food. Katakuri, on the other hand, stood in front of the ship, sagely thinking to himself. His path wasn't expected to be here, yet here he is, a full-pledged pirate, helping a man who he barely knows, sailing with a woman who is even more of a stranger. Land ho, screamed Katakuri, shaking the thoughts to the back of his mind. That's it, Gecko Island, screamed Tashigi, glad that her navigation skill was still up to standards. All right, let's go. Luffy jumped from the ship towards the island, leaving his two crew members to themselves. The duo looked at one another in face-palm. That damn Luffy, they said at the same time. Luffy landed on the island, stretching his legs, and they have been at sea for a couple of days. What caught Luffy's attention was that despite the thunderstorm, there was a fire in what he assumed was the village of the island. He immediately ran in that general direction. Before he could reach the village, Luffy was hit with a giant thunderbolt, causing him to stop. Though it was a direct hit, he was unfazed. What was that? Luffy checked his body if there was any damage. There was none. Foolish mortal, you dare enter my land. You and the rest of those pirates will leave or you will face my wrath, screamed an omnipotent voice. Luffy looked around where the voice was coming from. I'm a pirate, so what of it? Then you shall die, mortal. This time Luffy was hit with consecutive lightning bolt, each time not doing a single damage to him. Look, pal, I don't know what's your problem here, but I'm just here to wait out the storm. Now come out and fight me. What the hell are you ... and wait, you're not with those black cat bastards? Said the voice. What? I'm with the Straw Hat Pirates. See my straw hat. Who names their crew Black Cat Pirate? Luffy began to laugh from the name. Oh, well, I apologize, I guess. I hope you're not lying to me or you will really face my wrath. This time the voice had a face, and the man revealed himself from behind the ditch. All right, you want to fight? Luffy readied his fist, while the man raised his hands up in surrender. Look, I thought you were one of those black cat pirates. They set fire to the village and tried to run away with Miss Kaya. Luckily, Mary intercepted but retained heavy injury. I like to keep to myself, protect this quiet island from a distant, but this has caused me to step down and deal with this people myself, said the man. Luffy dropped his fist and smiled at the stranger. So you like to shoot people at a distance with lightning? Great, welcome to my crew. You can be our sniper, said Luffy. Wait, what do you mean? Don't even try, new guy, he won't even budge. Tashigi finally caught up with their captain, with Katakuri not too far behind. The man swiftly raised his hands to launch another attack but stopped when Luffy announced who they were. Oh, this is Katakuri, my first mate. And that's Tashigi, my navigator. They're your new crewmates, said Luffy. But I don't. So where's these black cats hiding? Asked Katakuri as he scanned the area. They're not hiding. As the villagers try to put out the flames, the Black Cat Pirates made an announcement that they will come at full force midday to destroy the village and take Miss Kaya's inheritance by force, replied the man, showing fear despite of his great ability. After all, what can one man do against a whole group of pirates? That's why you're here at the end of the village, waiting for their arrival, asked Tashigi. This time she gripped her sword, angered by the Black Cat Pirates. Yes, well, this is no job for one person. We are going to help, said Luffy. Thank you, but I can't ask you to risk your lives for us. You don't know this village anything? I do. Well, friends help friends, and now that you're my sniper, you are our friend, said Luffy with a giant smile. Tashigi and Katakuri's sweat drop. What a shallow way of thinking, they both thought. Thanks again. Well, we have 2 docks. This one and the one on the opposite end. If you guys can watch there. Tashigi, Katakuri, go over there. I'll stay and watch here with. My name is Enel, guardian of Syrup Island. Enel, sniper Straw Hat Pirates. Zerobury. Alright, I'm staying with Enel. The duo agreed and went to the opposite side of the island, leaving Luffy and Enel to themselves. And now we wait. Indeed. Meanwhile with Katakuri and Tashigi. They were also bored out of their mind, yet their discipline was strong and they remained attentive to their job. So what's your story? Asked Tashigi. Me, just a wandering soul who happened to end up in that island where my kindness outweighs my logical side. So long story short, I helped a little girl from that brat Helmeppo who was going to execute her, but in turn I had to survive 2 months without food or water, and then he will set me free. That's when I met Luffy, who figured out that it was a false promise and he set me free. We also beat a marine captain, so. Yeah, what's your story? Said Katakuri. Wow. Well, I was raised as an orphan, trained under a great swordsman. I had this friend who ended up being the child of a monster. Anyway, everyone got killed in the island and I escaped from my friend's help. I've just been trying to find my friend and tell them I'm sorry, said Tashigi, tears flowing down from her eyes. Sorry for what? But Tashigi would not be able to answer Katakuri as a plethora of pirates arrived as expected. Black Cat Pirates, I assume, said Katakuri. What's it to ya? Said one of the pirates. Well, this morning, really nothing, but thanks to my captain, you're all our punching bags. Katakuri jumped ahead, extending both his hands and hardening them into hard machai. Then he began to mow the enemies as if they were grass. Tashigi froze for a minute, amazed by the man's skill, yet she would also like to join the action. So Tashigi drew her trusty weapon and wields it with both hands and charged at the enemy, slicing them gracefully with 1 stroke per enemy. Captain, someone from the very back of the Black Cat Pirates was yelling at a Den Mushi. We got a problem here. Help us. They're strong. Captain, help. On the other side of the line, a passed-out crisp Django was lying on the floor, drooling. Luffy and Enel stood side by side while their enemy stood in front of them. No matter, Django will wake up eventually and force that signature from Kaya. I am Kuro of the Black Cats. I will be your end. Kuro, Black Cat Pirates, 14 million berry. How you planning on doing that? Asked Luffy, but he was met with 2 enemies charging at him, causing him to lose his footing. Sham and Butcheye, kill this fool, said Kuro to the 2 new arrival. Sham was a skinny fellow who had cat-like features, while Butcheye was a big fellow who also had cat-like features. Don't forget about me. Enel charged at Kuro, carrying lightning in his hands, throwing them at Kuro. But the intellectual man, only second in IQ to Ben Beckham, easily dodged the half-ass attack and cut Enel's waist. Enel grasped his side and fell back a little bit. Kuro was no cakewalk. He was quick, agile, and smart. But Enel had his Goro on his side. So this time Enel still charged at Kuro. Same result with Kuro dodging and aiming at Enel's side. Though time, Enel charged his entire body with electricity. Kuro sliced at Enel, but his metal claws conducted electricity, causing Kuro to be electrocuted. Kuro eventually passed out from electrocution. Luffy had a hold of both Sham and Butcheye's head and slammed them against each other. All they had were their flexibility from being cats wannabe and all. You done? Asked Luffy. Yeah, I think so. Hey, what's that? Enel picked up the Den Mushi. Captain, please help us, we are getting. Enel and Luffy looked at one another. Then a new voice spoke. Hello, whoever you are on the other line will beat you like with did to your precious Black Cat Pirates. Who's this? Luffy spoke to the Den Mushi. Who's this first? Replied the other person. The name is Luffy. Who is this? Luffy, you won. This is Tashigi. Oh, Tashigi, hi. We beat them already. Meet us back in the village. This time it was Enel's time to answer. Luffy looked at Kuro's fallen body as well as the rest of the black cats that they have just beaten. Village is that way, right? Asked Luffy to Enel. Yeah, you coming? Give me a moment, I'll be there in a few. Luffy gave him a smile while Enel shrugged it off and walked towards the village. This left Luffy with Kuro. Django was still passed out as well as Sham and Butcheye. What do you want, brat? Why did you stay? You're strong, evil, but strong. So lend me your strength. Join you, like I would ever. What am I going to do with these fools? Bring em. I still don't see your point. See, my brother Ace, he writes to me all the time. He tells me that his father, White Balls or something like that, has his own division of pirates. So I was thinking, since that man is the closest to One Piece and being called the strongest man in the world, that I need to do that same. So I'm extending an offer to be my friend. Join my armada. After what I've done here ... you still extend me this offer. Kuro was still lying flat on his back. You seem like a good guy, just lost in your ways. So I'm giving you something to do, to look forward to. What do you say? Kuro let out a long sigh. The Black Cat Pirates will leave this village tonight, but we are officially under the Straw Hat Pirates. Just give us a summon, we'll stay close and we'll be there. Sounds like a plan. See ya, Kuro. Luffy made his way back to the village. Kuro shook his head. From a man who was going to take a fortune of a young heiress to the subordinate crew of Straw Hat Pirates. What a time. In the village, Katakuri and Tashigi were already being fed so much that they could not eat any longer. Enel, on the other hand, was not used to this much attention and remained to himself. Luffy arrived at the scene of the celebration and immediately went to eat all the food. Hello there, my name is Mary and this is Miss Kaya. We are forever grateful for what you've all done for us here today. You look like a sheep. Luffy still spoke with his mouth full, though Mary simply ignored this. Well, I heard from your crew member that you need a ship, and I so happen to have one. You may have it as a thank you for saving us. Its name is Going Merry. Please take good care of it. Mary and Kaya took a bow and retreated back to the manor. Awesome, we have ourselves a ship. Luffy yelled with his mouth still full of food. Enel joined the trio while Katakuri and Tashigi continued to shake their heads but was laughing regardless. Yeah, these are great people, said Enel to himself. In Skypie, please no, don't kill me. A man was running away from someone terrible. He was weaving through the forest area trying to escape the wrath of the god. No matter how fast he ran, he felt like there was no use. It was hopeless in his mind. Then he tripped and began to roll all over the place, finally stopping when a man's foot met his face. Please don't kill me. It was 4 people surrounding the poor man, who was sure to meet his end. You've angered the god, mortal. Any last words? Said the man standing before the escapee. The escapee knew he had no way but his death was inevitable. So with his last ounce of courage he yelled, he is no god. He is a mortal by the name of Usopp. The man met his end by burning to death. From a distance the 4 men looked. It was probably thousands of yards away. Such accuracy. The 4 men of the god's army retreated back to their master, amazed by his skill. Usopp, god of Skypie. Now, Straw Hat Pirates. Luffy, 3.5 billion Buri and I's lobby. Katakuri, 1.2 billion Buri and I's lobby. Tashigi, 980 million Buri and I's lobby. Straw Hat Grandfleet. Black Cat Pirates, Kuro of 1,000 plans. Original Straw Hats. Zoro, Big Mom's son. Nami, Marine Captain. Usopp, god of Skypie. So, I'm Enel. I was the guardian of Syrup Island. I wield the Goro Goro no Mai. I wish to become an entity that the world will remember for eternity. I'm Tashigi. I am aspiring to be the greatest swordsman in all seas. Great, I'm Katakuri. I'm only here to help this guy become the Pirate King. Sounds like a foolish dream, but I think he can do it. I'm hungry. Luffy groaned as he lay face down on the deck of Going Merry. Despite being a new ship, the group felt right at home. It was as if the ship knew what they were feeling. You ate all the damn food already. What did you expect? Said Katakuri. Their conversation was held into a hold as another ship, much bigger than their own, hit them. Watch it, you bastard, yelled Luffy, pissed off that they would do that to his ship. Huh? Who's speaking? You dare speak to me that way? I am Captain Iron Fist Fullbody. You dare disturb my date? I don't care about your damn date. You hit my ship. Luffy was readying his fist. Katakuri, Enel, and Tashigi were ready to back him up. Why, you little, do you want to go to prison? Fullbody jump aboard Luffy's ship and challenge him to a fight, raising his fist. Bad idea, said Tashigi as she returned to handling the helm of the ship. Luffy received a couple of quick blows from Fullbody but remained unhurt. This began to scare the Marine captain. What is wrong with you? But Luffy gave Fullbody a swift uppercut, sending him to the sky in a faraway distance. Then they can hear Fullbody landing somewhere close, most likely a ship. Enel inspected the area and used his sharp vision to locate some smoke on a ship, most likely where Fullbody landed. Over there. He landed on that ship called Baroti. I'm not done with you, bastard. Luffy jumped after the guy, using his gum fruit to cover the distance. Enel looked at the other 2 with Katakuri saying get used to it. Luffy landed on top of Fullbody, causing him to lose his air. Then Luffy met a swift kick from an old man, sending the captain to fly through walls, only to stop when a man with a carefree look and pineapple hair caught him. Damn brat, you have to pay for your damages. You can't just use my restaurant to brawl. The man with a long mustache and red pants said. The pineapple hair guy who caught Luffy went back to his station and continued to work. What, old man? I don't need to do anything. I have to become Pirate King. Huh? Pirate King, you say? Foolish dream, said the old man. So I need you to work off your damage, say 60 days. I don't have that time, old man. Like I said, I have to become Pirate King. I heard you. I once had your aspiration, kid, but things change. Who are you anyway? Everyone was shocked by Luffy's question. I'm Red Leg Zeph, proud owner of Barati, the floating restaurant. Now get to work or I'll double your punishment. Red Leg Zeph. Barati. Luffy groaned and murmured but went to work. Though his work was more of a nuisance than actual help, they assigned him to clean. Luffy falls asleep half the time. They assigned him to wash dishes and he breaks all the plates. They assigned him to cook and he burns the food. So Zeph's last task for him was to serve the customers. Meanwhile, Fullbody threatened his way out of paying anything, using his status as a marine. Luffy wore an apron and held pen and paper at hand. He walked toward the dining area, surprised to see familiar faces sitting at one of the table. Tashigi was waving at him with a smile while Katakuri and Enel were enjoying their meal. "Oi Luffy, you work here now?" asked Tashigi. "What do you mean?" In a matter of seconds, Luffy had his face stuffed with Enel's food. "You damn fool, get to work." Zeph hit Luffy on the back of the head with a plate, breaking it into pieces. "Ouch, ouch, old man." Luffy began to scratch the back of his head. "Now hurry up and get to work. Stop bothering our customers." Just before Zeph could drag Luffy by the ear, the door busted wide open, revealing two people. "It's you again. I told you to get out of here." Patty was one of the chefs in charge of the restaurant, serving only right under Zeph. "You scum pirate. We don't serve you, dirty bastard, if you have no money, you hear? Please, just feed my captain," the man said as he begged the people in the room. "Do you have money? No? Then get out." Patty kicked the duo in the stomach, causing them to fall back outside the door. Before Patty could follow up, he was hit in the face by the pineapple-haired guy. Just give them the damn food, Patty." The pineapple-haired guy gave a plate to the duo, as well as poured them a glass to drink. "I told you not to come back, Jin. Bringing Don Krieg with you, I see." Jin, First Mate Don Krieg Pirates, 12 million Buri. Don Krieg, Captain Don Krieg, 17 million Buri. "Sorry, I didn't know what else to do," replied Jin, but was met by Don Krieg's fist. "Shut up, you fool, we don't beg." Don Krieg got to his feet and pointed his power armor guns at everyone in the room. "Now then, give me all your food and all of your water. I need to feed my men." "You promised to not do this, Captain." "Shut up, Jin. Now do as I say." "Yeah, right, like we'll fall over and surrender," replied Patty. "Just do as he says. Just leave us alone afterwards, Krieg," said Zeph, still holding Luffy's ears. Well, your red leg, Zeph. I heard a lot about you, surviving the Grand Line and all." "Yeah, so what of it?" "Nothing, just prepare my food and we'll be gone." Zeph crew prepared the required food for Don Krieg. Then the duo took the food and left, just as they said they would. The tension dispersed and everyone went back to normal. Meanwhile, Luffy was intrigued by the guy who gave them food. "Hey you, why'd you give them food? No one needs to go hungry. Plus Jin's my friend," replied the guy who was cleaning up the plates where Don Krieg and Jin ate. "Great, I decided. You're going to be my chef." "Tough luck, buddy. I'm not pirate material," replied the man. "Sure you are. Plus I've already decided." Katakuri, Tashigi and Enel snickered amongst themselves as this was a familiar sight. "Yeah, good luck with that." The pineapple-haired guy walked back into the kitchen. Who was followed by Luffy, he continued to bother the guy until he would budge. Katakuri, Tashigi and Enel all made their way back to the Going Merry as they waited for their captain to get out of the mess that he started. Zeph gathered his entire crew in the lobby. He had an announcement to make. Luffy and the pineapple-haired guy were in the background. He was still bothering the guy to join his crew. "Today Don Krieg entered our premise but was kicked out immediately. Knowing his reputation, he will definitely buy back. I want you all to be ready." Everyone nodded. "Now go get some rest, you bunch of scalawags." The next day, business was usual with Luffy still bothering the guy. Funny thing was, he would not budge. Zeph continued to keep an eye on the distance to be ready for Don Krieg's arrival. He rubbed his eyes from frustration as he wanted to keep a low profile for as long as possible. But now this man has made it difficult. Just as he opened his eyes, he could see 3 giant ships quickly approaching their small Barady restaurant. "Zeph, give up your ship or you will all die," yelled a nourished Don Krieg who stood at the helm of his ship. "Damn, well men, prepare to defend this ship with your life." Zeph stood in front of the entire group, waiting for Don Krieg's arrival. Luffy was still in the back, continuing to bother the man. This time he finally answered. "All right, I'll join, but on one condition. Help me defend this ship." "Easy enough." Katakuri, Tashigi, Enel, the trio looked at Luffy from their table. They were still enjoying their meal, unaware of what was about to happen. "We're going to help our chef fight this Krug guy. His name is Don Krieg and he's no small fry. I don't care, I'll beat his ass." His first mate, navigator, and sniper all got up ready to fight. Katakuri fixed his scarf, Tashigi drew her sword, and Enel began to play with lightning in his hands. Don Krieg finally landed on the ship, standing face to face with Zeph. He removed his overcoat, revealing a golden armor. "You sure you want to fight me, old man? These old legs are still feared in the seas, Krieg." Zeph swiftly kicked Krieg on the side of the head, but he blocked with his right hand. "Fool, do you think I'm stupid enough to trade blows with you?" Krieg got a grip of Zeph's legs and opened a hidden poison canister in his right hand. "Good night." Zeph felt woozy. Falling into one knee, he held onto Krieg's shirt before finally letting go and passing out. "Now everyone will be easy," thought Krieg. But he was very wrong as a skinny man with a straw hat zoomed right past him, crashing to his men right behind him. "What the? Krieg, you bastard, I'm going to beat you up." Luffy was beating some of Krieg's men before making it right in front of him. Who the hell are you? Monkey D. Luffy, the next king of pirates. He threw a punch right at Krieg's face, surprising him. Through all of his experience and struggles in the Grand Line, Don Krieg has never encountered a direct punch to the face. He flew back into a wall, breaking it. He was slow to get up as he touched his nose, blood flowing from it. He got up, but this time he drew a spear from his back. It extended and opened right at the middle, forming a shield before the blade. He began to twirl his weapon and ran towards Luffy. Luffy had his fist to his side, steam coming out of his body for a moment only to revert back to normal. As Krieg got closed, Luffy threw his hands back and immediately threw it back forward. Gamu Gamu no Jet Bazooka. His palms collided with Don Krieg's chest, causing his armor to collapse into a million pieces. Surprised, Krieg once again fell on his back, unable to understand how he could be easily defeated. He tried to get up once more but felt the air knocked out from his body. Luffy landed a kick to his stomach. Gamu Gamu no Jackhammer. That's for messing with Zeph. He stood on top of Don Krieg, victorious. I told him if I'll join them, seems like a good group. The pineapple-haired guy was helping Zeph up to his feet. I don't know why you even stayed for so long. Zeph was still feeling the poison. I owed you one. You gave me a home and place to stay, fed me and taught me how to cook like you. Tusk, I treat you all the same. You just happened to be a well-known pirate who drifted to my lovely old ship. Yeah, which is why I still felt that I owed you one. Whatever, kid, you need to help them. Yeah, here, sit right there. Don't do anything stupid, said the man as he helped Zeph sit down on the wall. Yeah, get them off my ship, Marco. You got it. Marco turned into a once-thought extinct phoenix, causing blue flames to emit from his body. Then he soared to the sky, causing a streak of blue and yellow flames was left on his trail. Marco the Phoenix, Chef Straw Hat Pirates, 60 million bury. Everyone was dazed by the sight. It was not common for people of the East Blue to meet a man who possessed such a rare and mythical devil fruit. Marco the Phoenix was his name. Katakuri was facing Jin, who was surprisingly a strong opponent. His skill with the baton was very fluid, causing great trouble to Katakuri. The only thing he got going for him was his devil fruit. Even though he was getting hit, each blow was nullified due to his skin turning into Machai. Enel was taking care of Krieg's countless cronies. He had 3 giant ships, full of power-hungry pirates. So Enel weaved and danced around the countless pirates, dishing out lightning and combining it with his hand-to-hand combat skills. His strike was stopped by a giant man wearing a weird costume. He had a cylinder in his chest, arms, and legs. Get ready to face Pearl in my ultimate defense. Yeah, right. Enel picked up a rusty old metal and used his ability to conduct his power through it. Then he pointed the rod at Pearl, launching a powerful thunderbolt directly at him, causing Pearl to be electrocuted. Wow, didn't expect that. Awesome. Tashigi, on the other hand, was helping the common people who were having a hard time escaping the commotion. She protected them as they made their way to the escape ships. Luckily, the other pirate chefs were helping her. Tashigi swung her weapon at another pirate but felt someone's tight grip on her arms. I'll pay you any amount of money. Please help me. What? My village, we need help. I've been looking for strong people for weeks. Please help my village. Tashigi was a very helpful individual, not one to refuse people in need. Where is your village? She sliced at another pirate. Konomi Island. Luffy, I'm going to Konomi Island, yelled Tashigi. Luckily, everyone picked it up as Tashigi got aboard the Going Merry with the lady who grabbed her and sailed towards Konomi Island. Luffy did not question his navigator. His mindset was one thing at a time, and right now Don Krieg was the piece of shit in front of him. So why help this scum? You seem like a nice guy. Katakuri clashed with Jin. Now they are face to face with one another. I guess I didn't know him until after the Grand Line. He changed. Well, why stick with him? I guess out of duty, I have to take care of the crew somehow. Right. We'll see after this battle. My crazy captain has this plan to create a grand fleet. Maybe dump your boss and join us. Tusk, as if it were that easy. It's not like I can lose. Jin twirled his baton, hitting Katakuri right in the face. This made Katakuri smile, as this was finally a true fight that he can invest in. He dodged Jin's following blow, not letting one hit him. Jin was faster than ever, attacking at full speed, but what seemed to be a hit, Katakuri actually dodged. Instead, PF dodging on the following hit, Katakuri caught Jin's baton and threw him to the ground. Then he followed with stamping on him with a hardened Machai legs. Lastly, he trapped Jin on a Machai trap, hardening the casing to ensure that Jin could not move. Worthy opponent, but someone who's troublesome is coming. Good battle with you, consider my offer. Katakuri went to stand beside Luffy, Enel also joining them. I think I need a staff that conducts electricity, like this metal bar I'm holding. Enel was twirling a rusty old metal bar that was channeling his ability. Looks like we got a strong one coming, said Katakuri. Yeah, he won't be a problem. Seems like a good guy, said Luffy. Just as the trio expected, a man wielding a giant blade arrived in a casket-shaped boat. It's him. He's the one who destroyed our 50 ships in the Grand Line. yelled Pearl, who was slow to get up as Enel did a damage on him. My quarrel is not with you. Hand over Don Krieg and everyone will be free, the man said. Luffy tried to jump to where the man was but was held back by both Katakuri and Enel. They both felt the strength which the man emits. He's here, now go away Dracula Mihawk. Zeph carried Don Krieg in his arms, tossing the passed-out pirate to where Mihawk was floating. Marco landed beside Zeph as he made quick work of the Don Krieg pirates. None of them stood a chance. Dracula Mihawk, Skibukai, Bounty Frozen. Zeph, didn't expect to see you here, and Marco the Phoenix. Mihawk tied a rope on Krieg's hands. Yeah, neither did I, Mihawk, replied Marco. Well, I got what I came for. I don't really want to battle you and Zeph at the same time. Guess I'll be going. Just like that, Mihawk sailed away without causing any more trouble. The rest of the Don Krieg pirates surrendered, with Jin truly apologizing for the action of their captain, or once captain. He explained that with Katakuri's words, he planned to change the direction of the pirate crew and officially join the Straw Hat Pirate Grand Fleet. Well, that's great. I'll give word to Kuro that you guys joined, and meet up with them. I think you all can learn some things from one another. Luffy was glad that Jin joined his cause. He felt like he was ready to conquer the Grand Line. Wait, we have to follow Tashigi, Konomi Island. Yeah, I know how to get there, said Marco, raising his hands as he approached Luffy. Oh guys, this is our new chef. His name is Marco. Sup, I'm Enel the sniper. Enel shook his hands while Katakuri did the same. I'm Katakuri, the first mate. Alright, old man Zeph, we need one of your ships. Zeph let out a sigh. You still have a bunch of damages on my ship, but I guess all is forgiven as you beat Don Krieg and kept them off my ship. Just pick a ship and go. Thanks, old man. And so Luffy, Katakuri, Enel, and Marco sailed towards Konomi Island, where Tashigi said she was headed. By the way, you're a freaking phoenix. How cool is that? Exclaimed Luffy, causing everyone on board to laugh. In the new world, you sure about this, Ace? Asked a big man by the name of Jazu. He was the 3rd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. Vista was also looking at Ace, concerned by his decision. Diamond Jazu, 3rd Division Whitebeard Pirates, 265 million Buri. Flower Sword Vista, 4th Division Whitebeard Pirates, 260 million Buri. Yeah, I got to do this, I just have to, replied Ace, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. Firefist Ace, 2nd Division Whitebeard Pirates, 550 million Buri. A breathtaking figure approached Ace and gave him a hug. The giant man was none other than Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. Whitebeard, Yonkou, Pops, I got to do this, explained Ace, trying not to tear up the same manner as Whitebeard was crying. I know, son, I know, just be careful, you understand. Whitebeard finally released the young man, and this time he faced a blonde man wearing all black attire. He smoked a cigarette while contemplating Ace's move. You be careful out there, Ace, said the blonde man. Yeah, I'll be careful, I just have to avenge our brother Thatch. I know, Ace, I know. Well, I best be on my way. Ace got on board his small ship, powered by his fire fruit. He ignited his hands and the ship zoomed away. Bye everyone, I'll get that bastard Teach. Just like that, Ace was gone. Everyone stopped for a moment, watching Ace disappear on the horizon. Now my sons, I need your assistance once more. Big Mom is causing trouble in Fishman Island. She wants to test my grip of it. I want Vista and Jazu to go. The two mentioned by Whitebeard nodded, agreeing with their father's decision. I'm going too, Pops, said the blonde-haired man, tossing his cigarette in the ocean. Looks like you're itching for action, son, said Whitebeard. Yeah, Pops, I just want to get my feet loose. After what Teach did, I just want to release all this anger. Very well, son, be on your way then. Yes, Pops, thanks. The blonde-haired man hopped aboard the ship which Vista and Jazu were already on. Watch each other's back. We'll be here. And Sanji, don't do anything stupid. Yeah, Pop. Blackleg Sanji, 1st Division Whitebeard Pirates, 800 million Buri. Now, Straw Hat Pirate, Luffy Captain, Katakuri First Mate, Tashigi Navigator, Enel Sniper, Marco Chef, Straw Hat Grand Fleet, Black Cat Pirates Kuro of 1,000 Plans, Krieg Pirates, Black Baton Jin, Original Straw Hats, Zoro Big Mom's second son, Nami Marine Captain, Usopp God of Skypie, Sanji 1st Division Whitebeard Pirates, Arlong, come out here and face me. Luffy stood at the entrance of Arlong Park. The crew was back together with Katakuri, Tashigi, Enel and Marco all standing beside their captain. The trouble which Arlong brought to the town was enough to piss Luffy off. He decided in his mind that Arlong was a bad man and that he needed to get what was coming for him. I'm going to beat you up, Arlong, you damn bastard. Arlong, Sun Pirates, 20 million Buri. The door of Arlong Park opened, revealing Arlong along with his fellow fishmen. So a human dared to challenge the clear superior race. You intrigue me, human. Why don't you come in and prove what you were just spewing out just now? Damn straight. Luffy charged immediately, targeting Arlong. His fist collided with Arlong's hands. Tashigi crossed swords with an octopus with 6 swords. He went by the name Hatchin and his six-sword style was very impressive. Katakuri was trading blows with a tank of a fishman by the name of Kirubai. Marco was fighting a strange fishman who shot him with water bubbles. His name was Chu. Enel, on the other hand, was fighting the giant fishbowl-looking thing by the name of Momo. Luffy was thrown into the giant tower at the center of Arlong Park. Fishmen are definitely stronger than humans, but Luffy has his rubber fruit. He slowly got up, but Arlong followed through with a knee to his stomach. Then he barraged Luffy with multiple punches to the stomach. You think you're any match for me? Foolish human. Luffy could not even catch his breath, as Arlong would not let up. Hundreds of years of torment and we finally have control. Now you come to destroy our way of life. You can't look down on us any longer. We are the superior race, we look down on you. Arlong was caught off guard when Luffy caught one of his punches with his head. I don't give a damn about your stupid race problem. I care that you've hurt the people of this island. Luffy began to barrage Arlong with hundreds of continuous punches. Gamu Gamu Gatling gun. Arlong was hit and was sent to the very top floor of the Arlong's own tower. He was slow to get up as Luffy immediately followed after him. Luffy rose past the top of the building. You're not going to stop me. Arlong had his fist ready. Luffy falling from the sky rapidly with his arms extended, aimed at the fishman. You will not torment this village any longer. Arlong missed. Luffy got a clean hit right in Arlong's face. His pent-up anger reflected in his fist. The impact of the blow was so strong that Arlong's tower collapsed, one floor at a time. Tashigi had Hachon beat, breaking all of his swords. Katakuri made quick work of Kirubai, but his fishman karate was a challenge on its own. Marco beat Chu quickly because it pissed him off that he was getting spat on. Momu laid face down on the ground, not even wanting to go back to the water. Enel made sure of it. As the dust cleared, a group of Marines stood in the gate of Arlong Park. A shocked Marine captain dropped the Den Den Muchai in hand. Hello, Captain Nezumi. Again, what is the report on Konomi Island? The Den Den Muchai spoke with the voice of a woman. Nezumi quickly picked up the Den Den Muchai, gasping for air at the sight he saw before him. Pirates are attacking, but I got this handled. Nezumi dropped the Den Den Muchai once again, forgetting to hang up. Now you dirty stickin' pirates, surrender in peace and we won't be any trouble. Did you know about this? Tashigi was taking care of the exhausted Luffy, but the arrival of the Marine quirked her interest. I said, did you know about this? Tashigi slowly approached the Marine captain. Some Marine officers tried to point a gun at her, but Katakuri and Enel dispersed of any distraction. Nezumi tried to back up, but Marco was right behind him, stopping him from his track. Look, he was paying me okay. What was I supposed to do? Shut your mouth. Tashigi told, only a few feet from the corrupt pirate, drawing her weapon. Please, you got to let me live. The corrupt Marine captain got on his knees to beg. You will bring no more trouble to this village. Tashigi's slash was so swift that Nezumi closed his eyes from fear. Unlike the corrupt Marine captain, Tashigi was not evil, so she stopped right at the throat of Nezumi. Now go away and report everything that happened here correctly. Nezumi nodded, quickly getting up to his feet and running back to his Marine ship. Trickles of pee fell from his pants. That damned liar. Everyone was surprised by the voice. Finding that the Den Den Mushi was still playing, Katakuri picked up the snail. Who is this? Asked Katakuri. It doesn't matter. The voice hanged up on the other line. Katakuri shrugged and threw the Den Den Mushi on the floor. Meanwhile, everyone else was talking to the villagers, helping them start clean up. Luffy finally got up and stood above Arlong, who finally came to his senses. Something you need? Asked the fishman. I guess. Spill it, brat. And no need to rub your victory in my face. Well, from what I understand, you are just an angry man who hated the injustice of the world. What of it? I'm starting something big. Big enough to challenge the tip of the world order, and everyone's welcome, even you guys. I don't know how you can even extend that kind of offer. What I've done. Humility echoed in Arlong's voice. I guess, but this is your chance for redemption. Yeah, give me some time to make amends. But I do accept. Great. I want you to meet up with Kuro and Jin. They will catch you up on things. Luffy got up from speaking with Arlong and joined the rest of his crew. His anger that he harbored from Arlong was gone. The man was sincere in his apologies, and he was going to make amends to his mistake. Luffy took his word for it. He better. Yo, Luffy, the villagers want to treat us to a feast. Let's go, exclaimed Marco. The Straw Hat Pirates were finally back together, going to the village to enjoy themselves. Other line of the Den Den Mushi. That damn Nezumi. The lady on the other line was none other than Marine Captain Nami. What's up, boss? Smoker was sitting across her desk, reading a newspaper. He told me that my home village was fine. He told me everyone was fine. I trusted that snake bastard, and now I found out he was harboring the Sun Pirate Arlong. And he was letting them do work to my village. I knew I should have wrote or something. Well, do you want us to go over there and take care of it? Asked Smoker, dropping his newspaper. No, it's been taken care of. Well, if that's true, we're gonna have our hands full here. Those pirates are probably no joke since they took care of Arlong. Yeah, we'll be ready for them. Nami twirled her perfect climate act, producing another weather egg. I'm in a pretty shitty mood. Enjoy this rain-logged town, somewhere in the East Blue. So you must be Jin, said Kuro, receiving the newest member of the Grandfleet with open arms. Hi, you must be Kuro. Jin shook the man's hands. All right, so let me catch you up. Kuro walked with Jin on the island which they were setting camp for the day. I know our captain has decided that he wants to be the pirate king, and we need to be ready for it. So I made sure everyone is top-notch. Jin was surprised that everyone was training, and training hard they were. Wow, was all Jin could muster. Kuro stopped in front of 3 people, all of which are his commanders. This is Django, Sham, and Buckeye. They are my trainer leads. Django my strategist trainer, Sham with agility, and Buckeye with power training. Nice. Well, I have a body who can probably be one of your trainer. I have this guy named Pearl. He has great defense capabilities, said Jin. Yeah, we can work something out, I'm sure. Look, another message from the main branch. A messenger bird flew in and gave a letter to Kuro. He read it quickly and smiled to himself. Well, looks like Arlong the Sa is joining our little party. I heard of him, but really, how did they come about doing that? Same way they did to us most likely, said Kuro. This time he had a little smirk in his mostly stoic face. Anyway, meeting's at 10 tonight. And there's only one thing left to be said. What is that? Asked Jin. Welcome to the Strawhat Grand Fleet. In Skypie, you did well for yourself, son. A man was sitting across from his boy. Though the setting was very strange, the man did not question his decision to meet him this way. Don't call me that. I am God, an entity feared by mortals, said Usopp, the god of Skypie. What brings you to my land here, Yasopp? Yasopp, Sniper Red Force Pirates, 400 million Buri. He cringed a little bit from the disrespect his son was giving him, but Yasopp let it slide. Well, my captain just wished safe passage from your land, oh lordy lord. Yasopp mocked his son, seeing if he had some humanity left in him. You dare mock me, mortal? His god's army pointed all of their weapon at Yasopp. He quickly raised his hands, not from fear but out of diplomacy. Well, I guess you're too good for your old man then. Yasopp was already at the door, surprising everyone in the room but Usopp and his 4 strongest soldiers, his eyes following his father. I really just wanted to see you, but I guess you've changed. Begone, mortal. God. Usopp shot with his Kuro Kabuto right at Yasopp, who whipped out his gun and shot back, both bullets meeting each other right down the middle. I'm gone. Yasopp exited, returning to his crew. So how was it, seeing your son and all? Asked the man with the red hair. He's no trouble. Let's get out of here, Captain, said Yasopp, retreating back to his quarters. I guess. Got anything, Ben? Rue? Asked the red-haired man. Ben Beckham, First Mate, Red Force Pirates, 650 million Buri. Lucky Rue, Red Force Pirates, 500 million Buri. I got nothing for you, Captain, replied the first mate. Well, I'll be damned. Shanks scratched his head with his one good arm, wondering what his sniper saw in his meeting. Red-haired Shanks, Captain, Red Force Pirates, 900 million Buri. Set sail in Fishman Island. Look, I don't even know why Mama wants us to even be here, said Deifuku, disgusted by what he was seeing around him. Something about having the sweetest candy in all the seas, said Oven. Meanwhile, Zoro was walking ahead of the group, oblivious by everything around him, still thinking to himself. Zoro, my son, I have come for you. A big woman with an army of pirates approached him. Who are you? Why did you kill everyone? Zoro had his 3 swords drawn. Despite the difference in strength, he did not care any longer. I am you, mother. Zoro gripped his fist, angered by the memory he just experienced. Suddenly his senses felt alert. 3 figures emerged from the horizon. Well, look what we have here, trespassers, said the giant man by the name of Jazu. I guess Big Mom doesn't know her territory now. Vista was dragging his 2 swords on his side, causing flowers to emit from them. Pleasure to meet you, bastards. This here is Jazu and Vista. My name is Sanji, and we can't allow you to pass. Look here, brother. Whitebeard's men actually showed up, said Oven to Deifuku. Well, shit. Deifuku rubbed his arms, causing tremor in the air. Out of his body came a giant genie wielding a halberd. It charged at Jazu. Jazu turned his skin into diamond, able to stop the strike of the giant genie. The initial clash was felt throughout the whole island as powerful forces were making history. Vista got the jump on Oven, striking him twice with his flower swords. But Vista immediately jumped back from his sword, feeling like molten lava. You bastard. Finally, Sanji and Zoro were right in front of each other, each calculating each other's move. Sanji had enough experience to respect the Charlotte family's second child, and vice versa with Zoro's respect for Whitebeard's 2nd Division captain. Any day now, Charlotte. Zoro, Sanji exclaimed. Both his legs ignited into flames. Anticipation from both men was building up. Then smoke, Sanji. I will remember your name. Zoro drew his 3 swords, one in each hand and another in his mouth. Both jumped from where they stood. Their clash was much more intense than the others, as they were the pinnacle of both Yonku's armies. Zoro's 3 blades met both of Sanji's legs, causing the air to crack. Now, Strawhat Grand Fleet are Black Cat Pirates Kuro of 1,000 Plans. Krieg Pirates, Man Demon Jin. Sun Pirates Arlong the Saw. I'm sorry you guys. Luffy's last words were heard by everybody in the execution platform. His face was all smile seeing his crewmate on his last day. Buggy the Clown stood above him giving the order to cut the head of Strawhat Luffy. Enel and Marco made quick work of Kabaji and Moji. Both were dead on their track as soon as they saw the sight before them. Tashigi, on the other hand, was going one-on-one against Buggy's new ally, some woman by the name of Iron Mace Alvida. Her strikes were sliding on the skin of the lady. Her step faltered as she saw Luffy meeting his doom. Katakuri was scared, unable to do anything. Smoker trailing right after him as he escaped his grasp, for it was evident in his eyes as he watched Buggy give the command for the execution. "Why are you even here?" asked the concerned Marine Captain Nami. Thunderclouds circled the execution platform as the man before her did not show any sign of fear. "Just looking out for my boy," replied the man under the hood. He raised his hands only for a moment and released a massive lightning strike on the platform, missing Buggy by only an inch. "You are very skilled with the weather, girl. Tell me, how did you counter me?" "I used my weapon, old man." Nami revealed her perfect climb attack. Her expertise and quick thinking made it possible to divert the strike from Buggy rather than hit him directly. Her climb attack allowed her to manipulate weather, and this man seemed to have something to do with the weather. Interesting. Well, can you just leave my boy alone, just this once?" asked the old man. "Like hell I would." Nami conjured ice from her climb attack and launched them at the old man. She was not going to let them off that easy. To her surprise, a new figure with a top hat and a pipe came from out of nowhere, striking her ice before hitting the old man. "Now aren't you a rude one?" said the man with the top hat. He lifted his head slightly, revealing a giant scar in his left eye, most likely left from a burn. "Who the hell are you?" asked Nami, surprised by his arrival. "The name is Sabo. I'm second in command of the Revolu." The old man with the hood smacked him upside his head. "Oh, what was that for, Dragon?" Again the old man by the name of Dragon smacked him a second time. "Damn it, Sabo. I told you not to tell everyone who we are," yelled Dragon comically. "Yo ... your monkey D Dragon," screamed Nami. Thunder erupted from a distance behind the man and rain began to pour. "Yeah, I guess I am." The execution platform was hit by a lightning bolt, surprising everybody. The crew thought that it was Enel's doing, but he shook his head, meaning it wasn't him. Luffy fell from the platform, emerging with his hands in the air. Unfree, he was immediately pulled by the ear by none other than Tashigi. "You bastard, thinking you'll go dying on us." Oh, Tashigi, yelled Luffy. "Don't ignore me." Alvida swung her mace at Tashigi, who finally regained her composture and caught the mace by her sword, causing the mace to break into a million pieces. My mace." She fell to her knees and began to tear up like a child. "Guys, let's get out of here." Luffy led the way towards the ship. Since Enel and Marco beat their opponent, they were closely behind their captain. Only Katakuri was behind since he was fighting Smoker. "You gonna let me through?" asked Katakuri to the Marine Vice Captain. "Like I ever would, punk." Smoke flew around his body, waiting for the right moment to strike. "Well, I guess I'll just have to G through you." Katakuri hardened his Machi hands once more, but this time his fist turned a dark color. "Interesting," said Smoker as he swung at Katakuri with his weapon. Though neither one made contact with one another as the man with the top hat caught Smoker's weapon with his hands formed like a dragon claw. Same thing for Katakuri as his hardened Machi hands was caught by the man's other hand. "Seems like Luffy is going that way. Best be on your way." The man whose name was Sabo gave Katakuri a smile, meaning he was an ally. Katakuri nodded and ran after his crew. "Why did you help them?" asked Smoker, angered by the man's action. "Luffy's my little brother," Sabo replied with a smile. The Straw Hat Pirates were all safe when they got aboard their ship. They laughed together as soon as they sailed towards the reverse mountain, glad that everyone was safe and their trouble was behind them. For now, Dragon and Sabo made their quick exit as soon as the Straw Hats were out of sight. This left Nami and Smoker standing at the dock looking at the horizon. "Call HQ, we're going after them." Nami finally spoke, her men finally moving to her command. "Ready our ship. We're going to the Grand Line." "You heard her, let's get a move on," exclaimed Smoker, rallying their men into action. "You're Dragon's son, Vice Admiral Garp's grandson ... You're a monster's spawn, Straw Hat Luffy." Days later in Alabasta. "So why are you in our ship?" asked Enel, standing face to face with none other than Portgas d'Ace. He just helped himself aboard the Going Merry. Enel tried to apprehend him, but he stated that he just wanted to see Luffy. "Well, see, I just wanted to see my brother," Ace said, digging his nose as he spoke. "What? You're Luffy's brother?" But Enel wasn't going to get any answer anytime soon as Ace fell asleep, forming a giant snot bubble in the air. "How did you sleep standing up?" Katakuri and Marco were first to return to the Going Merry. "Who's this guy?" asked Marco. "He's Luffy's brother." "Don't ask, I have no answer," said Enel, scratching his head. "Who's this guy?" Tashigi was next to arrive, sheathing her sword as she made a successful escape from the millions. They called themselves. Ooh, Enel didn't feel like answering any more question. Luckily, Luffy arrived just in time. Ace. Luffy jumped aboard the ship and tried to go in for a hug, but Ace woke up and punched Luffy on his head. Don't hug me, fool. I don't want your crew members to think I'm sappy. How are you doing, Ace? I'm good, just wanted to see you before I go to my mission. Oh yeah, what's that? Top secret, brat. But I'm gonna tell you I'm after a man called Blackbeard. The duo were comically whispering in a corner, but everyone could hear what they were talking about. Fool, can I come? Exclaimed Luffy. No, you got your own adventure to go to. Here's my Vivre card. This is for you to know where I am at all times. Ace was there and then gone in a matter of minutes. He got aboard his ship and waved goodbye to the crew. It was nice seeing you, Luffy. Take care of yourself. Just like that, Ace was gone. So a brother? Asked Enel. Yeah, Ace is my brother, replied Luffy with a giant smile. Now let's kick Crocodile's ass. Due to some sickness, the crew was forced to change course and look for a doctor. This is how they ended up in Drum Island. Tashigi was very sick, resting in the castle which was being guarded by Enel and Marco, who were fending off Wapol's men from entering and taking over the castle. There's no end to these guys. Enel swung his new staff at the enemy, channeling his ability through it. Each strike would send lightning from the staff to all people around him. Marco was taking care of his opponent 2 at a time, turning into a hybrid human and phoenix. Yeah, but we got to protect Tashigi until that doctor guy comes back with the cure that Wapol stole. Should be no problem. Hopefully. Luffy's fist steamed up, angered by the man called Wapol. A man who can eat and chew anything and turn his body into a weapon. His main allies were Chess and Kirimurimo, who were now engaged in battle with Katakuri and a new figure with a spotted white hat. Chess was easy to counter as Katakuri simply dodged his arrows or caught them with his soft machai. The new guy was skillful with his long sword, countering each blow that Kirimurimo threw. Listen, brat, you've gave me enough trouble. Now just go away and I won't be forced to kill you. Wapol consumed the cannon right in front of him, chewing it and transforming his arms into cannons. He pointed at Luffy, who remained unwavering in his decision. You need to give me the medicine and let this town be. They don't want you to be their stinking king. Luffy punched Wapol's hands, meeting a cannonball which he fired. The cannonball exploded in Luffy's hands, but he did not halt as he continued to barrage the man with thousands of punches, all of which were stopped momentarily by Wapol's castle wall that he ate earlier. He changed his hands into walls and covered himself. I am the king. Wapol changed one of his arm into a cannon once again and opened a hole in his castle wall. Meet your doom. He fired his cannon arm directly into Luffy's unsuspecting face, directly hitting him. Luffy rolled back from the blast but managed to quickly recover, his body continuously steaming from his newfound ability. Gear second jet pistol. His fist was quicker than before. 1 second it was beside him and the next it met Wapol's face, sending the self-proclaimed king flying back into his own men. Chess and Kirimurimo was hit by their own captain, sending them all tumbling downhill. Luffy emerged victorious, standing on top of the mountain with his hands in the air, the cure at hand. Dr. Guy, get this to Tashigi. The man who was fighting Kirimurimo took the vial and ran straight inside the castle. He immediately went to work and performed the necessary treatments for Tashigi to get better. Katakuri spoke with Luffy. What do you think of this guy? He made me angry the way he acted, but I think he can be useful. Want to ask him then? Let's go see what he says. The duo went down the hill and stood right above where the trio had just fallen. Chess and Kirimurimo were still passed out while Wapol got up on his feet. What do you guys want? Asked the man, whose defeat echoed in his voice. I got an offer for you. Become my subordinate so that you can help me become the Pirate King. Luffy said. Why should I? For I am king. King of nothing, said Katakuri, crossing his arms. If you serve under this man, you'll witness what a real king looks like. It was bland, straight to the point, but it seemed to have worked. Fine. I lost by a landslide, I get that. Then I guess I will serve under you. Good decision, Katakuri said, while Luffy headed back up the hill and went inside the castle to check on Tashigi. We'll go to this island and meet up with Kuro, Jin and Arlong. Then we will summon you all when we need you. Now get out of here. Katakuri followed after Luffy. How you feeling? Asked the doctor, relieved that his patient made it out of his surgery without any complications. I feel better, thank you. Tashigi tried to get up, but her body still burned from her sickness. Yeah, don't get up just yet. You have to stay in bed and rest for the next 2-3 days, recommended the doctor. Luffy was watching this transpire as he looked from Enel to Marco, then to Katakuri and Tashigi, finally to the doctor, who was avidly chatting with Tashigi. Hey doc, want to join my crew? Asked Luffy. As usual, he was straight to the point. Sure, was the answer of the doctor, causing everyone to sweat dropped as they did not expect someone to accept his request so quickly. Great. The name is Trafalgar Law, by the way, said the doctor. He was welcomed with open arms as the crew slowly made their way back to the Going Merry. All were glad that Tashigi was okay now. Trafalgar Law. Dr. Strawhat Pirates. 80 million Bury. A flag of a flaming heart flew high on a submarine. there stood two figures. The small reindeer was thinking to himself, standing on top of the submarine-shaped boat. Beside him was a polar bear mink who kept him company. "What's on your mind, Captain?" asked the polar bear. "Something's weird in the air. Can't you feel it, Bepo?" asked the small reindeer. "Bepo, Navigator Heart Pirates, 80 million bury. Don't you think it might be that weird ship in front of us that has a clown for a flag?" asked the polar bear by the name of Bepo. "Maybe there's something else," said the small reindeer. "You bastards, popping out of nowhere like that. We could have killed you," exclaimed the clown on top of the ship. "I'm Buggy the Clown, you shitheads. I'm worth 50 million bury." "Buggy the Clown," he says. "Wonder how he got this far in the Grand Line with such a low bounty," said Bepo. "Get out of the way before I make you," exclaimed the clown. The small reindeer sighed. His frustration was evident. "Oh gosh, don't sink us, Captain," exclaimed Bepo, jumping under the safety of their submarine. "Why don't you get out of my way?" The small reindeer slowly grew in size, turning into a giant monster. His sheer size was impressive, but the fact that his submarine could hold him from touching the water was even more impressive. Buggy's sweat dropped along with his crew. They have been lucky so far using sheer luck, but now they really met a monster of the Grand Line. "Look, man, I think we'll just be on our way." Buggy signaled his men to turn their ship around and caught the fastest wind away from the monster. The giant reindeer shrank in size once again, watching Buggy's ship seemingly fly away. "Bepo!" screamed the captain. "Yes, boss." Bepo was quick to get up the deck, saluting his captain. "Set sail to Sabayati Archipelago. I need to get back to the New World." The reindeer was not small anymore. He was now the size of a human. He was very muscular with a brown fur skin and a red nose. "Yes, boss, chopper, sir." Bepo jumped under the ship, immediately setting their course to Sabayati Archipelago, Chopper following right after him and closing the hatch of their submarine. Tony Chopper, Captain Heart Pirate, 110 million bury. Some days later, Dory and Brogy, "Welcome to the Strawhat Grandfleet," exclaimed Luffy as the greatest warriors of Elbaf raised their alcoholic glass for their initiation. They have been fighting in Little Garden for years until the Strawhat Pirates met them. Luffy was so impressed with their dedication and tenacity that he gave them a different purpose other than fight to the death. He did not promise them immediate action, but he promised that greater things could be done in time. "So meet up with Kuro, who is acting commander of my Grand Fleet. There they will catch you up on things." The two giants laughed along with the crew, glad to finally have met such wonderful people who changed their view of life. Aboard the ship, a woman in a corner chair where she was reading a book from Tashiga's navigation collection. "Who the hell are you?" exclaimed Tashigi, who was the first to arrive back on the ship. Everyone else was enjoying themselves along with the giants. She decided to return to the ship and have a good night's rest. "The name is Miss All Sunday. Or you can call me Marguerite. I'm here to help you take down Mr. Zero Akis or Crocodile the Skibukai." The blonde lady smiled at Tashigi, causing her to take a couple of steps back. "In Amazon Lily, as the only female member of the Royal Skibukai, I am glad to finally have met you." The black-haired lady bowed at the sight of the most beautiful woman in all of the Amazon Lily. "Cut the formalities. What would you like from me?" answered the Kuja pirate captain and a member of the Royal Skibukai, Boa Hancock. "Boa Hancock, Skibukai. You see, I am after the true history, and I am only able to attain it if you give me permission to view your tombs. Our royal graveyard. Well, what a simple request. There must be more. You see, I was invited to be a member of the Royal Skibukai because of my ability to decipher poneglyph. They wanted to watch me, but my strength is too powerful that they could not ignore that either. So they think they are using me, but in turn I am using them. I told you my story, now please keep quiet of this interaction." The woman gave a smile towards Boa Hancock, causing her to shudder a bit. This woman was very powerful, thus achieving her rank. "Very well, but you will be watched by 2 of my warriors and the rest of your crew will stay in your ship." "Agreed," replied the woman immediately. "Be on your way, Nico Robin. I want you off my lands by tomorrow." "Nico Robin, Skibukai. Yes, I should be done before then." The woman called Robin bowed her head out of respect and exited the room. She picked up her pocket Den Mushi and called her crew members. "I was granted permission, but you all need to stay on the ship. Fusen is in charge. You guys better behave." "Aye, Captain," said the man behind the other line by the name of Fusen. "Fusen, First Mate Flower Pirates, 600 million bury. Mr. 5 versus Enel. So you're telling me you use your boogers as bombs?" Enel scratched his head with his left hand while he used his right hand to twirl his lightning staff to avoid the booger bombs of Mr. 5. "You are a very strong opponent." He stopped throwing his booger bomb and charged at Enel, meeting him face to face. Mr. 5 was quick, but Enel was way faster. Before Mr. 5 could get close to him, he already infused lightning in his left hand, so as soon as the booger man arrived, he was met with Enel's lightning hand. Mr. 5 did not expect the attack but used his body as a bomb, causing everything to explode. As the smoke cleared, Enel was coughing, unhurt by Mr. 5's last-ditch effort. In front of him, a passed-out Mr. 5 laid face first on the floor. I'll never fight anyone strong. He sighed and walked away from the battle, victorious. Mr. 3 versus Marco. No matter how hard you try, my fire will not allow your candles to form. Marco had his body covered in phoenix flames which burned hotter than any fire known to men. All right, I surrender. Mr. 3 raised his hands in defeat. There was no way he would beat this man in battle. Marco, ever so forgiving, agreed as long as Mr. 3 kept his promise. The wax user nodded his head violently in agreement, but as soon as Marco turned around, he tried to betray the Phoenix's trust. That was his mistake as Marco's reflexes caught Mr. 3's candle sword before it stabbed him. Then Marco pulled Mr. 3 towards him and threw the strongest Phoenix fire-infused punch he could muster. I told you so. Mr. 3 laid down on his back, easily defeated by Marco. He was lucky to not be killed for his betrayal. Mr. 2 versus Law. You're really not a bad person, Bon Clay. You just happened to fight for the wrong people. Law avoided a swift kick delivered by Mr. 2, then used his sword to cut the Akama. You are hiding something from me, Law Chan. Mr. 2 was a very proud person, and he doesn't like to battle with people who are holding back from him. Very well. All of a sudden Mr. 2 found his head in the hands of Law, his body elsewhere combined with random things such as barrels, chairs, tiles, etc. Strange, extremely strange, feel very nauseated. Mr. 2 did not feel that he was decapitated, but his head was literally in the hands of Law. This is my ability. I have yet to show this to anybody in a long time, but you are indeed a worthy opponent. I am flattered and frightened. I can't fight you if I don't have a body, and you seem to not want to kill me. Is it because of our friendship, Law Chan? Yeah, Bon Clay, you are our friend. Mr. 2 began to tear up. Okay, Law Chan, you have beaten me fair and square. I will not pursue you any longer, since you are my friend. Ms. Doublefinger versus Tashigi. My sword is infused with my will. What makes you think I will lose to your spiked body? Tashigi blocked Ms. Doublefinger with her sword. Ms. Doublefinger changed her arms into a mallet-like form. Her ability was to turn any part of her body into spikes. That's so. She continued to use every part of her body as a spiked weapon. Consecutive attacks followed, but Tashigi was quick to guard against all of them. Indeed, Tashigi took a step back, surprising Ms. Doublefinger. This gave Tashigi enough time to focus and form her signature attack. She held her blade in front of her face. Ms. Doublefinger took the bait and continued her pursuit of the swordswoman. Her mistake was charging after Tashigi, as she used a swift diagonal cut to finish their battle. The secret was using your enemy's momentum against them. And as Ms. Doublefinger was charging at full speed, she took a lot of damage. The battle was over before it started, as Ms. Doublefinger was simply outmatched. Mr. 1 versus Katakuri. Meet your demise, Mr. 1. I can't go easy on someone so strong as yourself. Katakuri was using his Machai to slow Mr. 1 by trapping his feet and arms in the hard sticky substance. But Mr. 1 was aggressive, quickly cutting through the trap and chasing after Katakuri. After trading strikes, the cycle would repeat where Katakuri would create space but Mr. 1 would follow. I guess it's enough time studying you. Katakuri kept firing Machai balls at Mr. 1, which he quickly cut down. But the more he cut, the harder it was to move. The reason why was that the Machai would stick to his blade, hands, and body. He was only a few inches away from Katakuri, but his blade could not reach him, as Mr. 1 was completely trapped by Katakuri's Machai. A sight to see indeed. You have been beaten, Mr. 1. Katakuri walked away from the scene, leaving the blade man trapped in Machai. Mr. 0 versus Luffy. I guess you will never learn, Strawhat Luffy. I thought I killed you twice already. I guess this time there won't be any mistake. The man known as Mr. Zero Aka Crocodile stood in front of Luffy, gloating about his previous 2 victories. Luffy lost 2 battles in a row to the man. The first by being overpowered since he could not hit the man. The second since Crocodile almost killed him by draining the water from his body. I just know I'll beat you, and I know my crew will find a way to stop your bomb, exclaimed Luffy, drinking a bunch of water from the water barrel he brought. The thing he learned from his previous fights with Crocodile was that he could beat sand with water. I won't make mistakes this time, Straw Hat, exclaimed the Skibukai. Neither will I, replied Luffy, throwing the first punch of their battle. What was different in this fight than the previous fights was that Luffy was much faster than before and he was hitting Crocodile. This surprised the sand user as he took a couple steps back. You've grown in such a short amount of time, I am impressed. He spun a sandstorm in his hands and threw it at Luffy, who just punched right through it, continuing his assault at Crocodile. The man could not regain his composure as he severely underestimated Luffy. Crocodile found himself at the center of the tomb, unable to slow the gum man's barrage. Luffy would not let up, using every ounce of his energy to muster his unstoppable Gamu Gamu Gatling gun. The Sandman's body would turn into sand with each hit, but some of his punches would be felt by the warlord. Impossible. Then he received a punch right through his gut, sending him into the roof of the tomb. Before he could even fall back to the ground, Luffy barraged him even more, breaking the roof of the tomb. Crocodile was sent flying through the roof, defeated by the will and strength of Straw Hat Luffy. You're going to work under me from now on. he exclaimed as soon as Crocodile fell on the ground, beaten by a young man by the name of Monkey D. Luffy. A day later, have a safe trip. Till we meet again. The Princess of Alabasta waved goodbye to the Straw Hats, watching them sail away. Tears fell from her eyes as she was glad that Rain was back in her country. And they were a big part of it. The Straw Hats waved back at her, holding up their marked arms, the same mark that helped them distinguish themselves from possible impersonation by Mr. 2 and a sign of friendship. This was a pretty good trip, don't you think? Asked Enel, who lay in front of the ship, admiring the views of the ocean. I suppose we did save a country after all, Tashigi replied as she steered their ship following the log post. Though it was odd that it pointed up. We got a new crewmate. Marco pat Law in the back, which caused him to be flustered a bit. Come make that too. Everyone was surprised to hear a female voice somewhere on the ship, and it wasn't Tashigi. Marguerite, exclaimed Tashigi. Why are you here? I was going to ask your captain. She looked directly at Luffy. Can I join your crew? Okay, too bad you can't be a sniper being accurate with the bow and all. That's Enel's job. Luffy replied with a giant smile. Thank you, I'm a pretty decent tailor, maybe I can do that. She answered right back, though she seemed to be hiding something. Cool, okay, you can be our official tailor. It was not even strange anymore that Luffy would quickly accept the former Baroque Works co-leader. After all, Miss All Sunday was the one who helped them find the bomb, told them intel on other members, and ultimately became close with Tashigi in the process. Marguerite, Taylor Straw Hat Pirates, 30 million Bury, Straw Hat Grandfleet. We are becoming a really big group. What do you think, Kuro? Jin sat beside Kuro as they ate at their mess hall. In the time that they entered the Grand Line, the Grand Fleet has doubled in size. Arlong the Saw has become a pivotal leader of the group as he and his group was able to scout the ocean and take care of any problem that comes close to them. The Giants have found them and created camp along the coast, acting as scouts, watching anything that approaches. Wapol was an uptight bastard, but he brought good points on things they were missing in their training camps. Everyone got along just fine, but if anyone had dispute, it was settled in a battle. It wasn't a battle to the death, it was just a way for two people to release the anger they have for one another. Then by the end of the fight, they will be good again. Indeed we are. Let's go to the fighting grounds. Turns out Pearl was having problem with the way that Kurubai looked at him. Kuro led the way as the duo made their way to the battleground. Dory and Bragi was the first people the duo saw as they could be seen from miles away. Then as they got closer, they could make out Arlong along with Chu, Hatchin, and other fishmen. Kuro joined Django, Sham, and Butchai. Jin watched with his own crew with Wapol and his men beside them. The battle was tightly contested as Pearl ditched his giant armor into a more mobile, smaller version of his old armor. Though he was faster, Kurubai has also made major leaps in his training and mastery of fishman karate. The duo was at a standstill when Kuro called the match a draw. The duo looked intensely at each other, seemingly wanting to fight some more, but the contest ended with a friendly hug. The crowd cheered and people passed around drinks for everyone. I guess that's that, said Jin, who turned around to return to the training grounds when a group of people stood right in front of him. The name is Crocodile. I'm supposed to find Kuro. Holy shit, you're Crocodile, exclaimed Jin. Luffy was really doing big things in the Grand Line, this time enlisting the help of Crocodile along with his powerful organization. Everyone sat around the meeting area. Well, all the top players of the Grand Fleet, Kuro, Jin, Arlong, Wapol, Dory, and Bragi. Let me be the first to welcome you to the Grand Fleet, said Kuro. Everyone echoed his welcome. I suppose, replied Crocodile, giving everyone a hard look, seemingly studying everyone. So for now, we are all training and anticipating the main forces summon. Most of us were from the East Blue, so we are still trying to catch up with the monsters of the Grand Line. Is that so? Well, it seems that my agents are definitely battle ready. He was smug in the way he talked but didn't seem to carry the same weight since he was defeated by Luffy. We'll be the judge of that, said Kuro. Sparring occurred after the meeting and everyone was shocked by the results. Arlong fought against Mr. 1, resulting in a tie. Jin took on Mr. 2, also winning his battle. Wapol fought with Mr. 5, almost losing but gaining the upper hand when he got close to the bomb user. Everyone else sparred, resulting in wins and loses for both sides. The main event was Crocodile against Kuro, which resulted in a long battle that only ended when Crocodile found a small opening. The truth was, Kuro still wanted to continue, but Jin stopped the match since they did not want any death. This earned the respect of each man for one another, causing a new light to emerge in Crocodile's darkened soul. For once he finally saw hope, and he was glad he followed his gut with joining this Grand Fleet. The Grand Fleet was already large in number and strength, but now they are getting even stronger. You're no better than anybody else. You're just a man after all. Luffy stood on the deck of the Ark Maxim. His crew was left behind to battle against the God's army and to protect the citizen of Skypia. Unfortunately for Enel, he was immediately caught and defeated by Usopp as soon as they arrived. The god of Skypia took interest in his ability and used it to power his creation, the Ark Maxim. The man stood with such pride and power that it would cause anyone else to shudder in fear, although for Luffy this was nothing, especially since he was scared of nothing. You are indeed foolish, Mugiwara. Once I thought I could get along with humans, yet I was an outcast. Do you know what's it like to sense everything around you? Do you know what's it like to know what people think of you? It's maddening. Yet I managed to overcome my early struggles and hone my power. I was able to overthrow Gangal to become the god of Skypia. You are a strong individual, even stronger as a group. Why don't you work for me? Like hell I would. I'm going to be the next pirate king. Luffy's body flared up once more, steam exerting from his body. Gear second. Parlor tricks. You think you can harm a god? Usopp held his Kabuto in hand, skillfully launching hundreds of fire star at Luffy. His accuracy was unmatched. Even Luffy with his second gear could not approach the god of Skypia. Luffy reverted to defense, as each hit caused burns all over his body. You see, mortal, how can you beat someone you can't even touch? Usopp's assault continued, his price creation. The Arc Maxim carried them up in the sky, powered by Enel's Goro Goro no Mai. His endgame was to reach the moon as he felt like he was too good for the planet, and he wanted to go somewhere that will challenge him. What better place than the moon? An uncharted territory. Straw Hat attempted to get a jump on Usopp by hitting him on his blind spot. Too bad Usopp had no blind spot, finding Luffy above him and continuing his assault. My ability is infinite. I am unmatched by you mortals, said the god. Luffy hid behind a pillar. For the first time in a long time, he doubted himself. This Usopp guy knew what he was doing and where he was. Plus the crazy marksmanship was enough to make anybody feel flustered. I know where you are. I know where you'll be. I know all things, Straw Hat. So you see, the difference in our abilities, stated Usopp, seizing his attack for only a moment to prove his point. Come close, Straw Hat. I will crush your spirit. Not one to shy away from a challenge. Luffy was quick on his feet and dashed at Usopp. But even getting close did not change the outcome, as Usopp would dodge all that he threw at him. His hand-to-hand combat was also above expectation. Usopp hit Luffy in his guts, causing Luffy to ball over and fall on the floor. Now you must understand, Straw Hat. You are clearly no match for me. I don't care. Luffy slowly got up, forming his fist on his side. His body continued to steam up. I will not give up. My friends are down there laying their life on the line for the people of Skypia. I won't be able to show my face again if I gave up now. An unusual thing happened. In all of God Usopp reign in Skypia, he was never hit, not even once. To his surprise, Luffy hit him right in his jaw, causing the god to lose his footing and fly through his throne room. God Usopp was baffled to say the least. He was predicting and anticipating all of Luffy's attack only a moment ago. How did he not see that punch coming? Then it happened again. Luffy was on top of his, barraging him with so many punches he could hardly catch his breath. How is this possible? Only moment ago Usopp had the upper hand, now he was taking the back seat. Luffy's newfound tenacity was impressive, but annoying. Usopp swung his Kabuto staff upward, catching Luffy off guard. This created enough space for Usopp to launch his attack. But Luffy was quick to dodge his attacks. An extra step seemed to be added to his movements. Impossible, exclaimed Usopp as Luffy's final attack was merely inches away from him. Usopp felt like a mortal once again, accepting his defeat. Not once has he lost, at least not while he was in Skypia, but now the taste of defeat took him down a notch, reflecting on his decisions so far. As Luffy's fist collided with Usopp's, everything was black. As he was sent flying through his ship all the way to the Golden Bell, God Usopp was beaten, seizing all control of Skypia to Ganfall. Luffy immediately went to get Enel, who was passed out tied to the machine. It was feeding off of his power. As soon as he got Enel out, the ship lost all power and went downhill to crash on the ground. Luckily, Katakuri created enough soft mochi to catch the ship before it harmed the citizens of Skypia. Imagine catching a giant warship with your power. Katakuri was exhausted, beyond exhausted. Marco flew to the ship, grabbing both Luffy and Enel, making sure they were safe. Law, Marguerite, and Tashigi ran towards where God Usopp crashed with the bell, only to find that he wasn't there any longer. His god's army were gone as well. We won, exclaimed the exhausted Luffy, passing out on the spot. The Straw Hat pirates rejoined back together. Tashigi and Marguerite helped their captain up. It was Katakuri, Enel, Marguerite, Luffy, Tashigi, Marco, and Law. The Straw Hat pirates successfully liberating Skypia from God Usopp with the Grandfleet. Seems like you guys are in the wrong part of town. Jin held his baton in hand. A submarine suddenly emerged from out of nowhere. Then Chopper emerged along with Bippo. Damn it, Bippo, you got us in the wrong place again, said Chopper, smacking the head of poor Bippo. Oh, sorry, Captain, replied the navigator. As entertaining as this is, again you guys need to go elsewhere, said Jin, once again emphasizing his point. Everyone else was back in the main base, having a meeting about new ways to efficiently handle ration and all the boring meeting stuff that Kuro seemed to love. Jin was in charge of patrol along with a couple of the Grand Fleet member. Now Jin stood alongside some of the members, telling the new arrivals to leave before things get ugly. He twirled his weapon of choice, showing of his proficiency with his craft. You know, we just got lost, so we will go on our way, replied Chopper, not really liking the way Jin spoke to him. But he wasn't one to pick a fight just for fun, so he let it go for now. Boy, don't speak to my captain like that, you punk. Chopper looked back to find that Bepo was locked in a fight with Jin, ignoring his order. Jin countered the man's kick by catching it with his weapon. Then he tried to slash down with his other baton. Bepo was quicker than expected as he rolled backwards, dodging Jin's attack. The duo stared down one another for a moment before jumping at each other for another clash, though a new man intervened, catching the duo with his metal arm. Jin's baton hit the man's left blade arm, while Bepo's kick was caught by the man's right blade hand. What is going in here? Crocodile has joined the party, alerted by the disturbance by the sand and the beach. It was a precaution he added to the island which the Grandfleet set up camp for the time being. He grabbed Bepo by his shirt, holding him up in the sky. What Crocodile did not expect was a reindeer grabbing his crewmate back within a few moments. His legs was longer and his form seemed that of a speedster. Chopper's speed point. He wasn't no pushover. Chopper mastered his devil fruit ability, awakening the fruit ability, and now he can change into many different forms. Like I said, we are going on our way. Chopper and Bepo boarded their submarine, but before they left, Chopper had something to say. You guys waved the Strawhat flag. Interesting. But that they were gone, leaving Jin, Crocodile, and Galdino by themselves. Yo, Crocodile, how was he able to get the jump from under your nose? Asked Jin. Shut up, Jin. Crocodile scoffed and returned back to the main base. He felt that he must have been going soft and need more training for future battles. Amazon Lily. Thank you, Great Kuja Pirate. I am done with my research. True to her word, Robin was able to finish her research in less than a day. Off with you then, replied Boa Hancock, still skeptical of her decision to assist her fellow Skibukai. Again, please keep this between us. With that, Robin made her exit. She radioed her crew, alerting them of her return. What was troubling was there was someone tailing her. She knew it, she could tell. So she stopped mid-step, causing the person to reveal their location. Even with a slight misstep was enough. Robin crossed her hands. Branches of her hands licked up together and went right after the person following her. They were skilled enough to dodge her initial attack, but was hit directly with the giant feet she summoned from thin air. The person in question sat under her giant feet, and Robin got a good look of them before beginning her interrogation. Who sent you? The look in her eyes were ice cold. Possibly killing somebody didn't even seem to faze her one bit. No one. The person tried to bite his own tongue, only for his mouth to be held open by Robin's ability. Painful it is then. Only moments passed and Robin got her answer. She walked away from the scene where the person tailing her lay in his own filth and blood. His body was disturbing to say the least. Why insist on tailing me, Don Flamingo? She made her way back to her crew. All could tell she was in a foul mood. Everyone took a step back except for Kuzan, who was her right-hand man. He followed her to the captain's deck. What's up? He asked, sitting at the chair in front of her desk. That damn Don Flamingo keeps tailing me. It's quite annoying to say the least, said Robin, slamming her hands on the table. Her frustration was clear despite her usual calm demeanor. Look, Robin, where I got you out of O'Hara, you didn't even cry, didn't even flinch at the thought that everyone you knew and loved were killed. You didn't know this, but I heard you, in the middle of the night, silently weeping to yourself. I know you got to keep a strong face for everyone. Don't show them weakness or they will use it against you. Do you understand me? Asked Kuzan, creating a flower made out of ice. Now relax a little bit and tell me what you read. A whole lot of nothing is what I found. She inspected the flower and put it on her desk. Another false lead I see, said Kuzan. Another figure emerged from the doorstep. It was a fellow member of the Skibukai and one of Robin's closest friends. Report Nico, Robin, said the man-bear in a robotic voice. He held a Bible in one hand, hugging it to his body. Oh, shut it, you big baby. Robin went and gave the giant bear man a hug. I didn't know you were coming today, Kuma. Bartholomew Kuma, Skibukai. Haha. Well, Dragon-sama wanted me to check up on you to see what you've learned in your search, said the man-bear called Kuma. So Mr. Tough Dragon wanted to check up on me, huh? Said Robin, trying to sound hurt. Does he really think I'm fragile? Don't get him wrong now, Robin. He just cares for you like one his children. Yeah. Well, tell him I am at a dead end here. You looking a little pale there, Kuma. Got something you want to tell us? Kuzan was a great judge of emotion, and he immediately saw something was wrong with Kuma. Always observant Kuzan. Well, I don't got much to live. No, exclaimed both Robin and Kuzan. Yeah, well, the world government has been pushing to make copies of me, a full army made with my strength and ability. You can't let them do that to you. It's okay, I got an inside man tweaking their experiment. I should know the full details of their work and help the revolutionary counter it, said Kuma. You're still going to die though, said Robin, unable to hold her tears. Everyone dies someday, Robin. My time is just sooner than everyone else, replied the bear man named Kuma. Somewhere in the Grand Line, earlier in Alabasta. So you're telling me Crocodile just went away and disappeared along with everyone in his organization? A very furious Marine captain was interviewing the seemingly oblivious princess who was protecting her friends. Yeah, that's exactly what happened, said Vivi. Interesting. Nami calmed her nerves, not wanting to show more of her anger to the princess of an entire country. Thank you for your time, princess. My colleagues will escort you back to the palace. No need, I know my way back. She smiled at the Marine captain and left. Now the Marine captain was obsessively tracking every known movement of Strawhat Luffy, but there was a change of plan. Smoker, she exclaimed. She dropped the den mushy she was just speaking on, slamming it shut. Yes, Captain. Smoker was quick to show up. We got word from the HQ. New Mark. Who? Asked the vice captain. Buggy the Clown. He seems to be making waves, causing enough trouble to get our immediate attention, said Captain Nami. Understood, replied Smoker. It did not take long for Nami to locate Buggy the Clown, as he was extremely novice in covering his track. Plus, Captain Nami had exceptional navigation skill, so good that she could predict where someone would go if they were like Buggy, who was just sloppy. Look here, men, we warrant the attention of Marines. I am starting to get famous, I see, exclaimed the boisterous Buggy the Clown, despite his true feelings being that of a terrified little girl. Buggy the Clown, you are under arrest. Nami had her perfect climate act at hand, Smoker right beside him along with armed Marine officers. Like I would ever be beaten by the likes of you. Buggy tried his best to act tough as he separated his body. Even though it was a good trick, Nami was quick to disperse of his act, causing a snowstorm. Buggy was literally freezing his pants as he was slow to float around with his separated body. Alvida, Kabaji, and Moji couldn't do a thing since Smoker cornered them. Buggy's crew was completely outmatched and easily defeated by Nami's division. As soon as they called their success to their superior, Nami received word that she would receive a promotion to Commodores for her work and efficiency. Smoker would also be promoted to captain, able to take his own division of Marines or remain with Nami. Smoker chose to stay with her. They felt something brewing. Why such quick promotion from taking in such low-class pirates? Something was definitely going on and they did not like it. Impel down. Checking in prisoner to level 2. Buggy the Clown, Iron Mace Alvida. The duo was escorted to their cells, unable to do anything but accept their fate. They were wondering how Kabaji and Moji were doing, most likely suffering as well in level 1. Suddenly, Buggy got a glimpse of somebody else, a new person getting checked into prison. It was none other than checking in prisoner for level 6. Porcas Diaz, said the jailer of Impel Down, Vice Warden Honeyapple. Authority rang through his actions as if he knew what he was doing. He held the man named Ace by his sea-stone cuffs, escorting him through the many levels of the underground prison. You're shit out of luck. Can't believe you got done in by Teach, your old subordinate. What shitty irony. Ace just held his head down, slowly making his way through hell, literal hell. Each floor was worse than the other, but he was used to the extreme weather. That didn't bother him as much as the prospect of possibly causing a war that he did not want. Knowing the old man, he knew they would try something to get him out. He didn't want that. He did not want to risk everyone's life for his own. Everyone would try to save him, he knew that much. Everyone is family. Jazu, Vista, Namor, Izo, Sanji, and everyone else. He knew those stubborn sons of bitches would come, even if he wanted them to stay away. Ace remembered Luffy, his silly little brother who he will leave behind because of his dumb decision. I'm sorry, little brother. They finally made it to the lowest level of the underground prison. There he was escorted to his own cell. Cries of other prisoners echoed in the air. Pure suffering was evident. Now rot in here, you damn pirate bastard, said Honeyapple, laughing as he got on the escalator to the top floor. Then moments passed. It must have been seconds or hours. He was just thinking to himself the whole time, unable to do anything else. He reflected on his battle with Teach, still kicking himself for going into the fight without prior knowledge of what the guy could do. Darkness absorbs everything, even devil fruit powers. How unlucky for Ace to fight someone that literally absorbs everything. Suddenly, a light approached his cell. A face of a monster was looking deep into his eyes. The man scoffed and glared at Ace. You are Porcas Diaz, the man said. Ace returned his look by also giving him the most hateful look he could muster. You still have some fight, I see. I am called Magellan, the warden of Impel Down. I just wanted to introduce myself and to let you know. The man grasped Ace's cell bar. The cell bar suddenly began to melt. The bar which the man touched was no more. Don't get any funny ideas. The man walked away, leaving Ace with nothing but darkness and the sound of tortured souls. In Fishman Island, brother, we have to go, exclaimed Deifuku as his genie was fighting Jazu to a standstill. He could not penetrate the man's diamond skin. Brother Zoro, we have to go. Oven repeated what Deifuku said, emphasizing on how important it was for them to leave. He was keeping Vista at bay, but the man was slowly getting closer and closer to him. The duo just found out from their sister, Bruli, that Mama was going on a rampage once again. Bruli was a devil fruit user who travels through mirrors and uses mirrors at her will, a convenient ability and a very powerful one. Looks like you're being summoned, said Sanji as he dodged Zoro's attacks. He was kicking the air strong enough that Sanji seemed to be walking on air. Zoro returned his weapon back to their hilt, closing his one good eye for a moment, taking a deep breath. I will definitely remember you. We shall meet again. Just like that, the Charlotte family entered a mirror which Deifuku was carrying and left the island. No traces of them could be found anywhere. Damn, just when it was getting good, said Jazu. We got a problem of our own. Ace has been captured, exclaimed Vista, reading the letter he received from a messenger bird who delivered the letter right after their battle. Ace has been captured. Let's return to Pops. Sanji's cigarette dropped from his mouth as his shock was genuine. The trio was able to ward off Big Mom's children, but now they could possibly lose one of their brothers. Somewhere in Skypia, the man could barely move a muscle. Breathing was a challenge, even blinking was difficult. The man who was once hailed as God laid on a medical bed barely hanging on to life. He could barely make out the people who was tending to his wounds. Thank goodness, you're finally conscious, said someone. He could recognize his voice, but he could barely remember anything. God Usopp is awake, everyone, exclaimed someone else, someone familiar. As the blurred vision cleared up, he could see his entire God's army surrounding him, all of which had a concerned look on their face. Satori, Shura, Jidatsu, everyone was there. He has never felt so relieved to see such familiar faces. Everyone was loyal to him, even though he treated everyone like crap. God Usopp, the Straw Hat Pirates have given Ganful the throne back. But they are gone and we have a chance to take it back. What do you think? Said I think. He was still searching his mind for answers. Memories of the battle emerged back in his mind. No, everyone was surprised by his answer, unable to believe that he did not want the throne. Then what now? Asked Shura. Good question. What now? The man who was once a god was beaten. He completely underestimated Monkey D. Luffy and it cost him. What now? He continued to ask himself, unable to find an answer. What was his goal all along? To find battles that would etch his name in history. That's why he wanted to go to the moon, to find worthy warriors that could match his strength. Fighting Luffy proved that he did not have to go to the moon. He could go down to the Blue Sea and find great battles there. Yes, that was what they will do. We will first repair the Arc Maxim and ensure that it can float ... for we are going down to the Blue Sea. Was God Usopp's proclamation. With the Straw Hat Pirates, we need a shipwright to repair our ship. Know anyone? The crew has landed on a place called Water 7, the place where all the best shipwrights were located. Everyone is a shipwright here, kid, replied a man who resembled a human puppet. His name was Kaku, a well-renowned man who worked for the Galley-like company. Yo boss, these kids are looking for a shipwright to repair their ship. Shut up, you're too loud. Hey everyone, my name is Iceberg. I own this company as well as the mayor of this great city. Welcome to Water 7 and I'm glad you chose the Galley-like company to oversee your repairs. Now let's start budget. How much money do you wish to spend? We don't have any, said Luffy. He was accompanied by Tashigi and Marco. Everyone else was out doing a little exploring. Then business is adjourned, see you guys later. Iceberg immediately left the trio to themselves, confusing them. A man with a well-trimmed beard and shades approached them. His aura reflected that of a strong person. The trio got suspicious, almost revealing their weapon. Show me to your ship, I may be able to help, said the man. Okay, let's go. Ever so carefree. Luffy agreed to accept the assistance of the stranger, leading him back to their ship. Tashigi and Marco hang back a little, watching the man's every move. They finally arrived to the Going Merry and the stranger went and touched the ship, inspecting everything about it. Your ship is dying, said the man. He knew by just touching the ship of its condition. Then fix her, said Luffy firmly. Look, if you want to help your ship, you have to send her off by fire. It's the only way, said the man. Like hell I would, Luffy replied, stubborn as ever. Luffy let it go. Going Merry can't go on any longer. As hard as it was for Tashigi to say, she could see the damages that Going Merry sustained, and she could tell that she was suffering. Everyone returned back to the ship. The whole crew was back together. Little did they know, a group of eyes were watching their every move. As the drama unfolded before them, a group of people were tailing the Straw Hat Pirates. All had one mission, to capture Trafalgar D. Law, interrogate him, and eliminate him. The group immediately dispersed. Their perfect disguise was immediately dropped as soon as their target was revealed. A smoke bomb was thrown at the ship, causing everyone to lose their senses. Even the new guy who gave them the bad news was passing out from the gas. Who the hell are you people? Exclaimed Luffy as he tried to fight them off. He looked around to see that his whole crew were lying face down on the floor. The effect of the gas was quick. Answer me. He held on a man's pants, trying his best to keep his grip, but the man kicked his feet out of the way. He could only distinctly remember his bird, a white bird to be precise. Hours later, Luffy was the first to wake up, jumping up to his feet with his fist raised. You bastards. But no one was there. The group that attacked them were gone. Ugh, what happened? Everyone else was slow to get up. Everyone okay? Luffy looked around making sure his crew was okay. Where's Law? Asked Enel. Yo Law, where the hell is Law? Exclaimed Luffy, his guts telling him those people that attacked them were a big part of this. I know who took your friend. They were my old coworkers, said the man. Luffy was on top of him as soon as he said he knew those people. You part of them too. Luffy readied his fist, almost punching the guy, but Katakuri held him back. Give the guy a chance, he knows something. Katakuri managed to calm their captain down. So talk, said Luffy. I recognized them. Those were Rob Lucci, Kaku, and Khalifa, but a couple of people I could not recognize. The man stretched his body, as he was stiff the whole time from being knocked out from the gas. And, asked Luffy, I don't know what they want with your friend, but one of them said something about returning to base ... to a nice lobby, said the man. That's a government facility, said Marguerite, familiar with the layout of the government system. It's full of Marines and high-ranking officers alike. I don't care, we're going there and we're going to get our doctor back, exclaimed Luffy. Aye, replied everyone, captain's orders. Everyone prepared themselves for the upcoming journey. Listen man, I know you just met me and all, but I think you might need someone to make sure your ship is up to standard. Everyone looked at him, causing the man to be a bit flustered. Well, what I'm trying to say is you need a shipwright, and I want answers to why those people I used to know would do something like that. So how about I join you guys and be a shipwright, at least for now. Okay, you are officially our shipwright, replied Luffy, smiling for a moment despite the serious situation. Wait, I mean only for now. The man tried to change the mind of the captain. Can it, newbie? He won't listen, said a laughing Enel. Katakuri, Tashigi, and Marco rolled their eyes. What's your name anyway? Asked Marguerite, another person who asked to join the Straw Hat Pirates. Well, the name is Virgo. Nice to meet everyone. The man with the well-trimmed mustache and shades greeted everyone, shaking their hands and hugging them. It was a good feeling to be part of something. This time, hopefully something real. Virgo, shipwright Straw Hat Pirates. Zerobury, in Dressrosa. Seems like somebody is late once again, said the man with a pink flamingo coat, sitting at the biggest throne in the room. Glad everyone else can make it on time. Trebol, Diamante, Pika. Trebol, Don Quixote Pirate Club. Diamante, Don Quixote Pirate Diamond. Pika, Don Quixote Pirate Spade. Of course, everyone said simultaneously. All took a seat on their respective chair. Trebol took a seat on the club chair. Diamante took the diamond seat while Pika took the spade seat, leaving only the heart seat. Now we're only missing ... Oh, glad for you to join us. Don Flamingo was not one to wait for anyone, but he was in a good mood today, as things was starting to steer up in the world. Don Quixote, Don Flamingo. Skibukai, glad to be here. The man bowed. His joint clicked metallically with each movement. I do apologize for being late as I was occupied with dealing with arena duties, said the cyborg, walking to his seat. He sat on the heart chair, completing Don Flamingo's most trusted people. I have summoned you because I am hearing of a possible revolt around my land. I want it silenced at once. His smile faded from his face as more serious talk followed. Trebol, make sure Sugar stays happy. She is key to our plans here in Dressrosa. Of course, she will always be protected by me, replied Trebol. Diamante, kill anyone that even utters the word revolt, and Pika, you will give him names of people that do. The duo nodded. Lastly, Cyborg Frankie, don't be late or I'll really kill you this time. The cyborg smirked, unable to hold himself since Don Flamingo always says something like this but never follows through. Cyborg Frankie, Don Quixote Pirate Heart. You must wonder why we took you Trafalgar D. Law. A man with an iron mask stood above him, looking down at him. My name is Spandam, the leader of the assassination group called Cypher Paul 9. I tell you this with confidence, since I tell you that you will spend the rest of your life in Impel Down, where you will rot till you die. He played with his sword, which happened to sound like an elephant. What do you want from me? Law managed to utter a couple of words despite being a little groggy. Don Quixote Corazon, name's familiar to you? Asked Spandam, causing a slight reaction from Law. Never heard of that name, he replied, turning his head to the side. Spandam hit him upside his head, causing him to spit out blood. I can make this quick and easy, or I can make this really difficult. Choose. Law looked directly at Spandam and spit in his face. Spandam immediately whipped his face and smacked Law once again. The hard way it is. Spandam had a sadistic smile under his mask. He was ready to torture the man for information on the whereabouts of Don Quixote Corazon. The Straw Hats traveled to Anai's lobby on the back of the dying Going Merry. With their last ride, they were able to grant Going Merry a final voyage. The crew docked at the gates of Anai's lobby, finding quickly that pirates were definitely not welcome. As their flag waved high, the Marines also noticed that they were approaching. The Straw Hat crew stood next to one another, each looking up at the giant marine base. Virgo and Marguerite decided to go up the tower and look for Law. Marco, Tashigi, and Katakuri backed up Luffy as he wreaked havoc in Anai's lobby. He was going to punch his way for answers. Unfortunately for Anai's lobby, the high-ranking officers were off on a trip to meet with other officials in an annual marine meeting. Enel noticed 9 people stood on top of the highest tower of Anai's lobby. He could make out Law in front of the group, hands tied behind his back, and he seemed to have been tortured. Luffy up top. Enel pointed at the top of the building. Luffy took notice and found his crewmate. Law, we're coming for you. Katakuri cleared a path in front of Luffy by creating a hard machai, throwing every marine out of the way. Enel struck everyone else who got in the way with lightning closely following Luffy. Tashigi was in front of the group while Marco flew above them. The group reached the top of the building across from where the 9 people stood along with Law's beaten-up body. Luffy stood in the middle of the group, looking up at the man with the top hat and bird on his shoulder. Then Katakuri was on his right, followed by Tashigi and Enel. To his left was Marco, then Virgo and Marguerite followed right away as soon as they noticed where the enemy were. Straw Hats, we are absolute justice, master of our craft. I am Spandam and we are called CP9, the greatest assassin group in the world. I know we need to stay secretive, but it doesn't matter since you all will die by end day. Spandam raised his hands, but Luffy had a better idea. I don't care who you are, I want my friend back, exclaimed Luffy. Damn, you're CP9. Right on cue, Marco threw one of his phoenix flames right at the flag of the marine base. Spandam was appalled by the decision of the Straw Hat to declare full war with the entire marine faction. Very well, take care of them. He gave the order as he had Nero drag Law by his cuffs, following Spandam back on top of the building. I will get the answer I want eventually, Trafalgar. Luffy was the first to charge, going directly for Rob Lucci, the obvious leader of the CP9 faction. Tashigi was attacked by Khalifa. They fell through the roof of the building, landing in one of the torture chamber of Anai's lobby. Marco was pulled through a door by a man by the name of Bluno. The Phoenix's first thought was what a useful ability. Katakuri was locked in a fist fight with Kaku. Virgo was against Kumadori, leaving Marguerite against Fukuro. Enel sat back as a man by the name of Jabra approached him. Enel versus Jabra. Finally, a worthy opponent. Enel twirled his staff. Electricity trickled from his body. So what do you want her name to be? Asked Jabra as he got on his fighting stance. Enel, what's it to you? Enel slammed his staff on the ground, causing lightning to drop on the spot. That name is going to look good in your gravestone. Jabra disappeared in a blur, appearing behind Enel. He threw a quick stab at his neck, but Enel was literally lightning, turning his body into pure electricity, momentarily shocking Jabra. The man jumped back, not wanting to stay too long in Enel's radius of attack. Don't you think it's enough game? I want to beat you when you're at full strength, Enel proclaimed as he had his staff on his side. Very well, as a member of CP9 we were granted access to devil fruit abilities. Mine just happened to be a useful one. Jabra began to transform into a man-wolf hybrid. Are you ready now? Jabra disappeared in thin air, reappearing once again in front of Enel, though this time he wasn't affected by the lightning as much as earlier. He was still stung by Enel's exterior shield, but he would continue his barrage, keeping Enel at his toe. You know, Jabra, for a very long time I was unmatched in singles battle, but you are making me feel blood boil through my body once more. He was deflecting most of Jabra's attack, but he was taking some damage. Luckily, his Thunder Loja form was able to absorb some of the damages. Glad to entertain you, but I'm here to kill you, not to dance with you. Jabra tried to puncture Enel's lung only to punch through thunder. Enel slammed his staff on the ground, slightly missing Jabra by mere inches. The aftershock that followed from his stock was enough to throw the wolf off guard. While off-balanced, Enel used this chance to channel electricity at the palm of his hands. It was nice doing battle with you. He slammed his palm at Jabra, causing both people to jump apart from one another. Like hell I would lose to the likes of you. Jabra emerged from Enel's strike with his arms crossed, protecting himself from the palm strike. He once again went on the offensive, using his strength and speed to attack Enel. Before Enel could have time to materialize back into solid form, Jabra would keep attacking him. Enel tried to think of something quick, but he was unable to create enough space to think. Jabra was quick, and he was thankful for finding a worthy opponent for him to reveal his ace. Enel discharged a large amount of energy, causing Jabra to jump back. Suddenly Enel grew 5 times in size, glowing as a pure form of electricity. He stomped at the ground, sending bolts of lightning all over the place. This is my final attack, I guarantee it. Enel once again had his palm ready, slamming it right at where Jabra stood. I accept your death wish. Jabra met Enel's palm with both of his fists. A struggle ensued with a lot of smoke covering the entire battlefield. Moments later, Enel was revealed to be on one knee while Jabra remained on his feet. Damn, said Enel as he felt a bit wobbly, using his entire energy in one move. His trump card was his Amaru form, which he could only hold for a few seconds, thus only able to use one of his big attacks. It seems that I low. Suddenly Jabra fell flat on his face, losing to Enel of the Straw Hat Pirates. Well then, wonder how everyone else is doing. Marguerite versus Fukuro. Boy, where did you go, pretty lady? Fukuro was rampaging through rooms trying to locate the woman through the rooms of Anai's lobby. But like a giant game of cat and mouse, Marguerite has made it a mission to attack with her bow and arrow, then run away from the giant zipper mouth guy. Looks like he's not all that much trouble, thought Marguerite as she weaved through the unknown marine base. Marguerite was originally from Amazon Lily, an island full of women. Her path of curiosity got her lost in her search for answers. She got in one of the marine ships that was visiting their island. Then she got off on an island called Alabasta, where she impressed the former tyrant, Crocodile. She was far superior in skill compared to Crocodile's other men, so she was immediately brought up in ranks. The pinnacle of her experience with the Baroque works was when she was named Miss All Sunday. She didn't care too much for title after all, but it was nice to get recognized. Unfortunately for Crocodile, she had no ambition to overtake an entire kingdom. All she wanted was answers to her questions, that was it. Being born in Amazon Lily, they were forbidden to make contact with the outside world, especially to men. As soon as the Straw Hats were making a fool of Crocodile's plot, Marguerite was intrigued enough to the point that she decided it was going to be fun to join them. Here you are. The green-haired zipper mouth guy finally caught up with her. Though oblivious to him, she planned this all along. She was just running to tire out the guy. Oh no, you caught me, she said half-assed, causing Fukuro to get even more pissed off. I was going to let you off, seeing as you're the weakest of them all, you know. But now I'm really going to kill you. Fukuro disappeared in thin air. And despite being a big guy, he got the jump on Marguerite, appearing in front of her and throwing an uppercut. Marguerite received the attack but protected herself with her arms. She was sent flying in the sky but landed gracefully on both feet. Fukuro would continue to try to attack her, but Marguerite was dodging each of his attacks. That all you got? Asked the Amazon, as she yawned, weaving through his attack. Here I go. She was finally done messing around and went on offense. She caught his hands mid-punch and threw him back to create some space between them. Then she pulled 3 arrows from her quiver, launching them at Fukuro in rapid succession. Then she pulled another arrow and aimed it in the air, completely predicting that Fukuro would dodge by jumping upwards. Fukuro did as she expected, but he used his quickness to swipe the arrows from midair and threw it back at her. She grabbed her arrows back in midair, adding 2 more for a total of 5. Then she launched them at Fukuro. The CP9 member attempted to catch the arrows once more, but they passed through his hands, hitting him at a much faster rate than earlier. This caught him by surprise, causing 4 of the 5 arrows to be etched on his, forming a line from his shoulder to his hip. Fukuro was on his back from getting hit by so much in such little time. What was even more surprising was her bow turned out to be a real snake, wrapping itself around Marguerite's body. She pointed her arrow at Fukuro's fallen body. Last words, I lost, Fukuro said before passing out. She smiled to herself, glad that she laced her arrow tips with nerve poison. Fukuro should be out for a while. Okay, where do I go? She twirled a golden key in her hands. It was probably going to be important for later. Virgo versus Kumadori. So tell me, how do you do that with your hair? Virgo was blocking Kumadori's hair punches. It was definitely an odd power, but quite useful. I am a hermit. I have full control of my body function, but I prefer to use my hair as primary weapon. The hermit twirled his primary weapon, a staff called Kakara. He slammed it where Virgo stood, hitting nothing but the concrete floor, shattering the ground. Your ability is fascinating. Virgo removed his giant white coat. Unfortunately for you, I am going to show you why they call me the Demon Bamboo. Kumadori ignored what he was saying and launched his hair at him once again. Though this time Virgo was fighting back rather than dodging, meeting all of his attack with his fist. Kumadori winced in pain as his hair met with Virgo's fist, covered in black substance. Who the hell are you? Asked Kumadori. His voice was shaking from fear. I'm Virgo the Demon Bamboo, shipwright of the Straw Hat Pirates, he said as his black shades glimmered from a small light that entered the room. Demon Bamboo. Kumadori was even more scared now as the name was familiar throughout the entire Marine force. This was a man regarded so powerful that it was run at first sight and gather back up before engaging. What are you doing with these straw hats? I wanted a quiet life since the incident, but I can't be granted even that. These people gave me hope once again. For a man who lost everything, I believe that I have found lifelong friends with them. Strawhat Luffy has that sort of influence, I suppose. He finally revealed his signature bamboo staff, turning it into pure black as well. Only a true man will reveal his story to an enemy. I suppose I can't turn tail now. Be ready for this, demon. Kumadori gathered all of his energy to his core, launching his strongest attack at Virgo. His hair kept punching him while he swung his staff where Virgo stood unmoving, receiving all of the attack. His clothes ripped as Kumadori continued his assault. But the man felt chills run down his spine as without clothes, Virgo was revealed to be covered in full black all over his body. What the hell? Game over. Virgo slammed his bamboo right at Kumadori's face, effectively knocking him out, sending through walls, stopping only after going through the 5th room. Virgo noticed a golden key on the floor, picking it up. This must be important, he said, smiling to himself. These people are something else, making me believe in them again. Marco versus Bluno. I refuse to fight. Marco kept his arms crossed as Bluno bounced around from wall to wall, showing his speed. Unfortunately for you, I have direct orders. Bluno continued to speed up, causing the air to stir all over the place. I have to hurry this up, I'm warning you. Marco lifted one finger. You get one move. Bluno accepted the invitation, disappearing through a door and appearing in another door above Marco. He still maintained the momentum he built up from bouncing all over the place, having the full speed he gathered and power he has. Bluno punched Marco on the top of his head, causing the floor which Marco stood on to crack from the sheer impact. Bluno stood in front of Marco, surprised that he was still standing. Passed out, I see. Well, your cockiness was your end. I wasn't being cocky. Marco's head was bleeding, but he looked up directly at Bluno. Half his face was burning a blue and yellow flame. I told you one. Marco disappeared, turning into his full phoenix form, his wings outstretched, flying gracefully and at full speed towards the doorman. Bluno had no time to even use any of his techniques, as within moments, his stomach was caught within the wings of the phoenix. Marco took Bluno in the air, taking the air right out of him. Then as he got high enough, Marco dropped Bluno at full speed until he hit cement. He reverted back to his human form, messing with his hair a little bit. Technically one attack right. Marco walked away, leaving a passed-out Bluno deep in the crater from the impact they created. Katakuri versus Kaku. I don't think you will be any match for me, said Katakuri, crossing his arms as he stood in front of Kaku, who was ready for battle. This may be true, may not be, but I'm not letting you get away without a scratch. Kaku was the first to make a move, immediately turning into a giraffe-human hybrid. He drew his two giant chisel and attacked Katakuri, slicing him cleanly. But Katakuri was able to reform his sliced body as he took the form of Machai. No chance at all, don't make me repeat myself. Katakuri was just toying with Kaku. He knew how to end this battle quickly, move on and rejoin with everyone else. But he got to give credit when credit is due. Kaku was a hard worker, skilled in many craft in battle. Again, it doesn't matter to me, I fight till the end. Kaku continued his attacks despite not gaining any ground. Katakuri visibly sighed and lifted his right hand, turning it into a giant hard Machai. Well, I'm glad I met such a strong spirit such as yourself. Katakuri dropped the hard Machai on top of Kaku. The man was unable to dodge or do anything as the Katakuri was much faster than him, and stronger too. Kaku had no choice but accept his untimely defeat. For being the best assassination unit in the entire Marine Force, he sure wasn't ready to face such a strong opponent. With this as his last thought, Kaku passed out in defeat. Katakuri made his way to meet up with the others. Tashigi talking to Kalifa. You're a smart woman. That I am. Sexual harassment. Right. Well, you know how this battle ends, I suppose. Gross sexual harassment. So just give me the key. That's for sure sexual harassment. Never mind, I got it. Tashigi twirled a golden key in her hand. They have been talking since the duo met one-on-one to battle. A simple hit on the back of her neck was enough to cause Kalifa to pass out. Element of surprise. She chuckled to herself. What a quick fight. She didn't really want to hurt the poor secretary, not knowing the full power of Kalifa. Luffy versus Lucci. The battle was the same as manga, anime. Luffy was caught by Katakuri before falling on the ground. Oi, Captain, you took a beating, huh? He was a strong bastard, Luffy said with a smile. Let's go save Law. With Law, still nothing, huh? Said Spandam, continuing the torture of Law. The man, despite being broken physically and mentally, launched his body at Spandam, body slamming him to the ground. This caused Nero to get up quickly from his chair and got Law off of Spandam. He punched him a couple of times to beat his new strength out of him. Law began to laugh. The duo thought that the man finally lost it. Wanna know where Corazon is? He stood up. Despite having the cuff on his back, Law was able to get up. I killed him, he said, and suddenly Spandam and Nero had their bodies separated into pieces. They were within Law's room. How the hell? Exclaimed the scared Spandam as he floated all over the room. Missing something, you shits. He twirled the key to the cuffs in his hands. The sea stone shackle dropped on the floor. You got it when you jumped on me, exclaimed Spandam. Now stay. Law dropped his room, putting Spandam's body on random object. Nero as well. He made sure they couldn't move anywhere. Where'd you put my Kikoku? Yo, you got yourself out. Virgo was the first to arrive and meet up with Law. The duo made their way through the compound trying to locate his weapon. Here you guys are. Wow, lots of cool stuff here. Marguerite found the duo as they entered the weapon vault of the Marine. Alright, got it. Let's get out of here. The trio made their way to the nearest exit, finding Marco and Tashigi. Hey, there they are. You're telling me you got yourself out, exclaimed Tashigi as she held a golden key in her hands. It was pretty easy, just had to time it where they were not on their guard, answered Law as the Straw Hat crew was finally starting to take back their original number. Hey sup guys. Katakuri had Luffy in his arms. Anybody see Enel? I'm here, you bastards. That fight took a lot out of me. Enel appeared before them in a bolt of lightning. Hate to break it to you guys though, but hundreds of marine ship are coming this way. It's a buster call. It has to be since they are sending hundreds of marine ship. Virgo was sure of it. The hell is that, Virgo? Asked Luffy. It's a full-blown assault by marines, endlessly launching millions of cannonball, obliterating an island until nothing is left of it. This time Law answered, knowing full well that these are clear-cut signs of a buster call. We got to get out of here. Marguerite panicked, looking around. They were on top of Anai's lobby, no clear signs of possible escape. Jump! A voice echoed in everyone's head. Did you guys hear that? Everyone began looking around. Tashigi was wondering who spoke to her. Jump! Trust me. Luffy looked down in the ocean, then looked back to his friends, giving them the biggest grin. See you guys down there. Luffy jumped. Luffy, what the hell? Exclaimed Tashigi, always the rationale one. Captain's orders. Katakuri immediately followed. Then Marco, Marguerite, Law, Virgo, leaving Tashigi with Enel. See y'all on the other side. Enel jumped, leaving Tashigi to herself. Screw it. Tashigi was the last to jump, despite her trust on Luffy. This was probably the dumbest move of his entire existence. To her surprise, she landed on a deck, a familiar deck at that. Tashigi, get us out of here. Luffy stood in front of the ship, his arms crossed as he had a grim look on his face. Everyone else were taking their usual position, for they were aboard the Going Merry. Once more. Please hurry, I don't have long. Tears filled Tashigi's eyes, as Going Merry saved their life, sacrificing her own life to get them out of the mess they got themselves into. Aye, Captain, replied Tashigi, steering the Going Merry for the last time, returning back to Water 7. Returning back to Water 7, they were immediately housed by Iceberg, who hid them from the prying marines. Going Merry had her final journey, this time as her real last journey. Going Merry began to fall apart before being able to dock in Water 7. She was given a proper funeral as per Virgo's instruction. The Straw Hats watched as Going Merry sailed her final sail, disappearing in the distance in blazing glory. Give me 2 days. I will build you a ship for your future journeys in the Grand Line and the New World. I guarantee it, said Virgo beside Luffy, who was still looking at the distance where Going Merry was last seen. You mean our future journey? Luffy said. Welcome to the Straw Hats, Virgo. The group all welcomed the new shipwright by patting him in the back, shaking his hands, and hugging him. Glad to be here, Virgo replied with a smile, one he hasn't had in his face in a long time. Back in Anai's lobby before the buster call. Let's get out of here, Bluno. Kaku and Jabra held Lucci in their shoulders, helping him up. Got it, everyone here. Bluno looked around and found Khalifa, Kumadori, Nero, and Fukuro. They even took Funkfried as he was left behind by Spandam. I'm going to kill Spandam, was all Lucci could murmur. Yeah, get in line, buddy, said Kaku, carrying Lucci through the door Bluno created. We weren't shit to them, weren't we? Just a bunch of assassins who can disappear without anyone remembering us, said Nero, saying out loud what everyone was thinking. This is how the world works, replied Khalifa. True to his promise, Virgo summoned the Straw Hats to meet with him on Dock 9, where they will meet their new ship that will take them through the Grand Line and ultimately One Piece. Everyone ready? Asked Tashigi. Always one following the schedule she sets for everyone. Enel and Marco were playing chess, unaware of their surroundings. Law was reading a book while Marguerite tried to bother him. Luffy and Katakuri were talking to one another about something, laughing amongst themselves. Oh my god, no one is ready to go, exclaimed Tashigi. The group stopped what they were doing and looked at her. Let's go, Virgo is waiting. Suddenly, Polly knocked their door open, panting heavily. He took a second to catch his breath. Marine Vice Admiral Garp is here. Then an old man punched Polly to the ground, knocking him out. Oh, look here. How you doing, Luffy? Asked the old man. The Straw Hat Pirates looked between one another, confused at the old man's familiarity. Sup, Gramps, replied Luffy, causing everyone to be shocked. I told you to be a Marine. Now you're causing a mess, destroying Anai's lobby at that. Garp balled his fist and punched Luffy in the head, giving him a nasty bump. Oh, that wasn't my fault. That was that shithead Spandam, exclaimed Luffy in his defense. Spandam, you say? I know that little coward. I guess I can see that happening. Okay then, since you are family, I'll give you a 5-second head start. Ready? The group froze. They felt the man's power. His will was imposed in all of them. This was the power of Marine Vice Admiral Garp. Monkey D. Garp, Marine Vice Admiral. 1. Luffy was the first to run from his first count, knowing full well the power of his grandfather. Well, look at that, they're all gone. Let's go hunting for some pirates, boys, exclaimed Garp after the 5th count. The Straw Hat crew swiftly made their way to Dock 9, where Virgo had a whole presentation to show them. Hello everyone, this is the ship I built, exclaimed Virgo, but everyone ran past him, manning their station. Huh? Asked the confused Virgo. Let's go, Virgo, my grandpa is coming, said Luffy, sweating bullets as he watched everyone get in position. "What's so scary about your grandfather?" asked Virgo, chuckling to himself. Then he felt a monster's presence in his back. Sweat suddenly began to run down his spine as he shook in fear. He slowly turned around to see a giant man with a dog helmet on his head. He immediately remembered who this man was. One of the monsters of the Marines, his teacher. "Oi, Virgo, better take care of my grandson," the old man said with a wink before punching Virgo to the ship. The rest of the Marine caught up with Garp, his arms crossed as he watched his grandson sail away. "Oh no, they're getting away," Garp said, smiling to himself, glad to see that Luffy was okay. "Be safe, boy." A few hours later, "Think we're good?" asked Law, who still felt the presence of the strong Marine Vice Admiral. "We should be fine. I created about a day's journey of distance between us and Water 7. You see, this new ship that Virgo built is extremely fast and easy to maneuver," exclaimed Tashigi, happy about their new ship. "Thanks, I made sure it was perfect in every way possible," Virgo replied. The group sat around a fire which burned bright in the middle of the deck, finally having a chance to warm their body from the frantic escape. It was starting to get dark and everyone seemed to be drawn to the fire. "Her name is Iron Maiden, after my dear beloved." He trailed off. His eyes showed that he was hurting inside. Marguerite touched his hands and gave him a smile. "What happened?" she asked. "I met her in the academy, for you see, I used to be a Marine captain. She was beautiful, the only one to rival my skills and precision. Her nickname was the Iron Maiden, for she was the wielder of the elemental devil fruit metal. Once we were well established with the Marines, we were trusted with even more secrets. Things we couldn't believe was happening within the shitty organization. Slave trade, bribery, rape, murder, kidnapping, covered up by the Marine to protect their precious celestial dragons." He paused for a moment, memories of the past returning to him once again. "Once we had enough. We tried to report to our higher-up, but we were dismissed from service. We settled down in a small part of Water 7. Only to find my dear beloved dead in her sleep. I don't know how it happened. I don't know who did it, but all I know is that she was killed, and I will find answers eventually. I remained in Water 7, dying on the inside day by day until I met you lot. Thank you for telling us that, Virgo. Do you feel better?" asked Marguerite. "Yeah, it feels good to tell other people for once. Probably the main reason why I wasn't opposed to joining you guys. You just all seem like one big family that I want to be part of." "Of course, you are our nakama. We'll do anything for you," replied Luffy with a giant grin in his face. "I like that. Glad to be your friends," Virgo said with a smile. "I'm sorry guys I got you in my mess." Law suddenly spoke, surprising the group. "What do you mean?" "Nothing to be sorry about," said Katakuri, wondering what Law meant. "We would have helped you no matter what you know. Again, you're our friend," said Marco as he continued Katakuri's words. "Well, I still feel like you all need to know what happened. Why they were after me," said Law. "What is this? Story time?" joked Enel, causing chuckles from everyone. "So I was taken by CP9 since they wanted to know the whereabouts of my good friend Don Quixote Rocinante. He was my liberator when I was younger, who happened to be the brother of Donna Quixote Don Flamingo, and an ex-Marine commander. He was eventually found out to be spying on Don Flamingo and was going to be executed. Luckily, I obtained my power on time, got him out of there on time. We ran from there as quickly as we can, but we were separated since Rocinante protected me from an incoming attack. He threw me on a ship that happened to be traveling towards Drum Island. Well, I don't know what happened to him. Ever since, I've never heard from him again. We'll find your friend. Seems like a stand-up guy," replied Luffy. "Thanks, Captain," he said, really starting to feel at home with the Straw Hat crew. "Now let's go on our next adventure." "Aye, Captain." A few days later, they were in the middle of a battle with none other than... "What's the plan, Captain?" Katakuri was dusting his clothes, slowly recovering from being thrown by their giant enemy. "If I may, I suggest we create a plan that will surprise him," said Enel, who was on his feet, waiting for their captain's command. "I say leave him to me. I got a bone to pick with the bastard, stealing my shadow," said Tashigi as she fumed in anger. "I got nothing." Marco shrugged and looked at Law, who seemed to have the same look as him. "Me either," the doctor said. "I think we should attack it with everything we got," suggested Marguerite, the second newest member of the Straw Hat Pirates. "If you hit him repeatedly in the stomach, the shadow he absorbed will be released and returned to the original owners," said the woman with pigtails, floating aimlessly in the air. Her two ghost puppets circled her as she glided with a parasol in hand. "Thanks, Perona. Boy, am I glad you're on our side," said Luffy with a giant grin on his face. Luffy cracked his knuckles, smiling at the giant Mariah before him. "Let's go." Gecko Moria. Skibukai. Luffy was the first to launch an attack, punching Moria right in the gut. The giant spat out a few shadows, not really bothered by the first strike. Moria tried to use his dual blade to cut Luffy, only to be stopped by both Law and Tashigi, each stopping a blade with their own swords. Marco was in the air, spinning in the air and building momentum before axe-kicking Moria in the head. The now dizzy Moria was able to grab Marco by the legs, only to feel another strike in his gut. This time Enel hit him with his lightning palm strike, causing more shadows to escape his hold. Marco got free from his grip and unleashed a stream of jet blue flames directly at the Skibukai. Katakuri and Virgo wanted in on the action too, taking turns on Moria's leg, causing the giant Skibukai to lose his footing. Katakuri wrapped his right leg with sticky mochi before hardening it, completely taking his right leg from the battle, while Viro kept hitting the man's legs with his full black armor including his bamboo weapon. Marco was swatted out of the sky by Moria. Then he kicked out of the mochi trap and kicked Katakuri and Virgo away. Tashigi was losing in her battle with Moria's blade as she was getting pushed backwards. Law didn't have any luck either. Enel continued to assault his gut while Moria was occupied elsewhere. Though it wasn't working quick enough, the group suddenly felt like they couldn't win this fight. Everyone felt this except Luffy, who jumped in front of everybody, a giant fist behind him. Gamu Gamu no. He threw his giant fist, causing Moria to take a couple of steps back. But it was too late as Luffy's giant fist collided with Moria's stomach. Elephant gun. His fist collided with Moria's stomach, causing thousands of shadow to escape the body of the Skibukai. Moria was utterly and completely defeated by the Straw Hat crew, all because of the betrayal of Perona and the sheer will of Straw Hat Luffy. "We did it," screamed Luffy, falling on his back. Everyone else either took a knee or remained standing, exhausted from their adventures. And Perona, "Thank you for helping us out." "No problem, I didn't like that guy anyway, always so creepy and bossy," replied Perona, sticking her tongue out at the fallen Moria. "What can you do anyway?" asked Luffy, determining what her official title will be. "Well, I can phase through walls. I can summon ghosts that can affect people's mood. That's all I know of my powers so far." "Alright, I know now. You can be our official spy. Someone who can gather information on enemies before we get there." "Sweet, I can do that. Welcome to the Straw Hat Pirates," everyone said with a smile. Perona, Straw Hat Pirates spy, 40 million berry, in the Wano Kingdom. "Wohohoho," said a giant man as he drank a giant flask. "The only one I know to not give me bullshit." The man slammed his drink on the ground, causing the earth to tremor. A man with a giant fur coat and a unique afro twirled his cane in hand, laughing along the giant man before him. "I'm not one to fear anything. You should know this by now, Kaido." "Kaido, Yonkou, right. The only person I have in my crew that isn't a damn animal." He drank from his flask again. The man named Kaido caused people to pass out just by being near him. He was apparently so bored of the norm that he tried to kill himself on multiple occasions, just to keep his life interesting. "I want war, fighting. I want you to start something, Brook. I want chaos in this world again." "Sure thing, boss. What right-hand man will I be if I wasn't doing your bidding?" Brook was a skeleton who wore a giant fur coat and twirled his cane walking out of the room. Kaido threw his flask at Brook, where the skeleton cut the flask cleanly right down the middle. His cane was an actual sword emitting cold air from his strike. "Wohohoho, you haven't lost a step," exclaimed the Yonko. "I would never." With that, the right-hand man of Kaido exited the room, thinking to himself how to start a war. Brook, right hand of beast pirates, 890 million berry. In Marineford, "That is final," exclaimed Marine Fleet Admiral Sengoku, the most righteous man in the entire Marine force. "Yes, sir," exclaimed the high-ranking Marine officers in the room. A man with a dog head dress entered the room, pushing through the guards that was stationed outside the office. "Sengoku, what is the meaning of this?" "Fleet Admiral, that is what you address me." "And Vice Admiral Garp, I didn't expect your swift return." "Cut the shit. Why do you have people guarding your office? Something I need to know." The other Marine officers were escorted out, leaving Garp and Sengoku by themselves. No more formalities needed to be followed, just two old friends speaking with one another. "Calm down, Garp. I got orders from the higher up. This better not be about." "Garp, Ace is going to be executed in a week's time." Garp froze up, unable to move a muscle. That boy was like a son to him. He watched him grow up along with his grandson, and he harbored love for the young man. "Damn it, Ace, you should have been a damn Marine," Garp murmured to himself. Sengoku stood his ground despite knowing what was going to follow. Garp vented his frustration at the wall, punching it with all his might. This caused the wall to dissipate along with a large area around it. His anger could not be contained. "It is our duty, Garp." "Shut up, Sengoku." With that, Garp made his way out of the room, breaking Sengoku's office door along the way, causing cracks on the floor with each step he took. "Damn it, Ace." Bonus chapter. Straw Hats get a reunion just for fun. Semi-canon. Bonus. "Alright, who the hell are you people?" exclaimed Luffy. He must be stuck in some crazy dream because he was in front of the giant Moria once again with a group of different people. Some familiar faces, some were pure strangers, but they all seemed to know each other. "Mujiwara, strange to see you here," said God Usopp. "The hell? Notorious pirates at my fingertips, you're all under arrest," exclaimed Vice Admiral Nami. "I refuse," said a human reindeer hybrid staring at the robot in front of him. Both seemed to know one another. Tony Chopper, the cyborg said. Cyborg Frankie, replied the reindeer. They were staring intently at one another, seemingly trying to kill each other with their looks. Ah, Charlotte Zoro, surprised to see you here, wherever here is, said the blonde man, smoking his cigarette. Then smoke Sanji. Pleasure, replied Zoro. Strange. The Skibukai Robin was trying to use her ability to track where she was, but it seems that they were all trapped in a cube-like shape, forcing them to stay in this permanent area. Anyone want to tell me what's going on? Said the Skeleto with an afro. The name is Brook. Can I see your panties? He said to Nami, who smacked him upside the head. This caused hearts to flutter in the eyes of Sanji. You are a beauty to behold. Please marry me, exclaimed the man. Like hell. Nami also slammed her fist on the head of the blonde man. So everyone seems to know each other, said God Usopp, surveying the area. We seem to be stuck in some unknown reality, most likely created by an outside force from our own. Seems like it, replied Robin. The giant Moria tried to punch the group only to be stopped by a giant robot. Shogun Frankie, at your service, the robot said, throwing Moria's fist backwards. Back off, cyborg. Chopper grew from a normal-size human into a giant monster within seconds. His transformation was a sight to behold. This one's mine. Chopper wrestled with Moria, becoming the same size as him. So what do we do now? Asked the skeleton with the afro named Brook. I'm afraid I must get back to my boss. Tough luck, skeleton. Looks like we're stuck here for the time being, replied Sanji, throwing his cigarette on the floor and putting it out with his foot. Who you fighting anyway? My boss Kaido, replied Brook, shocking everyone. You're Kaido's right-hand man, exclaimed Luffy. Yes, what's so strange about that? Asked Brook. Well, I'm going to beat him up. Is that so? HMM, we'll see about that, replied Brook with a smile. Anyone representing the Yonko Shanks then? Asked Zoro. That's my friend, what of it? Replied Luffy. Robin and Nami gave each other a look, snickering to themselves. Here stood a representative of the four Yonko. Big Mom's son Zoro, Whitebeard's first division captain Sanji, Shanks' friend Luffy, and Kaido's teacher Brook. Nothing, just fascinating stuff, said Zoro. Sanji dropped the cigarette that was in his mouth and stepped on it. Oi, let's go kill this bastard Moria. Maybe he's the key out of this mess. Yeah, I don't think this is the answer, said Frankie, who was standing on his Shogun armor along with a giant monster chopper beside him. Moria just keeps regenerating. It's as if we have requirements we need to meet in order to get out of this mess. Robin was observing in the distance. The hell do I care? Luffy charged at Moria, unleashing his giant elephant pistol. But the giant just restored back to normal and resumed its assault. Moria isn't even talking. Is he deaf or something? Asked Sanji. It seems that Moria is unresponsive to pain, communication, or anything, God Usopp observed as he tried to communicate with the Skibukai. Get out of my way. Let me try something. Sanji's legs flared up a red color. Diable jam again, same result. My attack didn't work either. Zoro sheathed his three swords, knowing already that if he tried his attack, it would be the same outcome. The power of advanced observation Haki. I already tried. Shogun Frankie shrugged his giant shoulder, taking a step back from Moria. Me too, damn it. The monster chopper sat down on the ground, pissed off at their current predicament. Robin attempted to choke her fellow Skibukai with the same exact result. Nami attempted to kill Moria by using her perfect climb attack, sending bolts of shock through his system. Same result. Luffy was getting pissed off, standing in front of the entire group. Alright, follow my lead. He stood in front of them, leading the way. Everyone had no complaints. Monkey D. Luffy the captain, Charlotte Zoro the first mate, then Smoke Sanji the chef, God Usopp the sniper, Vice Admiral Nami the navigator, Tony Chopper the doctor, Nico Robin the archaeologist, Cyborg Frankie the shipwright, Soul King Brook the musician. Then, suddenly, Luffy woke up from his nap, looking around to see Katakuri and Enel talking to each other. Great, I'm back. What a strange dream. What did I even dream about again? Everyone else had a similar reaction, forgetting about their dream and resuming on their lives. In Marineford, Dracula Mihawk, Gecko Mariah, Boa Hancock, Bartolomeu Kuma, Nico Robin, Don Quixote, Don Flamingo, Jinbei, and Sir Crocodile. Welcome to Marineford, said Sengoku, standing in front of the group before him. What is this about? Asked Mihawk, sitting at the corner of the room. Marshal D. Teach has caught Portgas Diaz, one of Whitebeard's commander. We have announced his execution taking place in 3 days. I have summoned you all because I believe that Whitebeard will come to try and save him, so I am mustering the full force we can muster. Huh, what a time to be alive, exclaimed Don Flamingo. I'm in send a bird next time for this sort of things. With just that, Don Flamingo jumped out of the room. I'm in too, just tell me when. Crocodile exited the room, smiling to himself. The world government has yet to learn of his allegiance with the Strawhat Grandfleet, and the whole mess with Alabasta was covered up in order to cover his name and status. Just the thought of it made him chuckle, especially Moria, who almost lost his position but was also protected by the government. Everyone else started to filter out of the room. not waiting for Sengoku to finish. Damn, Sabayati Archipelago. So this is Sabayati Archipelago. Tashigi stretched her legs, glad to finally have made it to their destination. The group docked on the 41st dock, pointing out to everybody that they need to return to it by sundown. Alright, let's go explore this island. Wanna walk around with me? Let's go survey some weapons they have here, Law said to Marguerite, Tashigi and Enel, who all agreed. Virgo decided to stay on the ship to look for someone to help him code it. In order to travel to Fishman Island, Katakuri stayed with him. Luffy wanted to eat some meat, and Marco just decided to follow Luffy. Perona was left with a predicament but ultimately joined with Luffy and Marco. Alright, I wonder how much it costs to code a ship. Virgo began by asking the nearby stores on their dock, while Katakuri remained on the ship to watch it. Unfortunately, nobody was giving him a fair price, causing Virgo to get a bit angry. With Law, Tashigi, Marguerite, and Enel, looks like they only sell imitation here, Law said out loud as he dropped another fake sword back on its rack. Seems like it. Marguerite was observing a nice-looking bow and arrow, but nothing would replace her pet snake, which acted as her weapon. Oi, you fooling us with these cheap-ass parlor tricks. Tashigi slammed her fist at the vendor's table. He did not budge though as he gave her a death stare. Look here, woman, I'm just here to make a profit. If you don't like my product, don't buy it, said the vendor. What did you say, you little? Tashigi almost pulled her weapon, but a man stopped her from drawing her weapon. I'll take these. The man with the X mark on his chin, giving the vendor some money. Who the hell are you? Enel grabbed the man by his shoulders, signaling for the man to back off from Tashigi. Law had his fingers ready in case he had to use his ability, while Marguerite had one of her hands and her arrow. Don't start trouble here in Sabayati. We're mere hours from a large marine base. Just a friendly reminder. The man removed Enel's hands and his shoulder and walked away from the group. Who the hell was that joker? Said Enel, still fuming up. Ex-Drake, a former marine. Don't want to cross paths with him if I were you. Chances are 30% success rate. At least that's my prediction, said another man who happened to pass by the scene. The man had floating tarot cards in front of him. He had a carefree expression. Why are we bumping into a bunch of clowns? Said Tashigi. 11. That's how many pirates you guys need to beware of. I am Basil Hawkins, a friend, so you need to worry about 10. The weird prediction guy walked away, leaving the quartet more confused than ever. They decided to get some drinks after the events in the shop, but suddenly one conversion got their ears perked up. Basil Hawkins is one of those dubbed Supernova 11. He has a bounty of 249 million berry, said a random bar person. I know, then there's X-Drake. He has a bounty of 222 million berry. These pirates are just flocking in one by one. Tell me about it. Then don't get me started on Capone Budget with 149 million berry, Jewelry Bonnie with 140 million berry, Yurge the Mad Monk with 108 million berry, Scratchman Apu with 198 million berry, Killer with 162 million berry, and Katakuri with 199 million berry. You can't forget about the monsters up top. Eustace Kid, who kills everyone in sight no matter the situation. 315 million berry. I know. Then there's Mugiwara Luffy with 250 million berry bounty. Finally, the monster Chopper with a bounty of 320 million berry. The most notorious of the group. Tashigi, Marguerite, Law, and Enel all looked at one another, laughing at what they just found out. It was not because the island was full of monster bounties. It was because Luffy and Katakuri had their bounties increased once again. Looks like Captain's getting famous, said Law, downing a drink, getting a new glass. We're one step closer to One Piece. Marguerite raised her glass. Cheers. Enel raised his glass along with everyone else. Oi Tashigi, you got fans over there. Enel looked at a table across from them. A bunch of muscular guys were giving her the death glare. Tashigi recognized one of the guys with the group. It was none other than the merchant from earlier. Hold my glass. Tashigi got up, approaching their table. Got something to say, punk? The merchant stood up, his friends rallying up behind him. They must have been 25 men, but Tashigi didn't back off. As a matter of fact, I do, replied the merchant. But this time Enel, Marguerite, and Law backed Tashigi up, knowing where this argument was going to lead. Is that so? Tashigi saw that the merchant reached for his sword, so he blocked him from drawing it. Then he slapped him across the face, causing his teeth to fly out from his mouth. The bar was in a frenzy. Drinks were flying. Fist was getting thrown. Chairs were being broken. It was a full-blown bar fight. Not too bad. Law just threw one of the merchant's friend across the bar, entertained that the people they were fighting weren't pushovers. Despite their experience, they were no much for the Straw Hats, especially a pissed-off Tashigi. It's boring, Law. Don't flatter these bums. Enel made quick work of two people by slamming his staff on their faces. Marguerite nodded her head in agreement as she used her agility to weave through the many people in the bar and hit them on the back of the head with her bow. It only took a moment before everyone in the bar was knocked out, except the 4 Straw Hat members. That was fun, said Marguerite, jumping in delight. Let's get out of this dump. Wonder how everyone else is doing. With Luffy and Marco. Oi, do you have any? Luffy's words trailed off as an auction was happening before him. There was a mermaid in a tank while an auctioneer was trying to beef up her price. Marco finally caught up with Luffy to see what he was seeing. "Yo, Captain." It was too late as Luffy began to take steps down to the stage. A familiar face intervened. It was Kaku of the CP9. "Mugiwara, don't go down there. You're gonna blow my cover," said Kaku, dressed up in a hooded clothing hiding his face. Luffy was shocked to see his former enemy still alive and well. He was going to reply to him when a guy with a bubble helmet shot Kaku while his back was turned. To his surprise, Kaku fell face first, unable to move a muscle. He wasn't expecting someone to shoot him, and the bastard must have hit a nerve. "I shot him. I shot the annoying guy being annoying. Look, I shot him," exclaimed the man in the bubble. Marco looked as his captain, watching his fist flare up a pink color. He tried to follow after him, but Luffy already began to approach the helmet guy. Eyes began to watch what Luffy was going to do. Eustace Kid was in the building along with Killer, while Tony Chopper was also watching along with Beppo. "Don't do it, Mugiwara," said Chopper under his breath. Luffy took several steps forward, dodging each of his bullets. "Back up, scum. I'm warning you." The man took several steps back but was met with Luffy's fist, delivering a bone-cracking sound in the air. Time seemed to have froze down. Everyone was beyond shock. Luffy of the Straw Hat Pirates just hit a celestial dragon. "You done it now, Mugiwara." Chopper got up and went for the exit. Kid also did the same thing, approaching the exit. Chaos followed as everyone was too shocked from the event. The slaves behind the stage started a revolution, an old man leading the way. "You ruined my plans. I was going to steal from my new master. But now I guess you have some fire in you, kid. Go on and get out of here," said the old man. "I'll take care of your buddy. Just go, kid." The old man, along with a giant, put Kaku in his arms. "Yo, Captain, let's go." Luffy followed Marco, only to be met by a bunch of Marines outside of the auction house. Kid, Killer, Chopper, and Beppo were also stuck along with Luffy and Marco. "Look what you've done, Mugiwara." Chopper looked back at Luffy, who still had a pissed-off look in his eye. "That bastard deserved it. Plus auctioning people. Screw that," replied Luffy, standing in front of the group. "Pirates, come peacefully and no harm will follow you," said the Marine in charge. Like hell, Kid gathered metal in his arms, creating a giant metal contraption before slamming it on a group of Marine. Chopper changed into his speed form, quickly dispersing the enemies before him. Luffy blew up his hands and threw down the biggest elephant gun he's ever created, effectively clearing away. "Everyone for themselves," exclaimed Chopper, disappearing along with Beppo. "I like you, Mugiwara. You are an epiphany of chaos," said Kid before going a different way with Killer. "We got to get out of here as well," exclaimed Marco, feeling a strong presence quickly approaching. The Straw Hat crew made it back to Dock 41 but was all stopped by a Marine Admiral. "Whoa there, where do you think you're going?" The Admiral attempted to attack Luffy, only to meet with the sword of the old man from earlier. "Not today, Kizaru. These kids need to be somewhere else." The old man winked at Luffy, then returned his gaze back at Admiral Kizaru. "Let's go, guys." Luffy ushered his crew back on the Iron Maiden. "Thanks, old man. Why are you helping them, really?" asked Kizaru, a little bewildered by the decision of the former first mate of Gall D. Roger. "New wind, new power. Those kids are the new generation. Can't you feel it, Borsalino?" said Rayleigh with a smile. "Back with the Straw Hat crew. Virgo, let's go," exclaimed Luffy, everyone else following after him. "Why does this always happen? I haven't even found anyone to code our ship." "It's fine, we just got to get out of here," exclaimed Marco. "A Marine Admiral is chasing us." "I think we got a bigger problem than that," said Katakuri in a low voice. His hands were shaking while having a newspaper in hand. "What's up, man?" Enel looked over Katakuri's shoulder and he too was shocked at what he saw. "What is it?" Luffy grabbed the newspaper from Katakuri's hands and read it out loud. "Execution in Marineford. Pirate port as DAs." Suddenly everything went blank and Luffy just took several steps back. "Luffy," said Tashiki. Nobody from the new crew members knew what was going on. "We're going to save Ace," exclaimed Luffy. Everyone nodded their head in agreement. "You heard the captain, let's go," yelled Katakuri, pulling everyone back to the present. "And Marguerite, send word to the Grand Fleet. Tell them we need their assistance," said Luffy, standing in front of the ship. He had his arms crossed, and everything from here on out would count, whether they would be able to save his brother or not. The crew was headed for the biggest war that will ever be known to men. The Straw Hat Pirates would enter the Marineford War. With the Grand Fleet, captain's orders: everyone man your ships. "We're going to Marineford," exclaimed Kuro, the de facto leader PF the Grand Fleet. His brains along with his authority was enough to have everyone agree that he was going to lead the Grand Fleet, only under the actual Straw Hat crew. Kuro did some recruiting, amassing a grand total of 602 men for the Grand Fleet Army. Kuro led a solid 100 units, Django and the brothers as his commanders. Jin wasn't messing around either, amassing 100 units under him, with Pearl as his commander. Wapol brought with him 90 units, also training his men to be ready for this sort of event. The biggest surprise was Arlong, who retained his original number of 60 fishmen, but they were stronger than ever. Then the Barraquil work agents, Mr. 1, Mr. 2, Miss Double Finger, Mr. 3, and Mr. 5 each manned about 40 each, their fellow agents preferring to follow them rather than lead. The giant pirates only had 2, for now. Leaders, meeting, exclaimed Kuro, signaling for all the captains to join him for one last meeting before heading to war. The leaders of their respective crews filtered in the meeting room, ending with the 2 giants sitting on opposite ends, Kuro in front of the group speaking about his plan. The Straw Hats are 2 days ahead of us. Execution takes places in 3 days. We will meet up with them near Marineford, where I have gained information from Crocodile on how to bypass the government formation. It was very convenient that they got an inside man, someone like Crocodile who had major position in the coming war at that. Jin, I will give you and your newly named Jin pirates the priority of retrieving Crocodile and ensure that he gets out of there safe. He is our ally and friend. We protect our own, especially someone in the middle of the war. Got it. You can count on us to get Crocodile out of the enemy's grasp, said Jin, looking at Pearl, who also nodded in agreement. Now Wapol, I need you to clear a path through the main wall. The main group will be too invested in saving our main target, and I need you and your crew to create enough attention to yourselves that Captain can focus on their mission. Absolutely, I will do much more than that. I will draw as much attention as I can, exclaimed Wapol, causing cheers from his fellow captains. Moving on, Arlong and the Fishman Pirates, your ship will stay 2 hours distance from Marineford, the perfect escape when Captain completes his mission. I want your crew to stay in the sea and stay close to the sea when you engage in battle. This way we can get our core members to a member of your crew so you can swim them out of harm's way. I know they will be drained when they get touched by seawater, but it's fine. You guys will keep them alive. Of course, we will do what we are asked to do, for Captain, Arlong replied. Baroque works. Your mission is to keep our numbers alive. Lead our ground troops to ensure that everybody stays high in morale. Got it, Kuro-chan. You are all my friends, and friends take care of each other. Everyone slammed their hands on the table for that, cheering on Mr. 2 on his passionate statement. Dory and Broggy, you will definitely gather the most fire. I hope you are ready for it. Of course, we are built for these things. Should be a piece of cake, said Dory. Aye, exclaimed Broggy. Finally, my Black Cat pirates will act as a main hub. I will give out orders in the back. Just listen to what I say when the tides of the battle change and we will do fine. Again, the main objective is to save Captain's brother Ace, the man being executed in Marineford. Our secondary is to stay alive. Got it. Yeah, exclaimed everyone, causing the earth to shake from their sheer will. Now let's go. Time is an essence, exclaimed Kuro. There they were, the Strawhat Grandfleet finally setting sail. Their training would finally be put to the test in the grandest stage of all, in the Marineford War. Black Cat Pirates, Jin Pirates, Castle Pirates, Sun Pirates, Giant Pirates, and Barrack Works. The Strawhat Grandfleet is joining the war. Hidden base. You got to let me go, boss, exclaimed the man in the top hat. The man was the second in command of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo. No, you can't show your face in this impending war yet. The Marines will have a chance to trim our already low numbers. Plus, I already have Kuma and Robin acting as our inside man, replied the man he was speaking with, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon. But, that's Ace, my brother, exclaimed Sabo. Sabo, you will follow my command. This base will remain in lockdown until this war is over. Nobody will be leaving. That is my final order, commanded Dragon, firm in his statement. Sabo held his head down, defeated by the thought of not being able to do anything to help his brother. Yeah, boss, Sabo said, still holding his head down. Now I don't want to hear anything about this again. The East Gate will specially be fortified at 200. There's no way you will get out of here, Dragon stated. Sabo noticed a key slide under Dragon's desk, stopping at his feet. Then he looked up to see a smiling Dragon who nodded his head. Then Sabo caught his words, that the East Gate would be where the key was for. Got it, boss. Thank you, boss. Sorry for bringing this up. Sabo fumbled the key nervously and ran to his room, formulating his plan of escape. Dragon does have a soft spot after all. In the middle of the night, Sabo got up from his bunker and made his way to the East Gate. From his excitement, he was unable to sleep the night before. Knowing the routes of the night guards, Sabo easily bypassed all the guards, leading him to the East Gate. There he found at exactly 2 a.m. the guards left their post per Dragon's summon. He used the key given to him to open the door and ran for his life to the dock, where he got on board a small ship along with a familiar face. Kyuzin, didn't think I'd see you here, he said nervously. In the Revolutionary Army, he was only scared of a couple of people. Kyuzin was one of them. Don't worry, kid. Old Dragon asked me to come with you. Kyuzin pointed behind Sabo. He slowly turned around and Dragon was standing there, a grin plastered in his face. You better not make me regret my decision, Sabo. Of course, thank you again, boss. Be safe on your journey. Aye, exclaimed Sabo, finally setting sail along with Kyuzin to join the war. Hopefully there is no trouble along the way. 3 days until the execution. I'm coming to save you, Ace," he exclaimed, causing Kuzan to shake his head. "Somewhere in the Grand Line." "Hops, we came as soon as we heard," exclaimed the 1st Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Sanji. "Yes, son, it is unfortunate news indeed. I told that boy to be careful, but he was always the troublemaker. I'm gonna kick some sense into him as soon as I see him," exclaimed Sanji, worried sick about Ace. "We can't help what's already done, Sanji, my son. Now we only look forward. By that I mean we are going to Marineford and save our family." "Yeah." The ocean shook from the thousands of Whitebeard pirates and allies around the Moby Dick. "Looks like you've prepared, father, especially with our time ticking," Sanji said, whistling to himself at the sight of the entire Whitebeard force coming together for their brother. 3 days, I heard. "Anything for my family, son. Anything." "Aye, Pops, let's go save Ace," exclaimed Sanji, causing more cheers to follow. In Marineford, we got responses from Sector 17 and 35. They will provide 500 men each. That brings our army count to about 20,000 strong. That's more than enough. Impossible. It's never enough. We are executing a member of a Yonkou, the greatest power of all seas. He is going to bring his full force and then some. You all need to gather more people." Sengoku slammed his hands on the table and exclaimed, "But sir, our intel suggests that Whitebeard pirates and allies are only counting at about 2,000. We outnumber them 10-1. "Yes, but these are the strongest pirate fleet in the world. We can never be too prepared," replied Sengoku. "We will be ready for him. We will be ready for Whitebeard. With Doflamingo and Crocodile in Marineford, everyone sure is on their heel." "How Crocodile?" said Doflamingo, walking beside his fellow warlord. The duo had mutual respect for one another in their common goal of subjugating a country. "Tusk, bunch of weakling. They won't stand a chance if they're not up for a war," replied Crocodile, his main thoughts on his allies, wondering if they got his information. For now he got a role to play and he's sticking with it until the time comes. I agree. But see here, Crocodile, you got a funny look in your eye." Don Flamingo looked directly at him. His grin was deadly, seemingly knowing something. "None of your concern. Get lost, Doflamingo." He pushed right past the warlord, who continued to stare him down. "Whatever it is, Crocodile, just know that you and me could be great partners in the new world," exclaimed Doflamingo, walking the opposite direction. Crocodile shook his head. The man was crazier than him. "With Mihawk and Moria, I will be taking control of Thriller Bark after this," said Mihawk, his deadly gaze piercing Moria, the man who lost his favor in the Marine from losing to Strawhat Luffy. "Screw you, Mihawk. That depends what I bring on the table here in this war. If I can provide great assistance, I keep my title. If not, well, I lose it. Simple as that," replied Moria, debating whether he should kill the swordsman before him. The man was pissing him off. "We'll see about that," replied Mihawk, playing with his necklace sword, pointing it at Moria. "I'll kill you myself, Moria. Mark my word. Not if I kill you first." With that, Moria walked out of the room in a fit, leaving Mihawk to himself, with Jinbei and Hancock. "I don't want to participate in such childish battles," stated the Queen of the Amazons. "Neither do I, but protecting our homes comes at a price," replied Jinbei. He only joined the Shichibukai in order to protect Fishman Island, along with allying the Fishman pirates with Whitebeard. Double protection, but for now he declared his loyalty to the Marine, but really he would always help Whitebeard. Meanwhile, Boa Hancock was a person who looks out for her people's best interest. She was summoned and declined for weeks before finally agreeing to join the war because Sengoku threatened to attack her homeland if she did not honor her duties. "Screw the Marines, but I need to protect my people. I do what I can for them," said Hancock. The two agreed on one thing. They will do anything for their people. With Robin and Kuma. "How long do you have?" asked Robin. She could tell that Kuma was getting close to his untimely end. "Not long, Robin. They will soon complete their army of pacifistas and turn me into a mindless weapon. I won't let them, Kuma. I won't. In my short time living in this world, Robin, I will protect you at all costs to ensure that you get out of this war safe. And I promise you, my friend, that they will not take you and turn you into one of their weapons." She looked deep in his eyes, telling him exactly what she meant by what she's saying. "I see. Don't hesitate one bit, Robin. Don't let them use me against the revolutionary." "I won't." When the time comes, Robin was going to kill Bartolomeu Kuma. 2 days later, with the Straw Hat Pirates, the day before the execution. "I see ships approaching us in the distance." Enel was in the Eagle's Nest of the Iron Maiden, noticing ships, but he had a smile plastered on his face as they flew the Straw Hat flag along with their own. "The Grand Fleet is here." The Grand Fleet's captain joined the main crew in the deck of the Iron Maiden. Dory and Broggy were on the water, not able to fit on the deck. "Captain, it's been some time." Hiro bowed while the rest of the captains followed. He looked at the main crew, noticing some new faces. "My name is Kuro of the Black Cat Pirate. It's my pleasure to meet you all." Luffy sat in the middle of the group with Katakuri on his right, Marco on his left. Beside Katakuri were Law, Tashigi, and Virgo. Marco had Marguerite, Enel, and Perona beside him. Thank you for coming, Kuro and everyone else, said Luffy, shaking his hands. I'm glad you are all here, but I will allow anyone who wished to leave to go. This is a war I can't ask you all to participate in, especially with the possibility of imprisonment or even death. So again, I will repeat, if anyone wants to leave now, you got my permission to do so. Nobody moved a muscle. Katakuri smirked on his right, glad that their plan had come to fruition. At first he was skeptical to bring their former enemies into the fold. Seems like they're already captain. We've been waiting to help you since you brought us to the fold. And here we all are, a grand total of 602 good men in our fold, said Jin, who stood right next to Kuro. And we all have our roles figured out, Captain. Kuro gave us the rundown. You all just need to focus on saving your brother. Arlong flexed his muscle, ensuring that they were all on board. Good bunch you gathered here, Captain, said Virgo, who hasn't met any of the people in the Grandfleet. The name is Virgo, the shipwright. You mean to tell me you built this ship? Because I don't see the Going Merry anywhere, stated Wapol, who really took a step down from his former king persona. Yeah, this is my creation, all right, Virgo said, very proud of his accomplishment. Unfortunately, we lost the Going Merry along our journey, said Law, still hitting himself for further damaging Going Merry because of his past. My name is Law, the doctor of the crew. Hey everyone, my name is Perona. Sorry for the abrupt introduction, but I gotta go ahead. I'm the crew's spy, stated Perona before floating, the speeding off in the distance. Spy? Asked Jin. Yeah, she will go on ahead and scout the area, replied Enel. I'm Enel, but you all already know that. Still the sniper. I'm Marco the chef. Sup Jin, good to see you well. Marco waved at Jin, who saluted the man who fed him when he was on the brink of death. Hello again everyone. Tashigi the navigator, as you all know, said Tashigi, waving towards everyone. I'm Marguerite. I am the tailor of the crew, so if you need some new attires, just come to me and I will get you situated. Marguerite waved at everyone with a smile, especially the Baroque works who she used to work with. You all know me already. I'm Katakuri, the first mate. If Luffy's not around, important calls goes through me. Glad that everyone has met my crew. We should get some rest. Tomorrow is the big day, said the captain of the whole group of people before him. Thank you again for helping me save Ace. Yeah, the group was hyped up, ready for the battle that would surely come. The Straw Hat Pirate along with the Grandfleet made their way to Marineford. Once they got closer to Marineford, they could feel the atmosphere quickly change. Perona returned to the crew to report her findings. Captain, they're moving up the execution. They said by sundown, but they will do it midday. I knew those bastards were going to throw us a curveball, said Virgo, a former Marine captain. We should be fine. My plans are absolute. I'll just move everything up. Again, just focus on your brother, Captain. Kuro has provided everyone a portable earpiece where he could communicate with everyone across the battlefield. Godspeed. What else you got for us, Perona? Asked Katakuri. Every one of the Grandfleet captains were now listening on the other line of their own earpiece. They have over 20,000 Marine officers on hand, plus all their high-ranking officers are present. All 8 of their warlords are here. Then we have the trouble of all 3 admiral being here, said Perona, everyone intently listening on the intel. I also found the execution platform in the main plaza, but a giant wall separates the bay from the plaza. We'll create our hole with our giants, said Katakuri. Everyone was in agreement. Lastly, Sengoku the fleet admiral will be present, most likely in the platform along with the executioner and your brother Ace. Great intel, Perona. Now all we can do is get there. Use our intel from Crocodile to bypass the surrounding patrols and make it to Marineford in time. Great work everyone, said Luffy, giving her a smile. I would like to remind everyone to stick to the plan and keep your headsets open. Listen to changes of the flow and I will make sure to keep everyone ready, Kuro said on the headset, everyone agreeing. Let's go get your brother, Captain. Luffy stood in front of the Iron Maiden, his arms crossed as the air blew past him. He put everything on the line for his brother. Hopefully everything happens as planned. In front was the Iron Maiden, which housed the main Straw Hat crew. Closely following them were 6 ships manned by different captains who were recruited by one man, a man everyone were happy to follow till the end. They will fight his fight. They will bleed for him. They will do anything for their captain. Strawhat Luffy was just that type of man. We are here today because of a pirate that has caused trouble in the sea. Porgas Diaz, the 1st Division commander of Whitebeard pirates. He has caused trouble in every town he's been on, killed innocent lives. And now we are possibly facing the entire fleet of Whitebeard finding a way here despite our overwhelming forces. Sengoku continued to speak on the platform. He was alone for the moment, standing before the thousands of Marine soldiers before him. Here we have our greatest force we have ever amassed, facing arguably the most dangerous man of all. But we will not falter. We will not show any fear. We will proceed with the execution as scheduled and face Whitebeard head on. He pointed at the 8 people under the platform. We have gathered our strongest allies who were once considered to be so dangerous that they were offered a deal where they will assist us in our cause against their fellow pirates, the Royal Shichibukai. The Marines erupted in a loud hurrah, staying true to their military code. Doflamingo was enjoying the moment, waving at everyone in the audience. "Come in, people, seep in this moment. This is the happiest these bastards will be," Doflamingo said to his fellow Shichibukai. Their order from left to right were Crocodile, Kuma, Moria, Robin, Jinbei, Doflamingo, Hancock, and Mihawk. He nudged Jinbei, who didn't seem to budge, not bothered by Doflamingo's childish nature. "Shut up, Doflamingo, you're annoying," said Hancock, who looked away from the man. "Such disgusting behavior," she huffed. "Oh hush, princess, loosen up a little," Doflamingo replied. Returning back to the fleet admiral, he continued his speech. "We also have our high-ranking officials amongst us, some less experienced than others, but they are all deserving of their ranks." Sengoku pointed at the vice admirals and rear admirals in the crowd. She was disappointed to find that Vice Admiral Monkey D. Garp was not present. Nami felt an overwhelming sense of pride at her progression. From the time that she was promoted into a Commodore, she quickly climbed the ranks. She has now earned the rank of a Rear Admiral for putting hundreds of pirates in Impel down. Her abilities and power have grown from her first meeting with the Straw Hats, who she has been obsessed with since her initial meeting with them. Lastly, our final line of defense and our greatest weapon, Admiral Kizaru, Admiral Akenu, and Admiral Fujitora. The largest hurrah was heard in the crowd, glad to have the admirals on their side. "I will also reveal something to all of you that will further justify our execution here today." He cleared his throat. Finally, the executioner led Portgas Diaz up the steps of the execution platform. He slowly made his way up, holding his head down. As he took the slow steps up the platform, Sengoku continued his speech. "Portgas Diaz is not just a notorious pirate. He is also the son of the most dangerous pirate to ever exist in the world. Portgas Diaz is the son of Gall D. Roger." Ace finally arrived on the platform, kneeling down in the middle of the executioner's blade. He looked up, unable to believe the news. Not everyone was ready for the announcement. A collective gasp filled the air. Everyone froze up, unable to swallow what Sengoku just revealed. The pirate Portgas Diaz was the son of Gall D. Roger. Suddenly the ground began to shake. What the entire Marine force didn't anticipate was the Moby Dick emerging in the Bay of Marineford. Whitebeard emerged in the biggest ship, facing directly at the execution platform, 2 other ships right behind the main ship. "Don't blame the child for his father's sin," exclaimed Whitebeard, looking directly at Sengoku. Behind him were the 2 executioners along with Ace between their 2 blades. "Pops, what are you doing here? Leave me alone," exclaimed Ace in desperate attempt to tell everyone to go before they get hurt. "Son, everyone is here to save you, our family. We will not leave until you are safe, Ace. Mark my word," exclaimed Whitebeard, slamming his bicento on the deck of his ship. Everyone, despite the distance, Sengoku could feel his resolve. Sengoku felt good, making sure they gathered their full forces. He was glad they were prepared. Suddenly, a man with blonde hair and a cigarette in his mouth jumped in the air, impressively covering the distance between the Moby Dick and the wall before the main plaza. His eyes were focused on Ace, trying to make a quick end to the battle. Admiral Kizaru had different plans, smiling. He disappeared in a flash, appearing before the Whitebeard first commander. "Hello," he said, meeting Vinsmoke Sanji in the stomach with a light kick. Sanji was surprised by the man's arrival, but he was able to control where he landed, sliding on the east side of the wall. He immediately went to work, hitting every Marine in sight, quickly making his mark on the east wall. "Let's go, my son. Let's go save Ace." Everyone cheered along with their father, Whitebeard. They had a problem: nowhere to step in order to get close to the wall. Suddenly, everyone's wish was suddenly answered. The entire sea of the bay froze over, creating footing for the entire Whitebeard pirates. Newgate looked around, finding a curly-haired man with a white V-neck shirt and black pants. His hands were touching the ocean as the person beside him suddenly disappeared in a blur, making his way to the west wall, causing havoc in his own right. The man seemed to have went into the war blind, not knowing where he was going. The man who froze the ocean saluted Whitebeard, who nodded his head back in return. "Seems like new allies have joined their effort. Now go, my sons," exclaimed Whitebeard, his entire fleet joining the battle. The Marine weren't going to back off, especially with the backing of the Shichibukai and the admirals. The Whitebeard pirates engaged with the full force of the Marine. Whitebeard's commander immediately made their mark on the battlefield. 1st Division Captain Sanji was making a small dent on the east wall forces, clearing as much enemies as he could. 3rd Division Captain Jazu led hundreds of his own men, and others are in the front line, clearing a narrow path to the north wall. 5th Division Captain Flower Sword Vista followed the 3rd Division closely, providing backup. 6th Division Captain Blamenko, 7th Division Captain Rakuyo, and 8th Division Captain Nemur protected Whitebeard, acting as his shield in case some Marines thought it would be a good idea to go after the head. 9th Division Captain Blenheim, 10th Division Captain Curiel and 11th Division Captain Kingdu created a path to East Wall to back up 1st Division Captain Sanji in his attempt to thin out the enemy numbers. 12th Division Captain Haruta and 13th Division Captain Atmos were making their way to the West Wall to back the new arrival in his effort to clear as much marine as he could. The remaining 3 captains were Speed Juru the 14th Captain, Fossa the 15th Captain, and Izo the 16th Captain. They were all making their way back to the entrance of the bay, creating a path for their allies to enter the bay through the new frozen ground created by Kyuzen. Outside the main bay were Whitebeard's allies, trying to claw their way through the hundreds of marine ships stationed outside of the base. Their allies were numerous in number, but they could help if they were on the other side of the real battle. They were all trying to create even a small gap to no avail. That is until Ors Jr. joined the battle. He was slow in his approach, but once he reached a marine battleship, he made quick work of it like it was just a piece of paper. He pushed 2 marine battleships out of the way, creating a path for the allies to dock and enter the battle. East Wall. Back to the East Wall, Sanji just kept kicking everything in sight. Not one to use his hands for combat, he relied solely on his legs. What seemed to be an easy task at first seemed impossible now, with the number of marines coming at him with the intent to kill him. He continued to move though, little by little making his way back to the North Tower. But he was moving at a snail's pace because of the marines in his path. Lucky for him, Blenheim, Curiel, and Kingdu joined him in the East Wall, restoring his lost momentum. With the new allies in the fold, Sanji regained his morale and eliminated more marines at a faster rate. Sup Sanji, look like you're struggling a bit. Blenheim made a clean sweep on a row of marine. Not really struggling and swinging his huge sword. Just look forward, Bratha, we got your back. Curiel was providing cover fire in the middle, getting everyone who were getting too close for comfort. Kingdu agreed, punching one of the marine officers, sending him flying backwards to his allies. Thanks, Sanji, more determined than ever, looked forward. The execution platform was so far, but they were getting there. West Wall. Sabo was the man mowing through the marines of the West Wall, but all his training with the revolutionary would not prepare him for the marines' mighty resolve. He was not prepared for their non-stop mentality of the marine officers present. Where was Ace anyway? Sabo just went headstrong, not really having any plan. If his logic was any good though, his best guess was Ace was somewhere north and he's moving in that direction. Haruto and Atmos joined him in his effort, making it a bit easier to clear waves of marines approaching him. New guy, you friend or foe? Haruto was quick with his saber, and despite his small stature, he was very powerful in his precision and agility. The man with him was Atmos, and he was anything but graceful, slamming his dual sword at enemies, creating enough force to destroy the stone flooring. I know you guys, Whitebeard's people, well, I'm a friend. Sabo was impressing the Whitebeard commander by using his full skill set and display. He was using his steel pipe as a weapon, channeling Haki through it. I'm here to save Ace, so we're on the same side for now. Cheeky bastard, but for now. Atmos chuckled while clearing a path for Sabo, acting as their tank in the front lines. North Wall, here they come, men. This is our most fortified wall of all, do not let them pass, yelled Marine Vice Admiral Strawberry, who enjoyed front row battles. He wielded his identical blades in hands, holding them in reverse. Oi Vista, take care of that annoying bastard, said Jazu, who was leading the way to the North Wall. With pleasure, Vista was surrounded with flowers and made a jump for Vice Admiral Strawberry. Their blades clashed, causing sparks to fly all over the place. They traded blows after blow, causing some pirates and marine alike to watch in awe. Everyone get back to the task at hand, Vista said with a smile, continuing his battle with Strawberry. Jazu looked ahead, seeing Ace in the distance. Just a little more and they will break the plaza somehow. Back in the bay entrance, welcome to the party, said Izo as he ushered everyone through the entrance of the now frozen bay. Glad to be here, but our rear is taking large damages from the marines. We're surrounded on all sides. Ors did a good job creating a path to here, but now our back is taking massive damages, said Captain Deme, a primary ally of Whitebeard pirates. We should hold for a bit. Magai and the DeCalvin brothers are holding the rear, said Captain Squard. All right everyone, let's join the main battle, said Speed Juru, leading some of the pirate alliance back to where Whitebeard was. Are you seeing this, Izo? Fossa was holding his own against the marine who were trying to surround them. Yeah, something is coming quick. Izo was it off for a moment. Are they friend or foe? Friend, exclaimed Captain Squard, who got word from Captain Magai. Captain Magai says they're a strong bunch, helping them clear some of the troubles in the back row. Great, the tides of battle are in a favor for now. With Whitebeard aboard the Moby Dick. Thank you for creating footing for us, Kyuzen, said Whitebeard, standing beside the ice user. Don't mention it, I'm here with a stubborn friend, said Kyuzen as he watched Sabo in the west wall. Then his gaze switched to the Shichibukai Robin, who still hasn't made a move. How's that bastard dragon doing? Getting old like you? Kurara, if you didn't help me out I would kill you. Whatever, old man, Kyuzen replied with a smile. How was your journey to get here? It was pretty easy actually. Driving a small ship really helped out stealth through the heavily guarded fortress. But there was a bump along the way. Oh, yeah, we ran into a god who just converted into a pirate recently. It was actually humorous how he told us a summary of his history. I feel that this is important. Whitebeard looked at Kyuzen, who shrugged his shoulder. He was just a guy looking to help out. Kyuzen replied, but unable to finish his story. His smile disappeared when a powerful slash came their way. Kyuzen created an ice wall to block the slash. Luckily, it was enough to stop the attack. He looked once again to where the Shichibukai stood and found that Dracula Mihawk had made his move, drawing his giant sword and attacking directly at Whitebeard. On top of the north wall with the Shichibukai. Finally, someone did something, exclaimed Doflamingo, who was getting bored from the lack of action. Despite the countless deaths happening around them, he wasn't even bothered by it. He only cared that he was entertained. That didn't work as expected. Dracula Mihawk was getting hot-blooded, jumping into battle with the poor pirates in his way. His only goal was to find a worthy opponent who can stop him. Anyone else? No? Okay, bye. Doflamingo followed Mihawk, but he went to the west wall to hinder their plans. Hancock also joined the battle, indifferent whether she was hitting marine or pirates, turning everyone she hits into stone. You bunch of swines, I ought to destroy you all. She was disgusted by the way the lustful men looked at her. Moria was enjoying himself. A battlefield was perfect for him, creating hundreds of zombies at his disposal. Kishishishi, more zombies, more for my army. He kept gathering more and more soldiers as people continued to drop like flies. Jinbei, Robin, Kuma, and Crocodile remained unmoving. Robin and Kuma watched as Kyuzen joined with Whitebeard for a chat, then followed Sabo in the west wing, both thinking the same thing. Those damn fools. Jinbei had too much respect for Whitebeard and what he's done to Fishman Island, that he doesn't move any muscle. Crocodile was waiting for the right moment to make his move, waiting for his allies to arrive. With the three admirals, seems that the 1st Division captain is causing havoc in our East Wing. Admiral Kizaru, why didn't you finish him? Said Admiral Akenu, stern as ever. Didn't feel like it. Admiral Kizaru slouched back on his chair. Such troublesome sight to behold. Admiral Fujitora looked around the battlefield, his eyes troubled by what he was seeing. Pain, suffering, death, all occurring all at once. Times like this I wish I was blind, he said, continuing to watch everything unfold. They really are doing all this for that one man, huh? Admiral Kizaru looked up at Ace, who was watching everything as they were happening. He could see the man was speechless, unable to utter a word, watching his friends die one by one. This is the nature of war, the only way for us to deliver on our promise of true justice. Admiral Akenu doesn't see silver lining. There is bad, which are the pirates, and good, which are the marines. At what cost? Said Admiral Fujitora. Back at the platform, Monkey D. Garp slowly made his way up the platform, finally sitting beside Ace, who still looked at the battlefield. Why'd you become a pirate, Ace? Said Garp. His eyes were looking at the platform, unable to bring his eyes to look at the prisoner. He would have been a good marine, you know, most likely my protege. Garp looked away, knowing what comes next. This was the plan all along. He knew of it, but he couldn't do a damn thing about it. Proceed on the execution of Gall Diaz, Sengoku commanded while Garp turned his head away, unable to make eye contact with the poor boy. This was part of their plan, to execute Ace ahead of time and to eliminate the Whitebeard pirates. The executioners lifted their blades above their head. They were going to drop it, causing an end to the pirates' efforts. But they stopped midway from feeling a strong presence from a distance. Sengoku looked at the entrance of the bay, where the allied pirate forces were making their way through the bay. Everything seemed to be working as planned until something broke free from their line. Who the hell is that? Exclaimed Sengoku, pointing at the entrance of the frozen bay. A Jolly Roger of a smiling skull with a straw hat waved high above the hands of two towering giants, and between them were 9 people standing beside each other. So the Straw Hat pirates have somehow bypassed our security and entered the bay through force. They have joined forces with the Whitebeard pirates and allies. They have also brought with them about 600 pirates, said a person who radioed Sengoku. What? Exclaimed both Ace and Garp at the same time. Strawhat Luffy, a few moments earlier with the Strawhat Grandfleet. Oi, Captain, I see Marineford, exclaimed Enel, who sat on his eagle's nest. His body sparked from excitement of the battle before them. Great, let's follow Kuro's lead. He said we focus on Ace, let's trust our friends, replied Luffy in front of the Iron Maiden. He had his arms crossed, preparing his mind for what was coming next. Thank you, Captain, said a man on the other side of the line. Kuro of 1,000 plans was ready, his mind working non-stop to ensure that everyone comes out of this battle. That was his responsibility. Dory and Broggy looks like they have a giant with them. Help that guy out, but first open a path for the fleet to enter. Got it, Dory said while pulling his sword from his belt. Count on us, replied Broggy, who did the same thing. Let's go, brother, exclaimed Broggy, running ahead, causing the ocean to stir. Dory ran right beside him. Lucky for everyone, Tashigi was a master navigator calling out the shots for the allied forces, ensuring that they were all able to navigate through the rough waves. Dory and Bragi pushed battleships out of the way for the Grandfleet. They had no answer for the new giants joining the fold. Ors Jr. was shocked to see giants and waved at the duo. Dory and Bragi gave him a giant smile, ensuring him that they were allies. There's our opening. Sun Pirates change of plan. The frozen flooring will make escape difficult. Join the ground force and help on their efforts to clear a path. Called Kuro on the radio. Copy that. Sun Pirates were the first to take a step on the frozen bay entrance, where they were met with battle-ready marines. Arlong was surprised to see other pirates fighting the marines just a few yards away. Hey, who are you? Exclaimed Arlong. His fishman crew were all engaged with the enemy. The name is Captain Magai. This is DeCalvin. We are allies of Whitebeard. Who are you? The name is Arlong the Saw, commander of Strawhat Grandfleet, replied Arlong proudly. Strawhat, you say? Well, I don't know what you all are after, but I'm glad for the help, said Captain DeCalvin, who was dealing with some marines. I'll send word to the front that we got help. Hopefully Captain Izo gets it, said Captain Magai as he cleared some marines with his lightning sword. He ran for the nearest communication device, sending word to Captain Izo. Who's in charge? Hiro said, touching the ice flooring along with his crew. The Black Cat pirates joining the battle. Back here, Captain Squard is in charge of watching the rear while our allies make their way to the main bay, replied Magai, meeting up with Kuro. Alright, then you have full control of the Black Cat pirates along with my commander Django, while the rest of the Grand Fleet make their way to the main bay. The Black Cat pirates along with Django joined Captain Magai and Captain Squard's men. They began to hold their ground better than earlier, but they were still outnumbered. Thank you, said Captain Magai, finally trusting the new arrivals. The Baroque Works agents went ahead, followed by the Castle Pirates. Then Dory and Bragi followed closely behind. Jin Pirates were the last to follow. Hiro were staying with the back row for the time being. Sun Pirates will be ready for escape, said Arlong, speaking on his tiny earpiece. I'm going to follow in a minute when I get my men situated. Copy that, Arlong. Stay close, keep me updated. Captain, whenever you're ready. Paths open to the main bay, Hiro said to his earpiece. Let's go, Luffy replied, jumping from the Iron Maiden, his crew members following closely behind. Not so fast, Mugiwara. For some odd reason, Rear Admiral Nami and Captain Smoker had the premonition on where the Straw Hats would be. They were immediately apprehended by Captain Magai and Captain Squard. Not now, Marine Lady, we have somewhere to be. Luffy ran past them along with her crew. Captain Magai and Captain Squard held the two Marines back. Let them be, Marines. Your quarrel is with us, said Captain Magai. Sparks flew from his blade as he met with Rear Admiral Nami's perfect climb attack. Captain Squard was holding his own against the Loja user Marine Captain Smoker. Present time. The battle of the main bay was blinding. A weak heart would faint at the sight before them. Though Luffy had a mission, he was going to save Ace no matter what. Luffy entered the main bay, finding his way on the front of the group. To his right were Katakuri, Enel, Virgo, and Marguerite. To his left were Marco, Tashigi, Perona, and Law. Dory and Bragi towered on opposite sides, holding their flag above their head. Everyone else stood behind the main crew. He looked directly at the platform, seeing the blades of the executioner falling towards the head of Ace. But his execution wasn't until later, exclaimed Tashigi. Suddenly, the executioners were sliced by sand, metal sand. Crocodile came in for the save. Everyone sighed in relief. They thought he was dead. Sengoku looked down from the platform directly at Crocodile, who gave him a cocky grin. Then he shifted his gaze at the entrance of the bay once again. Nijiwara. He cursed under his breath. Beside him were Ace and Garp. Both were too shocked to react. Meanwhile, back at the entrance of the bay, Luffy took a deep breath. Allies and friends stood behind him. He gathered his thought, knowing exactly what to say. Ace, I'm coming to save you. He didn't know it, but Luffy gathered the attention of all people present, causing everyone to look his direction even for just a moment. Luffy began to move forward, dashing through the battlefield. When he got close to the Moby Dick, he was surprised when Kyuzen raised a giant ice wall in front of him. What's the deal? Asked Luffy, still running forward despite the giant obstacle in his path. What are you doing here, boy? Screamed Whitebeard, looking menacing as he stared down Luffy from aboard his ship. I'm here to save Ace, old man. Get out of my way. He winded up his arm, preparing to punch the ice wall. People die in this war, Mugiwara. Get out while you can. Let us take care of this. He was discouraging the young pirate. He probably was inexperienced in war. I don't care. Ace is my brother. Luffy used his gear third, smashing through Kyuzen's ice wall. His crew all looked at Whitebeard while they passed him. They followed Luffy, despite the dangers before them. Katakuri saluted Whitebeard. Tashigi smiled. Enel waved. Marguerite winked. Law grinned. Virgo raised his fist. Perona shook her head. Finally, Marco flew in his phoenix form. What a lively bunch, Kyuzen observed. Indeed, Whitebeard replied quietly but smiled to himself. Luffy was gathering even more attention as he blew past Whitebeard, and now he was headed to the North Wall. Follow the plan. Jin pirates, retrieve crocodile, exclaimed Kuro, who got on board the Iron Maiden and stood on top of the highest mast of the ship. He was calling the shots from a distance, using high-powered binoculars to see everything going on. "All right, our time, boys," exclaimed Jin, speaking to his earpiece. "Let's move, men." Jin found Crocodile on top of the east wall, fending off Marines while slowly making his way back to his allies. The reason he went to the east wall instead of the north wall was because it was loaded with high-ranking officials. Jin made his way to the east wall with his crew. Castle pirates, push through as far as possible, then stay in the north wall and leave everything to the main crew. They need a way out of there once they enter the main plaza. Baroque work, you'll enter the main plaza and buy as much time as you can until Captain is able to save Ace, said Kuro, still remaining on his post. Looking down from his post, he could see that Arlong was no longer with the rear group. He must have been making his way to the bay. "Yo, Kuro, I left the Sun Pirates to reinforce the rear. I'm joining the rest up top," said Arlong on his headphone, just as Kuro expected. "Good work, Arlong. Do you happen to know that man?" asked Kuro, who was looking directly at the Shichibukai right under the platform. "Yeah, that's Jinbei, but I don't think he'll be happy to see me," said Arlong, who was not welcomed back in Fishman Island for bringing his homeland a bad name. "Get his attention. We need him off the platform. I'll see what I can do. But if I die, I'll kill you, Kuro." "Yeah, whatever." He then shifted his gaze on the group approaching the north wall. It was further reinforced by vice admirals who were not about to let the pirates get inside the plaza. "Guys, you got company." On the way to the north wall, the group of Straw Hat pirates, Castle pirates, Jin pirates, and Baroque works were suddenly stuck behind a group of pirates and Marine engaged in a clash. The group can hear Kuro's warning, already expecting a major battle coming their way. Sure enough, several of the Marine's finest officials have joined the battle, making quick work of the pirates in front of them. "Men, keep fighting. We need to enter the plaza," screamed a Diamond Man as he held the blades of Marine Vice Admiral Onagumo. The man had 8 libs, each holding a saber. Diamond Jazu, the third commander of the Whitebeard pirates, was having a difficult time with the Vice Admiral. Vista remained locked in battle with Vice Admiral Strawberry. None of the duo were able to gain the upper hand. The Grandfleet were itching for their chance of battle, and here it was before them. The Castle pirates and the agents of the Baroque works joined the Whitebeard pirates in battling the low-ranking Marines. Meanwhile, the big damage dealers continued to match up. Vice Admiral Doberman drew his katana, trying to kill Luffy, ending his momentum. But Virgo caught his blade and pushed him back. His bamboo was covered in haki. The two continued to trade blows non-stop. "Don't worry, Captain, I'll follow after this," he said. Then Mr. 2 matched up with Vice Admiral Dalmatian, a skilled fighter who happened to be a Dalmatian Zoan. The group was at a loss on how they would be able to jump the north wall and enter the plaza, but Kuro had other plans. "Watch out, people, wrecking crew coming through. Stick to the plan, everything is going well." Suddenly the 3 giants ran in 10 steps, covering the distance from the bay entrance to the north wall. They each braced their shoulders, slamming directly on the wall, creating a giant hole through it. The Marines were beyond shocked as pirates began to filter in the main plaza. Vice Admiral John Giant immediately went to work, drawing his katana and dueling both Dory and Bragi. Ors Jr. was wrestling with the Shichibukai Gecko Moria. He has now grown into a giant from his ability and began to play with the pirate giant. "Tishishishi, another giant for my army." Moria pushed back Ors and drew his giant scissor sword, which Ors Jr. caught with his club. "We got our way in," yelled Luffy, continuing his run to the execution platform. Kuro studied the battlefield. His mind continued to work. He had to find the best solution, or else people may die. In the rear, everyone was keeping their ground. Not the pirates nor the Marines were gaining the upper hand. Magai, Squard, and the combined efforts of the Fishman pirates and the Black Cat pirates were enough to hold their ground. On the west wall, he found 3 people making their way to the north wall and eventually meeting up with the group in the plaza. They were about to get a surprise of their life when they met up with one of the Shichibukai Doflamingo. In the east wall, he could see 4 people doing the same thing. But on the side nearest to the north wall, Crocodile was making his way through Marines. Jin was getting close to where Crocodile was. Whitebeard hasn't made a move just yet, along with the person beside him. Back at the north wall, Virgo, Mr. 2 along with 2 Whitebeard commanders, and the Castle pirates held down the area despite engaging in battle with strong opponents. The giant pirates engaged in a battle with a giant vice admiral, while the other giant was battling with the Shichibukai Moria. Arlong was able to get the attention of Shichibukai Jinbei. But things were starting to get even more difficult now that 2 Shichibukai were on the collision course with the group. "That can't be ... that bastard." Jinbei immediately noticed Arlong, sticking out like a sore thumb. He was running across the frozen bay by himself. He was going to join the battle with the Straw Hats along with Mihawk and Hancock, but he suddenly stopped on his tracks. "What are you doing here? Look ... just let me speak." Arlong was held down by the much more powerful Jinbei, who pinned him down by his neck on the frozen ground. You've caused enough trouble, Arlong the Saw. You have made our people suffer more than they already are. Jinbei continued to squeeze the life out of Arlong. I've changed, I promise. Listen to me. Arlong tried to sound as clear as possible, but being chalked out made that hard. Jinbei tightened his grip for the last time before letting go of Arlong. Your sins will never be forgiven, but it seems like you have changed after all, stated Jinbei, who had a different feeling with his fellow fishmen. Yeah, I get that. For a long time I hated humans. I hated them so much that I could not bear the thought of living with them. So I did all those atrocious things because of my hate. I could never fix my mistakes, I get that, but I can change my future. I have allied with Captain Luffy and the Strawhat Grandfleet. He was able to change my perspective in life and erase my hate for the human race. You speak highly of this man Arlong. He must be something to change your hateful nature. He is. And right now all I care about is making sure he gets out okay when he retrieves his brother, Ace. So will you stop being a government dog and help us out? I am only doing this to protect Fishman Island, exclaimed Jinbei, not liking being called a government dog. Yes, but Captain Luffy can protect Fishman Island along with Whitebeard's protection. You wouldn't need the government anymore. You just have to trust me on this. I hope you're right, Arlong, because I've been wanting to do this for a long time. Jinbei punched a hole in the frozen ground, making his way to the ocean. He gathered water in his hands and launched a powerful water shockwave through the hole he created. Fishman Karate's secret technique, mighty reliant piercing. Salty ocean water launched all the way up the sky, then it began to rain on the battlefield, causing Moria's zombies to decay. I hate the bastard Moria, exclaimed Jinbei, declaring his loyalty to the pirates, betraying his agreement with the Marines. West Wall, what do we have here? 3 fools thinking they can waltz into my party without payment. Doflamingo sat on the back of a fallen Marine soldier. He seemed to have been killed recently. Get out of my way, whoever you are, exclaimed Sabo, dashing directly at the man. You damn fool. That's Doflamingo of the Shichibukai. Haruto tried to stop Sabo, but it was too late as Doflamingo bended his fingers and suddenly Atmos pushed him out of the way and slammed his dual sword right at Sabo. He was surprised by Atmos' attack, but he caught it with his pipe. What the hell are you doing? I'm not doing this. Atmos was shocked that he was doing the things he was doing now. He had no control over his body. Fufafufafu fools. What are you gonna do now? Doflamingo continued to move his finger, controlling Atmos with his devil fruit ability. Let the man through, Doflamingo. A familiar voice held a knife on the neck of Doflamingo, though she stood several feet behind him. An arm complete with a knife in hand grew from Doflamingo's shoulders. There was only one woman who could this. Robin, what are you doing now? Despite the possibility of death, Doflamingo retained his smile. I'm just telling you to let them go. She inched her knife closer, almost penetrating his neck. This is treason, you know. Should have done it a long time ago, replied Robin. But she got what she wanted as Doflamingo let Atmos go from his string. Then Robin signaled Sabo and the 2 Whitebeard commanders to move forward, leaving the 2 Shichibukai against one another. Main Plaza. Sabo mouthed a thank you to Robin before running on ahead, eventually entering the plaza. Nice to work with you, but we got to help our comrade back there. Haruto and Atmos made their way back to the north wall, exiting the main plaza. If they had any chance to retrieve Ace, they would need Jazu and Vista's ability. Alright, thank you guys for the help again, exclaimed Sabo, continuing to run ahead. Then he looked forward, noticing someone familiar engaged in battle with Marines. His face lit up immediately. He was filled with overwhelming joy. Luffy. Luffy knew that voice, but that voice should have died all that time ago. Who was it? It was so familiar it was making him mad that he could not remember. But as soon as he looked at the source of the voice, his face suddenly turned to a giant grin. Sabo. Though the moment of the brothers' reunion was thwarted by Dracula Mihawk, who went after the head of Luffy. Lucky for the Straw Hat captain, Tashigi caught the strike before being able to slice her captain in half. Back off, Mihawk. Tashigi wielded her blade with both hands. Her swordsmanship was definitely not yet strong enough to battle with the strongest swordsman in the world, but she will try for her captain. Keep on moving, exclaimed Tashigi. Luffy nodded, running alongside Sabo, who finally joined him up front. Luffy received a kick from Boa Hancock, hitting him directly in the face. You're all pigs, men, she said, but Luffy surprisingly got up without turning into stone. How are you still alive? Hancock was beyond surprise. The man should be stone. Ouch, get out of my way. Luffy ran past Hancock, who was still shocked from not being turned into stone. Verona and Marguerite remained behind to hopefully fend off Hancock. Law and Enel were starting to fall back as more and more Marines were being drawn by the 2 monsters. They were both combining their effort to clear hundreds of Marines. They began to gather the attention of strong Marines who were making their way to them. Luckily, the Baroque work agents were assisting them. Law, we got company, said Enel, and he felt strong enemy approaching. Yup, we just keep fighting, replied Law, who sliced a Marine across his chest. The rescue party was cut down to Luffy, Sabo, Marco, and Katakuri running ahead. "I thought you died, Sabo?" asked Luffy running beside his brother. "Your dad saved me," replied Sabo. "Cool." And that was the extent of their reunion. Precise and simple, just like how Luffy likes it. East Wall. "Boy, am I glad you were there to stop the execution." Jin was able to join with Crocodile in the East Wall, but now they were stuck behind enemy lines. "Yeah, me too." Crocodile just dried up several Marines before him. "That's disgusting." "Nature of war, Jin. Get used to it." "I know that. It's still gross." Jin, great job. Now return to the plaza and back up the crew. Kuro was ever so resourceful, watching the tides of the battle and going with his guts. "Got that," replied Jin on his earpiece. Suddenly 4 people were making their way towards them. "Who are you people?" Somehow, the Jin pirates along with Crocodile met up with Sanji, Blenheim, Kingdu, and Curiel. Sanji asked them, not getting any word since jumping into battle. "The name is Jin. This is Crocodile. We're here to save Ace." "Is that so? What are you guys anyway?" Sanji was still skeptical, not one to trust quickly. "We're the Strawhat Grandfleet. Our captain is Ace's brother." "Oh, I heard a lot about that guy from Ace. Yeah, he told me about his little brother." "Welcome to the party." Now they were reinforced, turning back around and making their way back to the plaza. Back in the platform, Sengoku did not expect the betrayal of Crocodile, especially the betrayal of Robin, who was now holding Doflamingo hostage. Jinbei became another problem as he too betrayed the Marines. All of this events occurred when Strawhat Luffy entered the battlefield. Then he had to summon new executioners since the last 2 were killed by Crocodile. He looked down and found that only Kuma remained unmoving of the Shichibukai. Oblivious to all, Kuma was fighting his own battle. The Marines have programmed him to kill all the pirates in sight, but he was able to use his humanity to counter what he was told to do. This is why Kuma remained still. His 3 admirals also remained idle. All were watching the battles unfold. At the moment they were even, but with the arrival of the Straw Hats, they managed to have entered the plaza. They only had to go through thousands of Marine officers, high-ranking officials, Kuma, the 3 admirals, and they will reach the platform. The platform is where Fleet Admiral Sengoku, along with Vice Admiral Garpa, wait with the terrified Gall Diaz, Admiral Akenu, Admiral Kuzan, Admiral Fujitora. "Please kindly stop them before coming closer," exclaimed Fleet Admiral Sengoku, frustrated by the sudden change in momentum. "Damn it, alright, fine." Admiral Kuzan had his sights set on the East Wall. He still had to settle something with 1st Division Captain Sanji. He disappeared in a flicker of light, making his way to the East Wall. "I'm going to need a 2-year leave after this." Admiral Fujitora did not like unnecessary violence, but he had a duty to uphold. Pulling out his blade, he sliced the air, seemingly doing nothing, though it only took a moment before people started to feel heavier. "Admiral Fujitora, you seem to have affected everyone in the battlefield." Admiral Akenu noticed the both pirates and Marine alike were moving slower, with the extra gravity pushing down on them. "Oh, is that so? My mistake. Here, I take it back." Admiral Fujitora did not sound sincere, canceling his ability, for he did not really want to participate in the war. Admiral Akenu ignored it, standing up from his chair. "True justice prevails." Admiral Akenu raised both arms, launching several magma fists in the air. It only took a moment before the sky was filled with magma fist crashing all over the battlefield. Fleet Admiral Sengoku picked up his Den Mushi, watching everything transpire before his eyes. "Sentamaru, bring in the pacifistas." Aboard the Moby Dick. "It's time to move, Kuzan." Whitebeard let his weapon go, using both fists aimed at the sky. Suddenly the air began to crackle, causing the magma fist that fell on the Allied forces to break into little pieces. "I'm going to join the plaza." Kuzan jumped from the Moby Dick and headed to the plaza, glad to have Whitebeard on his side. If that magma fell on them, the casualties would be endless. "Sakazuki, don't get cheeky, you bastard. You as well as Sho." He looked directly at the 2 Marine admirals. Despite the distance of the Moby Dick from the execution platform, his intensity could be felt across the battlefield. Whitebeard did not like their odds now that the admirals have joined the battle. He was counting on everyone to retrieve Ace before it was too late. Finally, Whitebeard jumped from the Moby Dick, making his way to the plaza. Flamenco, Rakuyo, and Ymir followed their captain. Whitebeard has joined the war. The battlefield was now starting to take shape. Aboard the Iron Maiden was Kuro, who was calling the shots for the Grandfleet. In the bay entrance, Captain Magai and Captain Squard were doing fine, battling with Marine Rear Admiral Nami and Marine Captain Smoker. In the bay, Whitebeard finally made his move, countering Admiral Akenu. He has now joined the battle. Arlong has convinced Jinbei to join their effort, stopping Moria's zombie army. In the East Wall, Admiral Kizaru is going to meet up with the combined effort of Crocodile, Jin, Sanji, Kingdu, Curiel, and Blenheim. In the West Wall, Robin was fighting Doflamingo, keeping him at bay. In the North Wall, where the gap was created, there stood Vista against Vice Admiral Strawberry. Jazu was against Vice Admiral Onagumo. Virgo matched up with Vice Admiral Doberman, while Mr. 2 remained against Vice Admiral Dalmatian. Haruta and Atmos were going back to help their crew members. In the plaza, things were starting to heat up. Dory and Bragi were battling Vice Admiral John Giant, while Ors Jr. fought Moria, who was losing his footing after Jinbei eliminated most of his zombie army. Tashigi is engaged in a duel with Mihawk. Law and Enel were engaged in a battle with a large number of Marines, getting them off Luffy's back. Marguerite and Perona were battling Boa Hancock after Luffy wasn't turned into stone. Luffy and Sabo were the closest to Ace, while Katakuri and Marco followed close behind. Shichibukai Kuma was fighting an internal war trying to fight his programming before he would turn into a complete weapon of the Marines. The pacifistas have been summoned along with Sentomaru. Ace sat on the platform along with Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp. Watch out! Panicked ran in Kuro's voice as giant robotic killers have joined the battle. They were called pacifistas, the pinnacle creation of the weapons division of the Marines that looked like Kuma's clones. They were strong opponents, quickly turning the tide of the battle. Grown men were on their knees. Fear filled them as the pacifistas were wiping them out one after another. The scary part was, the pacifistas were targeting only the pirates. They had the ability to identify allies from enemies. Bay entrance. Milady, you are a strong one, I admit. Captain Magai found himself stuck, pushed to the limit by Rear Admiral Nami. She perfected her technique, diverting Captain Magai's lightning against him. Her control of the weather was relied on her climate act, but her fighting skills were also top-notch. She has perfected the Soru technique along with many others. And now Nami of the Marines have subdued Captain Magai of Whitebeard's allies. Pleasure to do battle with you, Nami said before swinging her staff, knocking Captain Magai out. Captain Squard had no luck either, falling against Marine Captain Smoker. Now it was looking grimmer for the Allied forces as the pacifistas have quickly turned the tide of battle in the Marines' favor. What are your orders? Smoker just finished cuffing Squard. Let's join the battle inside. Nami ran ahead, followed by Smoker. They were headed to the North Wall. The battle of the entrance bay was dependent on the efforts of the remaining Whitebeard allies. Even then, the pacifistas were still annihilating them. North Wall, Captain Kingdu, Captain Curiel, and Captain Bleheim has managed to rejoin with the people in the North Wall. Sanji was keeping Admiral Kizaru busy for the time being while Crocodile responded to Kuro's plea. I'm on it, Commander Crocodile responded, taking Commander Jin and the Jin pirates to the North Wall. That was where the biggest clashes were happening, the deciding factor of the war. This was the case since the North Wall was the way into the plaza and also the only way out. Commander Crocodile used his sand to wipe out two pacifistas who were targeting his allies, but they were too many. Boy, you think you can mess up my pacifistas? You know how expensive these things are. Sentomaru dropped his axe on Crocodile's shoulder, surprising both him and Jin. Jin returned the favor for Crocodile by quickly slamming his batons at Sentomaru, who withdrew his axe from Crocodile and blocked with it. Crocodile was fine, grains of sand filling up the deep cut Sentomaru created. Crocodile versus Sentomaru. Location, North Wall. Jin, go ahead and help take care of the robots. I got this. Crocodile grinned while finishing his cigar. He rubbed his golden hook, showing Sentomaru how dangerously sharp it was. He then removed his cigar from his mouth and dropped it on the stone floor. You're gonna die today. Crocodile disappeared in a whirlwind of sand, which now encompassed Sentomaru. The problem with you damn Loja is you think you're invincible. Satomaru covered his axe with haki and sliced at the air. Though instead of blood, Crocodile's golden hook caught Sentomaru's axe, but it too was covered in haki. The problem with you marine bastards is that you think you're all better than us. Crocodile smirked, before throwing Sentomaru back several feet away from him. People made sure to create enough space for the two powerful people to battle. Satomaru stopped by dropping his axe on the floor. He then used his axe to pull himself forward, charging at Crocodile. Damn you, Crocodile. He swung his axe, carried by his momentum. He was able to return the favor. Crocodile was sent into the sky, showing the power of the weapons division that was not merely from their toys. Whitebeard 1st Division Captain Sanji versus Marine Admiral Kuzan. Location, East Wall. Do I have something on my teeth? Sanji's mouth was bleeding after receiving a surprise kick from the light user. He was quick to get up, not showing how hurt he was. Just a little blood. Admiral Kizaru crossed his arms, launching light beams at Sanji, which he dodged by jumping to the air. Didn't really see you coming there if I had just paid attention, huh? Well, let me greet you right back. Sanji disappeared before Kizaru's eyes, whose shock was evident in his face as his mouth circled and his eyebrows were raised. Before he could do anything, he felt a sharp kick in his face, sending the light user through the east wall. Not too bad. Admiral Kizaru wiped blood off of his mouth. Now he was quick, much quicker than before. The man was already beside Sanji, smiling at the prospect of revealing his true capabilities for once. I'm faster. Sanji's eye widened, unable to do anything but instinctively swing his legs for a high kick. completely missing his mark. Admiral Kizaru watched Sanji move in slow motion, ducking his head enough so that his kick would miss. Then he used one finger, pointing it at Sanji's heart. He fired his light beam through the man, causing Sanji to fall on one knee. "Oh, you are quick enough for my attack to miss your heart. Impressive black leg." Admiral Kizaru was going to finish the pirate off only to be stopped by ice, freezing him from head to toe. Now let's not get hasty. Huzen has come in for the save, walking past the frozen admiral and extending his hands for Sanji. "Who took it? Just give me a second. Bastard caught me off guard," said Sanji, grasping his chest where a fresh hole was created by Admiral Kizaru. "Whatever, kid, I'll slow this guy down. Just go save Ace." Huzen turned his head, looking directly at Admiral Kizaru. His eyes blinked from behind the frozen wall, but he was gone in a blink of an eye, reappearing in front of the frozen prison. Huzen ... What a surprise. Admiral Kizaru brushed off his shoulder, removing some ice. "Borsalino, it's been some time." He adjusted his sunglasses, watching his every move, prepared for the Admiral. "Yeah ... Been some time since our days in the academy." Admiral Kizaru pointed his finger at him. Light built up on the tip of his finger. "What do you say? For old time's sake." A light beam emitted from his fingertip, only to hit a frozen sculpture of Kyuza. The man stood on top of the sculpture unharmed. "You never learn, Borsalino." The rest of the North Wall battles were not looking well either. Diamond Jazu is at a standstill with Vice Admiral Onagumo. Vista managed to escape from Vice Admiral Strawberry, but he was met with 3 pacifistas. Mr. 2 was doing his best against Vice Admiral Dalmatian, but the difference in experience was just overwhelming. Haruta and Atmos helped their efforts by taking care of some pacifistas, though it wasn't going to be enough. Virgo was dealing with Vice Admiral Doberman. The battle was the greatest test for Virgo, yet he was managing well enough for the time being. There was a light that was guiding the pirates. Whitebeard has passed everyone by, making his way to the plaza. Meanwhile in the bay, 2 Shichibukai waged war on one another. Shichibukai Jinbei was battling Shichibukai Moria. Marguerite and Perona were both combining their effort on slowing down Boa Hancock, though she wasn't an emperor for nothing. But Tashigi's battle was nothing short of an art form. Straw Hat Pirates Navigator Tashigi versus Shichibukai Dracula Mihawk. Location, Plaza. "Miss Tashigi, your battle is clear. The Baroque Works agents have opened enough room for your battle with Mihawk," Kuro said through the headset which Tashigi was wearing. "Thank you, Kuro." Tashigi looked directly as Dracula Mihawk, her opponent. "You are no match for me yet." Mihawk has reverted on using his small necklace sword to battle Tashigi. "It doesn't matter, as long as I keep you busy. You do not even entertain me, girl. I have yet to draw my sword. I'll make you." Tashigi pulled back, sheathing her sword. Mihawk was a bit surprised but gave her the benefit of the doubt, allowing her to use her so-called trump card. "Entertain me then." Mihawk didn't know what caused his body to move on its own, but he felt a threat so strong he went on defense mode immediately. He drew his sword, blocking the incoming attack that his mind deemed so dangerous he had to block. "I told you, I will make you draw your sword," Tashigi said. Her sword was drawn once again. She must have done something to make Mihawk doubt himself for only a second. "Yes, you did. Amazing indeed." "Very well. You have made me draw my sword. Now answer its thirst for war." Mihawk launched forward while Tashigi did the same thing. Meanwhile in the West Wall, Robin literally had her hands full against arguably the most powerful of the Shichibukai. Shichibukai Nico Robin versus Shichibukai Donquixo Doflamingo. Location, West Wall. Such fun games we're playing here, don't you think? Doflamingo was easily dodging the numerous hands of Robin. "I'm just keeping you busy." Robin wasn't really trying to kill her fellow warlord, but she wasn't going easy on him either. "What's that guy to you anyway?" "Just a friend. I know your record, Doflamingo. You don't target people just to arrest them." "Right you are. I kill them." "You won't be able to kill me, Doflamingo." Maybe. But it doesn't matter. Seems like we're reaching the pinnacle of this war." Doflamingo pointed near the platform where Strawhat Luffy has already surpassed all the Marines' defense, all but Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp. "In the plaza. Glad for you to have joined us." Law did not expect reinforcements, yet here he was the biggest name in the New World. Enel gave him a look which gave Law the feeling that Whitebeard was out for blood. "Sakazuki, Whitebeard has joined the plaza, where he has successfully dispatched of many Marines and pacifistas." Admiral Akenu appeared in front of Whitebeard in his magma form. He emerged from the cracks of the earth, staring directly at the strongest man in the world. "Whitebeard." Admiral Akenu returned Whitebeard's intensity. But Whitebeard's goal was not to beat the Admiral. His goal was to open a path for the rescue party to retrieve his son. "You are a nuisance, Sakazuki. Once a little squirt of a Marine. Not so much now, aren't you?" Whitebeard stood before the Admiral, not an ounce of fear in his eyes. "You are all scums. I destroy injustice. That is all, Whitebeard." Admiral Akenu was the first to throw an attack, molding his body in lava before shooting himself forward with a magma fist right at Whitebeard. The man used his giant weapon to block the magma fist, causing magma to fly everywhere. You're still too young to challenge me, boy. Whitebeard threw Admiral Akenu back several steps. Shocked by his defeat in the clash, Admiral Akenu had a new sense of fear in his eyes. Whitebeard looked at Strawhat Luffy, watching the young man make his strides. Go on, boy, save our ace. Luffy, go on ahead, I will take care of this Shichibukai. Marco was in front of the last remaining Shichibukai, staring him down. Thanks, Marco, stay safe. Sabo, Luffy and Katakuri went ahead, leaving Marco to keep the Shichibukai busy. Though once again, someone had to stay behind in order to proceed with the plan. Hey Captain, looks like you have to go save your brother without me. Katakuri stopped in front of Admiral Fujitora, who gave the young man a sad expression. Katakuri, you stay safe also, replied Luffy, who continued to run along with Sabo. The duo now stood in front of the 60-feet platform, unable to contain their excitement from reuniting with their brother. Though their mission can only be completed if they somehow make it on top. Straw Hat Pirate Chef Marco versus Shichibukai Bartholomew Kuma. You are. Kuma, once hailed as a powerful force of the pirate world, was fidgety. And what's going on with you? Marco was half covered in his phoenix form. Will ... and O ... Kuma remained cryptic. His words weren't making any sense, but he was trying to say something. Alright, as long as you stay there, I guess we're all good. Within a blink of an eye, Kuma appeared in front of Marco, his palm hitting Marco right on his face. I'm sorry, Kuma said before Marco was gone, out of thin air. Katakuri noticed immediately, abandoning his battle with Admiral Fujitora to run after Kuma. Where is Marco? Katakuri tried to encase Kuma in a hardened machai, to no avail as he too met Kuma's paw fruit. Bartholomew Kuma stood still for a second. Admiral Fujitora studied him for a moment, his hands on his blade. Ultimately, he decided to sheath it as he understood what the warlord was doing. Target, Straw Hat Pirates. With that, Kuma disappeared once more, making his way to the rest of the Straw Hat. He appeared before Enel and Law, who thought he was just another pacifista. Oi, Law, take care of this guy, Enel yelled. But when Law tried to strike the warlord, he was met with a palm strike that caused him to disappear in thin air. No, Enel's rage caused a giant lightning strike to hit the warlord directly. But it was no use. Enel also met the palm of the Shichibukai. Then his target shifted to Marguerite and Perona, who were gone before they knew what was coming. This left Tashigi, Virgo, and Luffy as the last remaining target of Kuma. He made his way to Tashigi, standing behind her with his hands extended. Then once again, she was gone. Mihawk was angry yet was unable to do anything as Kuma was already gone. He made it all the way to the North Wall, where Virgo was still engaged in battle. Unfortunately for Virgo, he was also gone. Primary objective, Straw Hat Luffy. On the platform, Luffy, let's go save our brother. Sabo prepared himself to jump the distance. Of course, Luffy did the same. The duo jumped simultaneously, their right leg stepping onto the platform. To the surprise of Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Vice Admiral Garp, and Ace himself, Luffy and Sabo were able to reach the platform. This is as far as you go, Luffy. Vice Admiral Garp had a regretful look in his eye, but he stood in between Luffy and Ace. Ace, Sabo gave his brother the warmest smile he could ever muster. Sabo, you're alive. Ace couldn't hold his tears, flowing endlessly. Just give us a second, we'll get you out somehow. Sabo said, Grandpa, get out of our way. Luffy practically begged his own flesh and blood to get away. They were so close to Ace yet so far. I can't do that, Luffy, I have a duty to uphold. Garp took a step forward, making his way to Luffy. His fist trembled and his eyes were watery. His eyes says it all. Luffy knew what he had to do. I'm sorry, Grandpa. His body flared up, steam emitted from his skin. He looked at his mark, which was Garp, slowly making his way to Luffy. Garp balled up his fist, throwing it at Luffy without really trying to harm his grandson, but Luffy connected, hitting Garp with a passionate right hook. This sent Garp flying towards the ground below the platform. His fist of love was not meant for anything but to give a key to Luffy. He opened his fist before being hit by Luffy, dropping a key on the floor. Luckily, Sabo was quick to catch such a small detail, retrieving the key immediately. Garp's thoughts bombarded his mind. He wasn't going to be the reason Ace, who he considers family, dies today. He fell on the floor, creating a crater, with a giant grin on his face. Go save Ace. You think it will be easy? Fleet Admiral Sengoku knew what Garp was going to do. He is a family-oriented man who even let his family go on certain occasions. He knew that Garp would let them go through. He didn't expect them to get a key. Ace, yelled Luffy, taking some steps forward. Several things happened in such a small window of time. Sabo reached Ace's cuffs, fumbling with the key as the tension was getting to him. Fleet Admiral Sengoku transformed into a giant golden Buddha, preparing to drop his palm to the trio. Sabo yelled to watch out for Sengoku. Luffy was a quick thinker when it came to battle. He turned himself into a giant balloon, catching Sengoku's palm strike. Meanwhile, Sabo used his body to protect Ace, catching Luffy's giant balloon in his back. The platform collapsed, causing a collective gasp to fill the air. The Marines prepared their guns, pointing it at the center of the debris. Smoke still filled the air while the Marines took aim. "Fire!" yelled Sengoku, who was still falling from where the platform was. The Marines unleashed their ammunition until they were out. But once the smoke cleared, there was a sight to behold. A giant fire pillar launched from the center of the fallen platform into the sky. Once the smoke cleared, 3 people stood side by side. Strawhat Luffy looked up with a giant smile. His happiness could be felt throughout the battlefield. Revolutionary Sabo had his hands on Ace's shoulder. Tears fell from his eyes at finally reuniting with his brothers. Lastly, Ace had never felt more alive. His fire burned much brighter than ever. Caldi Ace was free. "Let's get out of here." As the trio ran for their lives, making their way through the hundreds of Marines that blocked their path, Luffy heard the most terrible news he could ever hear. Because it was oblivious to the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, his crew was getting picked off one at a time. "Captain," Hiro said on the headpiece. "Yeah?" Luffy asked as he cleared a wave of enemies. "Everyone's gone. Everyone's gone from your crew." "What? No." Luffy lost his footing, rolling on the floor as his momentum carried him forward. Sabo and Ace stopped on their track. They were barely halfway through the plaza when the news of his missing crew reached Luffy. Now he was just an empty shell. His eyes looked of a man defeated. His friends were all gone with no way to reach them. "Luffy, get a hold of yourself." Sabo tried to shake Luffy back into reality to no avail. Ace looked at his brother in the eye, but he was just an empty shell at the moment. "Sabo, we got to carry him." Ace put Luffy on his back, continuing their journey back to the bay entrance. "Got your back, Ace." Sabo infused Haki in his pipe weapon, clearing a path for the trio's immediate exit. "Hold the north wall. Ace, Luffy, and Sabo are coming." Plaza crew back up the escape. Hiro yelled on the headpiece, signaling everyone for a full-on retreat. "Let's get out of here, boss." Mr. 5 and the rest of the Baroque works have now surrounded the trio, creating a path for them to return to the north wall. "Go on, you bastards. We'll keep them off your back," Crocodile exclaimed as he got a glimpse of Luffy. He felt sadness seeing the strongest person he knows look like a defeated warrior. "Mr. 1, Mr. 2, Mr. 3, on me. We won't abandon you, Crocodile," exclaimed Jin as he was now close to the 3 brothers. "Whatever, just get out," yelled Crocodile back, jumping into battle. Exclaimed the Baroque works leader. His men followed him, knowing full well where they would end up. Despite the risk, they still followed their orders. Meanwhile, the Marines were trying their best to catch the criminals, yet they were blocked off by the overwhelming force of Whitebeard, who held most of the Plaza Marines in their place, including Admiral Akenu, Admiral Fujitora, Shichibukai Hancock, and Shichibukai Mihawk. Even Fleet Admiral Sengoku couldn't move anywhere as he stood above Vice Admiral Garp, who remained on the crater he fell in. "Damn you, Garp. Whatever, Sengoku." Garp laughed despite the seriousness of the situation. "As long as his family is okay." Shichibukai Robin went after Shichibukai Kuma, her promise still evident on her mind. He was losing control, and the poor Straw Hat crew was at the receiving end of his faulty programming. Shichibukai Doflamingo had enough fun, deciding to sit back and watch the show. The Whitebeard allied forces and commanders have also joined up with the escape, creating a much bigger protection for Luffy, Sabo, and Ace. The people on the outside of the protective circle were getting picked off by the Marines, yet they remained steadfast. The trio was now getting through the north wall, almost reaching the frozen bay. It was only a matter of time until they reached the Moby Dick. Admiral Kizaru was still busy with Kyuzan, who did not let the Admiral out of his sight. This caused frustration to rise for the Marine. Shichibukai Moria was getting held back by Shichibukai Jinbei, who has now made his alliance known. Sakazuki, Issho, Sengoku, Mihawk, Hancock, and the rest of you Marines who dare touch my children. Whitebeard stood firm in front of a strong line of Marines' finest officers and allies. "I will personally destroy you." He slammed his weapon on the floor, causing the ground to shake. "Pops, let's go." Everyone was yelling. All the commanders, all the allies, yet Whitebeard did not move. "Go on, my children. The new era has begun. I will protect each and every one of you until my death. And this is it for your old man. I will die here so that everyone can escape," yelled Whitebeard, causing the air to crack. His resolve was final, a dying man's words. Go. Everyone knew Whitebeard would die eventually. He was getting older every day, and his time was close to its end, though no one expected him to go this way. Ace's rescue party finally reached the Moby Dick. Everyone immediately got on board. The commanders of the Whitebeard crew were all there, the Baroque Works, Jin Pirates, and Castle Pirates. "Go on, fools. King Wapol will distract these Marines." Wapol had finally tapped his full potential. He was able to consume the stone floors and become the floors, controlling an area where he would raise certain parts of the floor and slam them together. His sacrifice would not go unnoticed, yet the biggest sacrifice was Whitebeard. They all looked at Whitebeard, wishing him well. For the strongest man in the world sacrificed his life for the new generation. Kyuzan unfroze the bay, allowing the pirates to filter out of the bay. The marine ships outside were all pushed out of the way by the combined efforts of the giants. Kuro led the way aboard the Iron Maiden, followed by everybody else. "Stay close. Keep Captain safe," yelled Kuro in the earpiece. "Arlong, Wapol, Crocodile ... everyone ... we won't forget you all. Let's go." Everyone heard his command, and everyone is following the Iron Maiden. Dory, Bragi, and Oars Jr. reinforced the rear, blocking incoming cannonballs. Shichibukai Kuma was stopped in his track by Shichibukai Robin, who held back the warlord with her abilities. She approached him and looked at her friend in the eye. He was gone, converted into a marine weapon. His objective escaped, causing the warlord to collapse, short-circuiting his entire body, though not after saying some words that only Robin could hear. The Marines tried to follow the Allied forces, yet they were stopped by the Red Force pirates, who raised their flags in between Marineford and the Allied pirates. The Yonko Shanks stood in the middle of his crew, daring anyone to try and give chase. "Anyone who want to go after them have to go through me." His men all flashed a smile, revealing their readiness to battle. "No need red hair, the war is over," announced Fleet Admiral Sengoku, who stood in front of Whitebeard, who remained standing despite his death. "You always said you'd die fighting Newgate. Looks like you were right. The war in Marineford was over." Gold Dace was saved mainly by Strawhat Luffy, who had made a significant impact in the war. Revolutionary commanders Sabo and Kuzan showed up, changing the tides of battle. Shichibukai Jinbei and Shichibukai Crocodile were traitors, while Shichibukai Robin retained her position by claiming that she had a personal vendetta against Doflamingo. The Pacifista program was a wide success, creating better fundings for their future, with Sentomaru at the helm. Yonko Shanks was reported meeting with Yonko Kaido, but somehow made it on time to stop the war. Last but not least, Edward Newgate, also known as Whitebeard, has died fighting in the world-changing event known as the War of the Best. But what time ... the victor decides the history. What is right, what is wrong, what is good, what is bad. For this is the true nature of war. Ah, what a wonderful feeling to be on the winning side. This way we can write the history of this war and what happened this day. Don Quixote Doflamingo stood on the remains of the North Wall. Beside him were Dracula Mihawk, Boa Hancock, and Gecko Moria, who watched the Allied pirates escape, while Red Hair Shanks kept to his promise to protect the Allied forces. "Where is Nico Robin?" asked Gecko Moria, trying to find her. Little did everyone know, after what she learned from Kuma, Robin went with the Allied forces, hidden somewhere on their ship. Unfortunately for some of the pirates, they were caught. Their sacrifice meant a lifetime in Impel Down. The most notorious pirates that were caught included Captain Magai, beaten by Rear Admiral Nami, Captain Squard taken in by Marine Captain Smoker, 5th Commander Flower Sword Vista, Commander Kingdu. The former Shichibukai Crocodile was beaten by Sentomaru along with his pacifistas. Baroque Agent Mr. 1, Baroque Agent Mr. 2, Baroque Agent Mr. 3, Castle Pirate Captain Wapol, and Sun Pirate Captain Arlong. Also, another high-profile name headed to Impel Down was the Shichibukai Jinbei. "Captain, Luffy is over there," Yasop, the sniper of the Red Force pirates, said to his captain. "I know, but this is not the right time." He made a promise. Shanks saw the Allied forces disappear in the distance, must be hours ahead from the Marine base. "Let's get out of here," he commanded his forces. On the 18th hour of the day, the war was over. 2 days later, "All right, we create maybe a day or 2 days of a distance between us and the Marines," Kuro said, finally having enough time to breathe. For a moment he thought everyone was dead. "Good wind we caught, Kuro, just stay the course." Over. Jin along with Dory and Bragi were the remaining captains of the Straw Hat Grandfleet. It was as if half of their forces were taken to Impel Down. Now the Castle Pirates, remaining agents of the Baroque Works, and Sun Pirates were without a leader. Luffy remained asleep in his room aboard the Iron, and Ace stood above their brother, yet they were both saddened by their loss of comrades. The Whitebeard pirates along with the Allied forces followed behind them. No direction to go since the loss of their captain. Kuzan and Sanji were on the deck of the Iron Maiden, speaking to one another. "Sorry for the old man." "Don't be. He went out like he always said he would." Fighting. Sanji wiped a tear from his eye as he puffed his cigarette. Emotions filled his entire being, yet he had to stay strong for everyone. "Yeah, that he did." Kuzan had a lot to report back to Revolutionary HQ, but for now he would have to remain with Sabo, watching the young man per order of Dragon. "Excuse me, but may I see Straw Hat Luffy?" Nico Robin, the Shichibukai who protected the Allied forces from Doflamingo, was on board the Iron Maiden wearing a hood as a disguise. "Oh, Robin, glad to see you're okay," Kuzan said as he was the vice captain of Nico Robin. At least that was their cover when she was acting as a Shichibukai. "Hello, Kuzan, glad to also see you are also unharmed. So you guys are close then?" Sanji pointed between the duo, in which they both nodded. "Good enough for me. Let's go check and see how's Ace's little brother doing." Boy, that kid sure lit a fire up everyone's asses. Sanji, Kuzan, and Robin made their way to Luffy's room, where they found Ace and Sabo looking concerned at the young man, with his eyes open, yet not saying a single word. He's been awake for half an hour. He hasn't said anything. Ace was heartbroken to see that his little brother was like this. Sabo felt the same exact way. Robin removed her hood and approached Luffy. Ace and Sabo were going to go on defense mode but recognized that she was an ally. Sabo already knew she worked with the revolutionary, but Ace noticed the way Sabo respected the woman, so he let her stand next to Luffy's bed. Monkey D. Luffy, I have news from Bartolomeu Kuma, the man who was responsible for taking your friends away. Luffy immediately perked up at the prospect of hearing news about his friends. He told me that he had to send them away somewhere they need to be. His orders were to kill all of you, but he was able to overrule his command and instead gave himself the order to help you. Luffy, all of your friends are okay. Luffy filled with joy and excitement to now finally hear that his friends were all right. But there was one glaring question. Where are they? Causing everyone in the room to sigh in relief as the old Luffy was back. With the spy, she began to stir but was unable to move. What do we do with her? We'll treat her off course. But sir, she might be an enemy. I will not let anyone die on my watch. If she turns out to be an enemy, we can get informations out of her. Understood, sir. Thank you, Koala. Sure thing, Dragon-san. That was the last thing Perona heard before emptiness once again. With the shipwright, boy, wake up. Virgo woke up from his sleep, sitting on a chair across a familiar old man. Where the hell? Virgo looked around, unable to see anything clearly. It was like being in a high-ranking official's office. Shut it, Virgo, you tell me. The old man scratched his head. Virgo's vision cleared up, revealing the man who he once called his teacher. Holy shit, Captain, sir. I'm not your captain anymore, Virgo. It's Vice Admiral Garp now. With the tailor. This is home, but how did I end up here? Marguerite, the tailor of the Straw Hat Pirates, was sent to the island of Woman, Amazon Lily. The island where the Kuja pirates reside, led by none other than the Shichibukai Boa Hancock. Halt. An Amazon search party of 5 women surrounded Marguerite. All drew their bow at her. What business do you have here? Who are you? Marguerite was a bit frustrated that they didn't recognize her based on her attire, but she has been gone since she was a child. A lot has probably changed. My name is Marguerite and I don't know why I'm here. Which was the truth, but no one believed her, stepping closer and closer to her. This drew the line as Marguerite successfully launched 5 consecutive arrows before any of the Amazons could fire one. Marguerite has hit every single one of them in the arm, ensuring that they would be unable to draw their weapon. All right, who's in charge? She looked around at the woman. I am. A woman, twice the size of Marguerite, stood behind her. Her stealth combined with her strength was enough to subdue Marguerite, receiving the blunt end of the woman's weapon, causing her to pass out. The last thing she heard was the woman's name. Glad you made it on time, Miss Boa Marigold. She was a strong one. My sister Boa Hancock will know what to do on her return. For now, keep her locked out. Then Marguerite was out cold, unable to hear any more. With the doctor. He's not dead, you bastards, get back to work. His head throbbed as he heard voices close to him. He felt a hand brushed his forehead, changing out the cold tower that was on it. But Captain, I want to meet him. His head remained riddled with pain. The last thing he remembered was a giant bear man slapping his paw on his face. Then emptiness. Shut it. He's awake. Law slowly opened his eyes, seeing a reindeer, bear, and a giant man. Where am I? Look, kid, first tell me who you are. The reindeer said, the man most likely in charge since his will ran strongest amongst the people present. Trafalgar Law ... That's my name. Well, Law, that guy is Jean Bart. He pointed at the giant man who waved his hands. That guy is Bupo. The white bear did the same as Jean. And I'm Tony Chopper, the captain of the Heart Pirates. With the chef. Yo-ho-ho. Interesting indeed. How did you beat me so easily? Marco was laying flat on his back, unable to move from his fatigue. A skeleton with an afro stood above him, victorious in their quick duel. Experience, my boy. What do you plan to do with me? My boss likes to collect strong animals in his crew, you see. I'm not going to join. I have my own crew to go back to. I can see that. You are strong-willed, rebellious, loyal ... Tell you what, I stay quiet about you if you let me help you reach your full potential. Mythical Zoan Awakening. What's in it for you? He was curious at what the man could gain from helping him. I am an immortal soul that got bored of the normalities of life. And here I am presented with a new experience ... If I give you to my boss, my life will return back to the same old boring stuff. If I don't give you to my boss, I get to learn something new and exciting. You understand, I suppose. Then let's get started. Marco has somehow ended up meeting with Brook of the Four Calamities, Yonkou Kaido's strongest commanders. With the sniper, Enel was being dragged by 2 men, bringing him to a throne room. There he was forced on his knees as he remained groggy from his sudden departure from Marineford. Interesting ... You are Enel of the Straw Hats, correct? That voice sounded familiar. It was someone he has met before. The tone of his voice was high and mighty, as if he was untouchable. His attire was familiar as Enel slowly began to look up. Then the face was what finally revealed who the man was. God USOPP, yelled Enel, surprised to see the former god of Skypie in front of him. That I am, replied God Usopp, who still sat at a throne, but this time a throne in the Arc Maxim that floated in the blue sea, with the navigator, where Tashigi was stumbling in the weird woods which seemed to have faces. She had her weapon, which she was glad, but she was unable to do anything else but try to find somewhere to go. Where that is, she doesn't know. She finally saw a city before her, but what surprised her was that the island seemed to have a wheat theme all around. Beautiful, isn't it? A man said from behind her. She immediately jumped back and drew her weapon, but she felt an overwhelming force that caused her to feel weak. It's not use, Tashigi, you can't beat me. How do you? As the cloud cleared and the moonlight shined bright, the man's face was illuminated to reveal a familiar face, one that she recognized immediately from her childhood. Zoro, with the first mate. Back the hell away from me. Katakuri has went through his fifth opponent, and it has only been a few minutes since he landed on the unknown island. For some odd reason, it was full of giant beasts and a collection of monsters, all of which were fighting him. It was as if they were protecting something. He decided the best course of action was to run, and run he did. But trying to outrun giant animals was not easy, especially since they had giant limbs. Lucky for him, he had the mochi fruit, able to create sticky substance that he would throw at the animals, stopping them on their tracks. But there was just too many. Despite how many times he threw his ability at them, they just kept coming. Though suddenly, they all stopped on their tracks as soon as Katakuri crossed a visible line. He looked at the line, then the animals, and smiled to himself. Well, that was easy. Katakuri turned around slowly, looking up at a giant tent in the middle of nowhere. Then on top of the tent was a Jolly Roger of a laughing skull with identical sabers crossed behind it. It also has 3 red stripes with 2 red lines on the left eye representing only one man. How the hell? Somewhere in the new world. Glad to be back, boys. Red-haired Shanks, the man feared by many through his outstanding power and influence, was sitting down on his chair, placing his feet on top of the table. The rest of his crew filtered in the meeting room, where they have all safely made it back after stopping the greatest war in the modern era. Good to be home, exclaimed Lucky Roo as he quickly made his way through 2 plates of food. Captain, we got a disturbance. Ben Beckham, the first mate of the Red Force pirate, brought in a man which he carried by the rope which he was tied in. Let me go, you bastards, or I'll kill all of you, exclaimed the frustrated young man, tossing and turning despite being tied up. Ben Beckman held him up by his collar and made sure he was looking at Shanks. Yeah, right. And why are you here in my island? Shanks got a good look of the man's face, studying his eyes to watch his lies. I didn't go here willingly. I was sent here. I was just in Marineford. You were in Marineford. I was just there yesterday, and I definitely didn't see you. What, I was there? Who the hell are you anyway? The man replied, not looking away from the intimidating red-haired captain. Captain, you won't believe this. Yasopp ran in the room, nearly tripping from his excitement. Not now, Yasopp. Can't you see I'm interrogating this trespasser? Shanks looked at Yasopp in defeat, as he wasn't really looking intimidating now. You're not intimidating me, said the man. See, yelled Shanks and sat back on his chair. I swear, Captain, this is worth it, yelled Yasopp. Fine, what is this great news of yours? Captain, the squirt you saved in the East Blue, who beat my son in Skypie and made the biggest impact in the war. Luffy is now a YONKOU. What? Exclaimed both Shanks and the prisoner, who happened to be the first mate of Strawhat Luffy. You know Luffy. Yet again both spoke at the same time. All right, me first. I met Luffy when he was still a kid. He ate my Gamu Gamu fruit, and that's how he got his power. I lost my arm saving him, and ... Oh, that's right, I gave him my straw hat. You're Shanks. Luffy tells us a lot about you. I'm Katakuri. I'm his first mate. No freaking way. That's so cool. Why weren't you with him in Marineford? Shanks was now cutting Katakuri loose, not even considering that he might be an enemy. I was separated with everyone by that bear guy with some weird paw. Must be Kuma. He has a very useful devil fruit. Great. Any friend of Luffy is a friend of ours. Everyone gave Katakuri a round of cheers, accepting him completely. So what can I do for you? The crew quieted down. Shanks spoke directly to Katakuri. The war was a wake-up call ... In a way, can I help Captain become the Pirate King as I am right now? I need you to train me. Oh, is that right? Well, from what I see, it will take a while for you to get where you are turning heads in the new world. However long it will take, I'm doing it. I need to get stronger. 5 years ... That's how long I will train you under me. Fine, but one more thing. So much request. Don't go easy on me. Alright, tough guy ... But your training starts now. 5 minutes head start. Yasopp will try to find you. If he finds you, he will shoot you, but if he doesn't find you within 24 HRS, I will teach you something worth your while. With Shanks' last word, Katakuri was gone immediately. That guy's fast. Yasopp noticed, but watched his every move with his sharpened observation haki. He could clearly see where Katakuri was going despite being far away. Yeah, not fast enough, replied Shanks, smiling to himself. Imagine just a few years ago he met the squirt, and now Luffy was achieving the same rank as him. How time flew by. Can someone get Old Man Rayleigh on the line? I need to cash in the favor he owes me. Reed Island. Your captain somehow climbed his way to the same rank as my mother. The same mother who murdered everyone you know. Tashigi was tied to a chair, unable to move for the simple reason of Zoro overwhelming her with his willpower, his haki. Him perhaps, but that's a life I've forgotten. If you've forgotten, then why keep me alive? Kill me since I'm under the Straw Hat flag. I can't do that, Tashigi. You are my very precious friend. Kill me. My captain is now a Yonko, as you said, making us a threat to you. You are no threat to us. As he is now, he won't make a dent in Mother's power. If you won't kill me, then release me. You'll try to run away. Then someone else will kill you. Better than being with you. Tashigi ... You won't survive one day in Big Mom's territory. Let me help you. How are you going to do that? I will help you get stronger. Why? Why help me? I'm your enemy. You will never be my enemy, Tashigi. You are my friend. Zoro dropped his haki, which helped Tashigi move. Therefore I will train you until you are strong enough to challenge even me. Only Dracula Mihawk has ever been a worthy opponent to cross swords with me. I'll make sure to change that. Tashigi swiftly drew her sword and charged directly at Zoro. Very well. Zoro did not draw any sword, simply taking a step on the side. Having enough time to take Tashigi's sheath and placing it in her sword. Too slow. Damn it. Tashigi jumped back. You will need 10 years to achieve your goal of beating me. I'll be done in less time. Aboard the Arc Maxim. You're saying you were beaten by the Shichibukai Kuma, who teleported you away with his paw fruit. But by some miracle you dropped a giant lightning bolt on him without doing any damage. How? God Usopp now spoke to Enel, just the two of them. I don't know. I thought that guy was a cyborg or something. At least that's what Kuro said. He should have been fried, but for some reason no effect. Odd indeed. Well, what now then, Enel of the Straw Hat Pirates? God Usopp rested his head on his fist, wondering what the pirate would answer. I want to get back to everyone, but for some reason I feel that I'm here aboard your ship for a reason. After the events in Marineford, one thing is certain, I need to get stronger. You wish for my guidance? Yes, I need you to help me get stronger. In exchange, you will power my ship so we can fly in the sky. How long? I will hold you until I deem your service unfavorable. Alright, you got yourself a deal. Though in his mind, Enel was not going to stay longer than he needs to. He was going to learn everything from God Usopp, and then he will leave. Howling Wolf Island. Welcome to my island, the Howling Wolf. Brook removed his overcoat and his hat, twirling his cane before removing the sheath to reveal his sword. Why the Howling Wolf? Marco observed the island. The trees were dead, it was very foggy, and it seemed to be uninhabited by anything. This is my island, and no one is allowed to step foot on here without my say-so. Therefore, this is the perfect place for me to get a full grasp of your mythical Zoan ability. Feast your eyes, skeleton. Marco turned into his phoenix form. Just so you know, you will never leave this island until you are dead. Just know that for future references, you will die in this island, Marco the Phoenix. Brook prepared his blade, emitting cold air from his weapon. I guess I'll just have to kill you then. Marco flew high in the sky before nose-diving directly at Brook. AHHH. Hell will freeze over. Brook pointed his sword directly at Marco, ready for his attack. Aboard the Heart Pirate submarine. Well, don't move around yet. Chopper crossed his arm as he watched Law get up from his medical bed. He was currently in his human form. Like hell, I got to be somewhere. Law got up slowly, but when he tried to walk he stumbled and fell on his face. You're not going anywhere anytime soon. Damn it, I need to get back to my crew. They need their doctor. What Law didn't expect was a slap on his forehead from Chopper. Fool, how can you be a good doctor if you act like a whiny little shit? You need to first get better, and the next step is to hone your craft. You just happened to stumble upon the greatest doctor in the world. No, you're not, Captain, yelled Bippo from the navigation room. Shut up, Bippo. As I was saying, the best doctor, said Chopper. Damn, I guess you're right. I need to get better in order to help my friends. Fine, what do I need to do? You will shadow me, of course, exclaimed Chopper. I believe that Mugiwara will be a strong ally for me in the future. Amazon Lily. You are a former citizen of Amazon Lily. Yes, I am, replied Marguerite, who has been answering quiet possibly a million questions since she was forced into a cell, one in which he could possibly break anytime she wants to. You say you left when you were young. Yes, I said. Now where did you say? Suddenly the interviewer stopped when a beautiful black-haired beauty entered the room. You are one of Straw Hat Pirates. Boa Hancock. The Shichibukai walked in the cell room and stared directly at Marguerite. Your captain, Strawhat Luffy, he piques my interest. Why? She tilted her head to the side, wondering what the reasoning was behind her interest to her captain. He did not turn to stone when I used my ability on him. So what? Your powers didn't work. No, my ability works. He's just not attracted with me. And everyone is attracted to me. Boa Hancock looked down at Marguerite, bending all the way near the floor to emphasize how low everyone is compared to her. Okay then, so I wish to have an audience with this man. Well, I can probably arrange that, but I don't know where he is. Alright then, I will give you time to locate him. You will be treated with respect and as an honored guest. Take all the time you need. Great, let me out of this cell and give me back my bow, also my pet snake. Granted. Boa Hancock had the cell opened and had a couple of her citizens escorting Marguerite out of the room. Thank you. Marguerite smiled and thought to herself that as soon as she finds Luffy, she was gone. Marine base in the New World. So Kuma did this, huh? Garp still had a hard time grasping what he was going to do with his former student. I think so. Virgo was glad he wasn't tied up to anything. But he wasn't going to be able to try anything since he knew the power of Vice Admiral Garp. Okay, Virgo, you are going to come with me aboard my ship. Wait, I need to get back with everyone. You won't be able to find Luffy at this time. How is that? Luffy has become a power stronger than anyone expected, Virgo. If I knew his location, I would be required to capture him or risk the death penalty. They are finally dropping the hammer on me since helping Ace back in Marineford. One more strike and I'm a wanted criminal. Garp slammed his hands on the table, breaking it in half. Damn, is all Virgo could muster. Yeah, so just listen to me for now. I'll get you back to your crew. You will act as one of my trainee. Now let's go. Garp stood up, followed by Virgo. Revolutionary HQ. You mean I've been out for 2 days? Perona could not believe how easily she was beaten by the paw guy. She did not even have enough time to bond with her new friends. You are very weak, aren't you? Koala looked directly at her, not even trying to be nice in her words. No, I'm not. Right. Keep telling yourself that. Koala stood up and walked away from the room. Monkey D. Dragon was an overwhelming presence which was immediately felt by Koala. Sorry about that, she can be tough with her words. Dragon said, leaning against the wall. I don't mind. Who are you? I'm Dragon and you are? Perona, the spy of the Straw Hat Pirates. I need to get back to them. I can't let that happen, especially with how you are right now. You won't be able to help my son as you are. Then what do you suggest? You will help our efforts as a revolutionary. We are so close into learning more about the Void Century, yet we can't get past certain protective walls. Based on our data from you, Perona, you have a very useful ability. Dragon was going to help Perona get stronger, but in return he needs her to be his secret weapon against the injustice of the world. I need your help for 2 years. Understood. But can I make contact with my friends? Perona had a plan. Sure thing, meet you out there in an hour. Dragon left the room, leaving Perona to herself. Perona closed her eyes and held her hands close to her heart. Then 9 hallows were sent on to countless locations straight out of her body. She did not know she was capable of such ability, but now she was glad she had that ability. All of her hallows were saying the same thing. 2 years. Hopefully everyone will understand. Aboard the Iron Maiden, Jin and Kuro were making their way to the captain's room. Both have formulated a plan with the help of Whitebeard 1st Division Captain Sanji. They had a plan on their next move, they just had to tell it to Luffy. When they got in the room, they were surprised that everyone was looking at Luffy, who said something nobody expected. Right, I've decided. Everyone was frozen in anticipation as to what Luffy would say. After learning that his crewmates were sent somewhere they needed to be, there was only one thing left to do. After learning the difference in strength between myself and the strong Marines, I feel that I need the time to train for the next 2 years. Luffy received Perona's messenger hallow. Ace and Sabo both sweat dropped. Luffy has never said anything that actually made it seem like he had proper. I would like to ask you guys to train me. He looked at both Sabo and Ace, who continued to look at each other. You better be ready, Luffy. I'm in. Sabo crossed his arms and gave Luffy a thumbs up. Just so you know, Luffy, with the death of Gramps, everyone has been in mourning. But what the main division captains have decided is that it's time to move on. I will train you, Luffy, but we will all train you. For your effort in Marineford and being a pivotal power in our favor, the former Whitebeard pirates have decided that we are going to join the Strawhat Grandfleet. Ace said with a smirk after getting an approval nod from Sanji, who was technically the acting leader of the Whitebeard pirates. Yet he let Ace tell his brother the news everyone agreed on. You mean we're allies now? Luffy said with a giant grin. Don't expect me to call you captain though, exclaimed Ace as he grabbed Luffy by the head and messed up his hair. Me other kid, Sanji said with a grin, tossing his cigarette out the open window. Awesome. What everyone in the room could not expect was that the news would reach the entire world, dubbing Luffy a major superpower in the new world. Captain, if I can interject. Hiro made himself known in the room full of strong individuals, all of which are leagues above him. Speak your mind, Kuro. Luffy gave him a grin. Thank you, Captain. We have a plan to save everyone. With the help of Sir Sanji, we figured out how to break into Impel Down. Let's do it, exclaimed Luffy. Things were falling in place, one good news after another. What's your plan? We need a small team to infiltrate the underground prison. We need someone to be pure brute muscle, a tactician who is quick on his feet, and cues him because he is so damn strong. I'm going, since I will know what to do whatever the situation, said Kuro. Then he pointed at Sanji, who was leaning against the wall. He is our brute strength, in which Sanji nodded in agreement. All right, good plan, Kuro. Make sure to save everyone. Luffy said. Aye, Captain. We will be taking my ship along with my crew for our escape. Good day. Kuro followed Sanji out of the room. They were on their way to locate Kyuzen to make their prison break. Marine HQ. Damn that Strawhat. Akenu, the newly appointed fleet admiral, broke the desk in half. Sir, please relax. He has the former Whitebeard pirates under his flag. Akenu faced the window behind him. His anger was evident. He's quiet though, despite amassing such a strong power along with his own. Troubling news, Fleet Admiral. Along with Red Hair Shanks, Big Mom, and the Beast Kaido, Strawhat Luffy is being dubbed the person who will fill in the seat which Whitebeard has voided. Damn that Strawhat Monkey D. Luffy. The Yonko. Impel down. Didn't think you the type to serve under someone. Definitely not sacrifice yourself. Jinbei, the warrior of the sea, was speaking with his cellmate Crocodile. You wouldn't know until you meet the guy. Crocodile chuckled to himself. All of his allies were locked away in different levels. Only him and Jinbei were deemed too dangerous to put anywhere but level 6, inhabited by the worst of criminals. You think your buddy is really going to come? Tusk, if from what I learned after I met them is any indication, they care for their own, said Crocodile. It's only a matter of time. They'll come. I know it. Impel down rescue party. It was the middle of the night, around 1 in the morning. 4 days after the group has decided to break into Impel Down to save their friends. The trio were aboard a small boat, covered by a thick fog. Am I glad you agreed to join our mission, Kyuzen? Kuro was sitting in front of the tiny boat in which the 3 people were riding. They have bypassed the first patrol and are now hidden behind a thick fog, hiding them from detection. Kyuzen happened to know some things about Impel Down due to his intel from the Revolutionary Army. I got to talk to an old friend, so we're all here for a reason, replied Kyuzen, who was driving the boat. Sanji was sleeping on the back of the boat. He hasn't gotten any rest since Marineford. That must be the gate then. Kuro pointed at the dock full of marine battleships. They had to somehow bypass hundreds of marine patrol and enter the underwater prison without causing any alarm. Yeah, stay close, follow my lead and we will be fine. Kyuzen docked their small boat, and the first to enter the harbor. He was followed by Sanji, who finally awoke from his slumber. Then Kuro brought out the rear. The trio stayed close, stopping every now and then to avoid night patrols that happened to cross their path. As they got closer to the giant entrance, Kuro knew exactly what they needed to do. Sanji, can you please open the door? Kuro whispered to his ally, who nodded his head in agreement. With pleasure, Sanji jumped in the air, gathering momentum before kicking the giant door wide open, causing a loud banging sound to emit in the air. Let's go, Kyuzen exclaimed, running to the closest place where the trio could hide. They found the locker room where they all waited out what the patrol would do. Damn it, who caused all that noise? Yelled the Vice Warden Honeyapple. Sir, we have no idea. The doors just swung open, replied a night guard. Damn it, close the gate. You telling me there's ghost in here now? If you guys think for 1 second you're scaring me, then you're all wrong. Honeyapple does not get scared, yelled the Vice Warden. Footsteps followed and disappeared. All right, let's go. Kyuzen led the way once more. His ice ability came in handy when some surveillance snail caught sight of them. He would freeze them as they went, giving them the advantage of staying invisible. Right over there, an elevator. Kuro pointed at an elevator, but when the trio approached, it needed a card key to enter. Damn, we need to find a ladder to get down. They all made their way around the top level of Impel Down, finally finding a door that says keep out. Wouldn't hurt to try. Despite the thick chains surrounding the door, Sanji kicked right through the door, revealing a staircase going down. See, level 1 Crimson Hell. Great, exclaimed Kuro as he followed the other 2 down the ladder. Impel Down level 1. He said to himself, finding the first level of Impel Down just like any other jails, full of cells. Nothing too unusual in this floor. The trio continued to run through the floor as quietly as possible, trying to locate the stairs to the next floor down. Hey, the trio had to stop at the sound of someone noticing them. They approached the voice and found a clown behind bars. Hey, you guys don't look like guards. Who the hell are you? Look, you need to shut up or I'm going to have to kill you, said Sanji, but was stopped by Kuro, who studied the man. You're Buggy the Clown. Kuro looked directly at him, remembering him from somewhere. I am. Listen, get me out of this mess, man. You are from the East Blue, but your boisterous nature might be useful, said Kuro, who seemed to have a plan. Kyuzen and Sanji observed the tactician as he cut down the cell doors with his blade claws. All right, Buggy the Clown, start a riot. Kuro began to run again, trying to locate the second floor stairwell. Kyuzen and Sanji followed, finally catching on to his plan. Great work causing a distraction, said Sanji. Yeah, they should be busy enough with the first floor that we should have an easier time through the next level. Then repeat until we find our people, replied Kuro, who finally found the stairs to the next floor. Behind them, the trio could hear a rowdy bunch of inmates finally out of their cells. Surveillance room. What the hell is all that noise? Vice Warden Honeyapple was going crazy. He could not get a wink of sleep that night. Sir, we got a riot going on in the first floor. What? I'll handle it. Get me 50 men. And don't wake up Warden Magellan, I got this. Honeyapple thought that his promotion would be imminent once he deals with the small criminals of the first floor. Sir, yes sir. And sir, But it was too late. The guard could not tell the vice warden that for some reason, the surveillance snails were not giving them proper feed on some areas of the prison. In the meantime, every jailer had their hands full on the first floor riot, led by Buggy the Clown. Level 2 Wild Beast Hell. Fusin, we got company, said Sanji as he noticed several beasts immediately caught on to them. I got it. The easiest solution to a quick and efficient way of bypassing the beast in level 2 was as simple as freezing them all. Ice Age. With a quick hand gesture, Fusin has frozen the beasts that were after them. Same plan, Kuro said, slicing cell doors open as he passed through. Sanji and Fusin followed closely behind, doing the same thing. Riot, yelled Kuro, in which the prisoners were glad to finally be out of their hellish prison. I knew you'd come eventually. Someone emerged from one of the cells. His hair was shaped into the number 3. Ah, Galdino, you were kept here in level 2, huh? Come on, we're gonna get everyone. Kuro kept running, in which Galdino aka Mr. 3 followed closely behind. Sanji and Fusin nodded at Galdino, in which he saluted back at them. Well, we're gonna have a tough time going through the next levels of this damned prison. Most of the captured people are in level 5. Though Jinbei and Crocodile, I do not know where they are, replied Galdino. Fine, let's continue to level 3 and we'll figure it out, said Kuro as he found the stairs to the next floor down. With the combined effort of Fusin and Sanji, the beast of level 2 were no threat at all. Level 3 Starvation Hell. While the air is so dry down here, Galdino could not produce his wax since he was severely dehydrated and tired from being imprisoned and tortured. Same plan here, people. But the surprising part was, the prisoners were not as lively as those in level 1 and level 2. It was like they were all almost dead. All except for an ally. Mr. 2 aka Bon Cure. Hello my friends. I am glad you have all arrived. Bon Cure strikes his normal pose. Bentham, glad you are well. Now do you know how we can get down to level 4? Asked Kuro. Sanji and Fusin were resting for a moment as they needed to catch their breath from the surprisingly tough beast jailer of level 2. Down the giant hole down there. Bon Cure pointed at it and everyone had no hesitation but to jump through the hole. Their landing was softened by Fusin creating an ice slide, though the ice melted immediately from the extreme heat. Level 4 Blazing Hell. Dazbones, Arlong, what'd I say? Said Kuro as he found his friends. Glad to see your face for once. I got tired of this bladed bastard. Joked. Shut up, Arlong. Where do we go from here? Said Daz. You 4 stay up here to cover our escape. Keep the guards busy enough that we will have an easy escape. Kuro said. Let's go, Kuro. Time's ticking. Sanji was already running ahead with Fusin as they started to go down to the 5th floor. Like I said, keep the guards busy. Kuro ran after the other 2, leaving Galdino, Bon Cure, Arlong, and Dazbones to fend off the level 4 guards. Surveillance room. Why didn't anybody alarm me of the situation? Warden Magellan was finally awake. And boy was he angry. Sir, Vice Warden Hannibal said to not disturb you. What is the situation? Warden Magellan was going to talk to Hannibal later, but for now he had to take care of the current situation. Level 1 is currently contained by Vice Warden Hannibal, sir. The prisoners are contained and forced back to their cell, all except for a few prisoners who seem to have managed to leak to level 2, in which another riot has occurred. Chief Guard Sati-chan is currently handling level 2. Then on level 3 we have Chief Guard Saldeth handling the prisoners there. Then on level 4 we have several high-profile pirates maintaining their post while fighting with head jailer Domino. What news of level 5? Magellan was starting to catch something. So far no disturbance, sir. Give word to HQ that we need backup. I'm heading to level 5. Magellan started to head to the elevator. Yes, sir. The officer began to contact HQ. HQ, this is Impel Down. We need backup. I repeat, we need backup. We're on our way, said a menacingly familiar voice. Who is this responding? Said the officer. Blackbeard of the Shichibukai, said the voice on the other line. Level 5 Freezing Hell. Sanji found Captain Magai and Captain Squard. Glad you guys are okay, Sanji said to the duo. This ain't a big deal. I'm just saddened that the old man is dead, said Magai as he was helped out of his cuffs. Yeah, we will catch you up on the way out. Though long story short, we are working under the Strawhat flag ... for Pops. I see. Better catch us up, Sanji. Squard said. Yeah, just head up on floor 4. We will be there in a few. We just need to find a few more people. The duo nodded on what Sanji said. Oi Wapol, Kingdu, glad you two are accounted for. Kuro found the 2 stuck in a cell together. Just as expected. Wapol was still the same old obnoxious man, yet Kuro was used to it. Well, just head up to level 4. We still need to find Crocodile. Kuro began to run the opposite direction after Wapol and Kingdu agreed. They were opening a path straight out of the prison. They just had to find the remaining ally. Some time later, the trio could not find the remaining ally, only stumbling upon jail cells full of bones. Shit, where is Crocodile? I think I got an idea. Remember how I said I was here looking for a friend? Fusin stopped running and gathered his voice. IVANKOV. he yelled from the top of his lungs. It was silence for a moment. Nothing seemed to happen. A herd of wolves caught sight of them and began attacking. When Sanji and Kuro fought them off, suddenly a giant head with purple hair Akama appeared from out of nowhere, accompanied by other Akamas. "'Cause boy, long time no see. How is Dragon Boy?" screamed the abnormally large head Akama. "Ivankov, he is well. Actually, we came here because we need help to find Crocodile. And also another thing." Kyuzen kicked a bloodthirsty wolf out of the way as the two spoke casually despite fighting a herd of wolves. He could not finish his sentence as the overexcited Akama spoke over him. "Croco Boy is most likely in level 6. Follow me." But Ivankov stopped on his track as a terrifying sight stood before the group. Warden Magellan has caught on with them. "Ivankov ... you've been missing for a while. And others I see ... you're the ones causing a mess in my prison." Warden Magellan was seething with anger, visible in the acid dripping from his body that was melting the stone flooring. "Ivankov, bring Kuro and Sanji to Crocodile. I'll deal with Magellan." Kyuzen stood in front of Magellan, not an ounce of fear in his eyes, for this was a battle he could not lose. "All right, cuz boy, let's go fellows." Ivankov led the way, followed by his Akama followers along with Sanji and Kuro. "I won't let you go." Magellan tried to cut them off, but Kyuzen got in front to block his venomous attack. Using an ice wall, he was able to guarantee the group to safety. "Stay and play, Warden." Smoke emitted from Kyuzen's body, frozen air all around him. This was Kyuzen's playground. Level 5 freezing hell. Level 6 eternal hell. "Here we are, boys." Level 6. Suddenly the prisoners of level 6 started to yell and trash around. "Shut up, you bastards." They were all yelling something along the lines of "set them free." "Crocodile," yelled Kuro, trying to locate his ally. "About damn time." Crocodile yelled back, revealing his location. Sanji made quick work of the jail cell, kicking it open. Then Kuro cut his cuffs. "Cut his too." Crocodile pointed at Jinbei. "Making some friends, Crocodile." Kuro still cut Jinbei's cuffs. "Yeah, he kept me company," said Crocodile. "Now that they have their last man, all they had to do was escape." "Let's go, people," said Sanji, leading the way back up to level 5. The rowdy level 6 prisoner were angered that they weren't helped out of the prison. "If I were outside, I would have killed every single one of you," said a very dangerous man behind his cell. Former head jailer Shiryu was serving a life sentence for being too extreme in his methods with the prisoners. "Shut up," was the last word spoken by Crocodile before heading up to level 5. "Escape. Escape level 5. Get out of my way, Kyuzen." Magellan shot poison directly at Kyuzen, which he blocked with his ice. He then countered with icicle spikes straight through Magellan's heart. Though his ice spike melted at the potency of Magellan's poison. "Gotta pick up my game a bit." Kyuzen created an ice slide in which he used as a slide in the air. Ice Age. He tried to freeze Magellan, but any ice touching his skin would immediately disappear from the extreme poison. "You can't touch me, Kyuzen." Magellan knew that for a fact, but he also knew it was true vice versa. Before Magellan could launch another attack, he heard laughter from behind him. "Zahaha, looks like you're in trouble here, Warden Magellan. Shichibukai Blackbeard has arrived, along with his entire crew." "Blackbeard, I thought I asked for backup from the HQ." Magellan was skeptical from the arrival of the Shichibukai, who failed to even assist in the Mainford War. "Well, I was sent. All right. Damn it, I'm done pretending. You guys done pretending?" "All right, here it is." Blackbeard swallowed the space around Magellan in darkness. Kyuzen tried to shoot Blackbeard with ice spikes only to pass through him. "What the hell is the meaning of this, Blackbeard?" exclaimed Magellan as he began to feel drained, falling on one knee. He was trying to produce his poison, yet he could not. "Zahaha, too bad, Magellan. I'm here for some people. And you, Kyuzen, get out of our way and we won't harm you." Blackbeard pointed his pistol at Kyuzen with a smirk in his face. Kyuzen was about to retaliate, but he felt a strong presence behind him. He turned around and saw the rescue party was successful. Crocodile, Jinbei, Kuro, Ivankov and Sanji were behind him, along with numerous Akama. Like hell, Teach. Sanji's anger was indescribable. For the short time the group has known him, they never saw him angry. "I'm going to kill you, Teach." "Oh shit." First Commander Sanji. Blackbeard received a nasty kick on the face, sending him flying. "You're a dead man, Teach." Sanji tried to follow through, only to be blocked off by Burgess, who was at the receiving end of his powerful axe kick. "Sanji, we got to go," exclaimed Kuro. Being the logical one of the group, he knew staying any longer would cause their rescue party to be a failure. So Kuro did the most logical thing he could think of. He got behind Sanji and effectively knocked him out. "Huh, alright, we got someone with brains here," Blackbeard said as he wiped the blood off of his mouth. He slowly got up along with Burgess. His crew still remained steady, pointing their weapon at the other people of the rescue party. "Now get out of my way and give me Magellan and I won't kill you all." "Yeah, no thanks, Teach." Kyuzen was now half covered in ice. He knew Teach was planning on killing the warden, and the only logical thing he was going to do in level 6 was to let prisoners escape. Goodbye for now, Teach. Before anyone could move, Kyuzen froze the entire Blackbeard pirate crew. Hiro carried Sanji in his left arm, while everyone remained shocked at what was happening. Let's take Magellan or they'll kill him. If not Blackbeard, then the government for failing to stop this prison break. Crocodile concluded this as he knew how the government worked well enough that Magellan was as good as dead. Jinbei carried Magellan over his shoulder. All right, let's get out of here, exclaimed Kyuzen, leading the party up to the 4th floor. Behind the frozen encasement, Blackbeard laughed to himself. He was still going to complete his goal one way or the other. Escape level 4. Kyuzen, Ivankov, Jinbei carrying Magellan, Crocodile and Kuro carrying Sanji all made it to the 4th floor, where they were met with a clear floor. Their allies have managed to push back the guards and their path was clearer to the exit than ever. Great job, Kuro said to Daz Bones. Yeah, well, we had a lot of help. Daz looked at Kingdu, Squard, Arlong, Magai, Bon Cure, Galdino, and Wapol, all of which were a major reason on why they were all able to fend off the guards. Let's continue up. Kuro watched the escape party, noticing that numerous level 5 and level 4 prisoners were joining them on their way up. Of course, the priority was the main party, but the help was not unwelcomed. Escape level 3. The floor was easy as the riot was still full-blown out of hand. The rescue party just passed this floor, while some level 4 and level 5 prisoners stayed on this floor to join in on the riot. Escape level 2. Same thing for this floor, as the beast were no match for the momentum of the rescue party. Though Buggy and his ally Alvida somehow ended up on this floor. Buggy the clown. Kuro stopped for a moment, still carrying Sanji in his arms. He has an idea. Great plan for the breakout. We all owe it to you. Buggy's jaws dropped to the floor. Suddenly all the prisoners were looking up to him. "Me," yelled Buggy. "Thanks again, boss," Kuro said with a smirk before continuing on their way up. This left Buggy and Alvida before the hundreds of prisoners who idolized the man. "Captain Buggy," yelled the prisoners, hailing Buggy as their hero. Escape level 1. The last defensive impel down was Vice Warden Hannibal, who twirled his polearm, along with 100 guards. "You bastards will not get through me." He blatantly ignored Magellan, knowing full well that the man was as good as dead. As soon as the pirates walk out of the door, someone was going to take the blame, and it sure as hell wasn't going to be him. Sorry about this. Kyuzen was beside Hannibal within a blink of an eye, freezing him on the spot. The 100 guards were dealt with quickly by the combined effort of the rescue party. Freedom, finally, was what everyone said as soon as they exited the giant door of Impel Down. They have finally escaped. Jinbei immediately helmed a marine ship, while everyone manned any position needed. It was smooth sailing after that. The remaining obstacle was the giant gate known as the Gate of Justice. "Charge ahead," exclaimed Jinbei as he was avoiding as much cannon fire as possible, though they had no idea how the gate would open. Suddenly the blonde-haired commander stirred awake. "What the hell? Glad for you to have joined us," said Kuro. "Kuro, you bastard. Should have let me kill Teach ... that traitorous bastard. We can talk about that later. For now we have this giant gate as a problem." Kuro pointed at the Gate of Justice, the only thing blocking their path to freedom. "Oh, is that it?" Sanji got up, lit a smoke and took one puff. "I got it." Everyone looked at Sanji with a shocked expression. But as soon as he said that, he was gone. He reappeared in front of the giant gate, gathering enough force, then launching his most powerful kick yet. The doors of the Gate of Justice swung open, breaking the gears and bolts that held it close. "Easy," said Sanji as he landed back on board the ship. Everyone still looked at him with amazement. Everyone but Crocodile, Jinbei and Kyuzen, who each had a smirk on their face. Freedom was in everyone's mind. Behind the group was Buggy the Clown, along with hundreds of prisoners who began to idolize him. They also stole a marine ship following the escape party. In his mind he thought ... what amazing luck. "Oh yeah, Ivankov." Kyuzen and Ivankov were standing side by side. "Yes, cuz boy. Too late for this, but Dragon needs your help once again. That's why I came with this group to Impel Down. You should have said something." "Well, we're here now, so mission accomplished." The duo laughed. "Back to level 6. Zihaha, welcome to my crew." Blackbeard welcomed several level 6 prisoner in his already powerful crew. "Let's go." His crew, old and new, followed behind him, making their escape from Impel Down. The escape party already cleared up the prison enough that it was just cakewalk for the Blackbeard crew. That day Impel Down suffered its first and worst breakout in its entire history. Former Warden Magellan was blamed and associated with the criminals who escaped. The Marines made it seem like he assisted them on their escape. Vice Warden Hannibal was promoted to Warden since the seat was empty. Buggy the Clown escaped with about 180 prisoners, all ranging from level 3 to level 5. Blackbeard was revoked of his position as a Shichibukai as he aided the escape of several level 6 prisoners. That day the list of prisoners that escaped totaled at 239. The rescue party were all able to make it out. Hiro, Sanji, and Kyuzen were able to rescue Crocodile, Jinbei, Mr. 1, Mr. 2, Mr. 3, Wapol, Arlong, Kingdu, Magai, Squard, Ivankov, along with hundreds of Nukama members. Also, they have Magellan in a prison cell cuffed just in case. Maybe he will come to his senses after learning that he was blamed for everything. Impel Down escape party was a success. Damn it, Luffy, feel your surroundings. Anticipate where I'm coming from. Ace hit Luffy directly on his midsection with a well-timed mid-kick. Yeah, Luffy, you got to know where we are at all times. Sabo got Luffy directly on the side of his face with his metal staff. The brothers were training hard, and after 30 days since the war, they were getting nowhere. If you just let me use my abilities, he said while spitting blood on the floor. Well, alright, but we will not hold back our abilities either. Sabo. Ace looked at his brother who nodded in agreement. Fine, Luffy, but you asked for it. Sabo twirled his metal pipe covering it with haki. Then Ace began to heat up. His fists were covered in flames. Dear second. Luffy's body began to steam while his skin was turning into a pinkish color. He disappeared in a blur, but as soon as he thought he got the advantage, Sabo matched his speed and caught his face. Told you, little brother. Then Sabo slammed Luffy on the floor. Ace followed up by boosting himself to the sky before releasing his flame and crashing on Luffy. We're trying to teach you to not rely on your fruit, dumbass. Ace shook his head as he stood beside Sabo. Luffy was not getting anything. If he had any progress, it would probably be his stamina, as Luffy was able to take more hits than he did before. But it would mean nothing if he could not punch them back. Hey everyone. A man with gray hair approached the trio without anyone noticing. Who the hell are you? Asked Ace, recognizing the strength of the man for approaching them without being noticed. The name is Rayleigh. I'm here on behalf of Shanks since I owed him one. What do you mean? Asked Sabo. Well, he said this kid Luffy needs some training in haki, so here I am. Did you say Rayleigh? As in the Dark King? Exclaimed Ace. I guess that's what people used to call me. As in my father's first mate. Oh, you are Roger's son. Nice to meet you, kid. I'm sorry for what happened to your parents. If I only knew you existed, I would have taken care of you myself. Whatever, man, I didn't even know who my dad was until I was almost killed. Yeah, I watched it. Probably why that Shanks believes in this kid so much. And now he is also hailed as an emperor, yet he can't even control his haki. Rayleigh observed Luffy, knowing exactly what to do to train the young man. Yeah, that's what we kept telling him, Sabo said, slapping Luffy in the back of the head as he fell asleep standing. Well, if you two don't mind, I would like to help on your training, proclaimed Rayleigh. He did owe Shanks a favor after all, plus the kid was special. Sure thing. Hear that, Luffy? You're gonna go through hellish training beyond your imagination now that you got the Dark King helping for your training. Bring it on, exclaimed Strawhat Luffy, accepting the new challenge presented before him. If he was going to become Pirate King, he needs to get stronger, strong enough to beat anyone in his path. He needs to get strong enough that nobody else has to die. Luffy needed to be stronger than the Yonkus, which he is now considered as one. Stronger, and once he gets stronger, he will get even stronger, a non-stop cycle for Strawhat Luffy. 2 years later, Strawhat Luffy is here. He's looking for strong recruits. A man screamed from the top of his lungs, yelling for all people to hear. The man ran to the next building yelling the same. Hear that? Luffy's here, said a man in a hood. His name was Kuro of the Strawhat Grandfleet. He, along with his friend beside him, Jin, were the first member of the Yonku's crew. Yeah, right, Captain won't openly hold an audition. It's just not like him. Jin took a sip of his drink. You thinking what I'm thinking? Yeah, most likely. Imposters. Jin finished his drink, then he paid the bartender. Let's go deal with those suckers. Kuro also did the same thing. It has been 2 years since the Marineford War, since the Straw Hat crew has been separated. Now they were in Saboti Archipelago, the place before Fishman Island, where the crew has agreed to meet up once more to continue their adventures. In the past 2 years, Kuro and Jin haven't been slacking off. They have spread their influence all throughout various islands, reclaiming territory that once belonged to Whitebeard himself. They have also maintained their relationship with the former Whitebeard allies. The Straw Hat Grandfleet has also established a command system in which they were now more like Whitebeard's old crew. Due to the large number of the alliance, some of Whitebeard's commander were asked to step down. Luckily, they didn't seem to have a problem with it. The Grandfleet consisted of 21 divisions, becoming one of the most powerful force in all seas. I only want strong people. If you're not strong, then you're not good enough for my crew. Fake Luffy stood on top of a platform, watched by hundreds of aspiring pirates who wished to join him. They were inspired 2 years ago after Straw Hat Luffy managed to save his brother and attain the rank of a Yonku. This is why they wished to join him. 200 million good enough. Wet-haired Caribou along with his brother were the prime candidate to join the imposter's crew. Alright Caribou, you're in, yelled Fake Luffy. Anybody else? The imposter looked around, finding two people staring deep into his soul. Oi, you two got a problem. The two hooded figure were none other than Jin and Kuro. Both wore a hood concealing their identity. Something like that, Jin said, removing his hood. A collective gasp filled the air. 19th Division Captain Strawhat Grandfleet. Demon Jin. 80 million Bury. Hey, what are doing down there, Jin? You should be up here with your captain. The fake Luffy began to sweat feverishly, knowing full well that his time as Luffy would be over real soon. Shut up. You ain't no captain of mine because you're a. Before Jin could finish his sentence, he was engulfed in mud. Wet-haired Caribou has attacked Jin, encasing him in thick mud. Let my friend go. 8 claws emerged from the other man in the hoodie. He pointed them directly at Caribou, who did not seem affected. Who are you again? Caribou tried to do the same thing to the man, but he felt blood drip from his waist. Then Caribou fell flat on his face. Get out of there. You're not Strawhat Luffy. Kuro pointed his claws directly at the fake Luffy. His hood revealed his appearance, shocking the audience even more. 11th Division Captain Strawhat Grandfleet. 1,000 plans Kuro. 89 million Bury. Whoever gets me the traitor's head will take their place in my Grandfleet. The fake Luffy has swung the tide of battle in his favor by giving away a spot that did not even belong to him. Jin broke out of his muddy encasement and rejoined with Kuro. Well, looks like we dug a hole we can't get out of this time, Jin said as people began to approach them. The pirates that were attacking them were not easy, as they passed the first half of the Grand Line and are battle ready. Where is everyone else anyway? Jin hit 2 pirates across the head, tossing them on the floor before kicking another pirate in the head. I don't have any idea. Maybe they'll show up, maybe they won't, who knows. All I know is I sent word to everyone that Captain is coming to this island to reunite with his crew. Kuro stabbed 3 pirates and tossed them on incoming enemies, though the number of the recruited pirates by the fake Luffy was overwhelming. You know they're going to laugh at us if we die like this, said Kuro. Yeah, I know, Kuro chuckled. Though when all hope was lost, all the pirates fell on all 4 and they all started to say degrading things about themselves. Now play nice, everyone. The woman wore a long black strapless dress with lavender frills, red high-heeled boots, and a big black top hat with white floral decor. She has a pink bat tattoo on her left bicep and a watch on her left wrist, and wears pink nail polish on her fingernails. She floated on the sky on her parasol, and the duo suddenly fell on their knees. Miss Perona, the duo said. Gosh, it's only been 2 years, guys. None of that royalty nonsense. Strawhat Pirate Spy. Devil Princess Perona. 40 million Bury. Sorry, Miss Perona. They both got up and Perona floated down to where they were. Nice to see you two again. That fake Luffy is going to attract unwanted attention. The fake Luffy was also in all 4 along with his imitation crew. Yeah, that's why we are here, to ensure your reunion is without trouble. Awesome, great work, guys. Looks like it's not only us that's been training this past 2 years. Seen any of the other people yet? No, you're the first person we found, Miss Perona, replied Kuro. I'm all right, fellows, I'm going to try and find everyone else. Perona began to float away in her parasol. Wait, Miss Perona, we were going to escort you, exclaimed Jin, who was concerned with her safety. Perona's reply was simply pointing at the so-called notorious pirates who were on their knees dreading their very existence. Then she winked and floated away. Perona smiled to herself at the memories of her period with the Revolutionary Army. Her assistance was a massive boost to their effort, yet all of their mission ended up in false information or sabotage by undercover agents amongst their rank. The time with the Revolutionary was challenging, yet it helped her mature and grow into the woman she is now. Despite the adversities she faced, she somehow found a way to overcome them in order to get back to her friends. She has a point, you know. They probably won't need our help, but we're here anyway, might as well see 'em off. Kuro knew full well the extent of the Straw Hats' power. He just didn't know how much they've grown. And it was terrifyingly awesome. Auction House Saboti Archipelago. A man with an aloof expression walked into the auction house. His demeanor was that of a calm person without any care for anything around him. He found the auction house to be empty, very dusty, and a home to numerous spiders. Hello, the man yelled. His voice echoed through the empty auction house. He wore a blue open coat with no shirt, showing his well-toned 8-pack. He wore yellow khaki shorts and brown sandals. Guess not. Just as the man was about to exit the auction hall, he heard shuffling behind the empty stage. His keen senses from his training was able to pick up such slight movement despite being so far from the stage. The man was quick. Very quick, as he covered the distance between the entrance of the auction house to the stage within one leap. Of course, he used some of his ability to give himself a thrust forward, but nevertheless he was on the stage. He then slowly peeked through the dusty old red curtain and found nothing behind the stage. He then scanned the area only to find a little mouse run across the room. Just you, huh, little guy? The man chuckled to himself before making his way up the small flight of stairs, though his senses were telling him something was off. A light beam barely grazed his face as the man dodged the attack. Then the end result of the light beam was a small explosion on the empty chairs of the auction hall. He slowly turned around to find a pacifista on the stage. Marco the Phoenix, surrender or face the consequences. The robotic monotone of the cyborg was evident, yet Marco could only smile. Straw Hat Pirates Chef, Marco the Phoenix, 99 million Bury. Well, if you were going to arrest me, you should have brought more of whatever you are. Marco faced the pacifista, emitting blue sparks from all over his body, awaiting what it was going to do. Capture, dead or alive. The pacifista disappeared, appearing before the Straw Hat pirate chef. It tried to launch a series of punches at Marco, only to phase through a blue flames. The mistake of the cyborg was trying to punch the phoenix, as his phoenix flame burned hot enough that the cyborg's hands melted from contact. Unfortunately, you'll end up dead. Marco smiled at the challenge. This pacifista was nothing compared to the hell he experienced in Howling Wolf Island. Despite Brook's insistence that Marco would not escape the island, his stubbornness persevered. If he was going to defeat Brook's cold soul, he was going to have to intensify his flames. On the day before his escape from the island, Brook and Marco were sparring like normal, though the Phoenix had a plan. He surprised Brook with the product of his training and finally beat Brook in single combat, although it was more of a surprise attack rather than overpowering victory. As soon as Brook stumbled from his intense Phoenix fire, Marco flew as fast as he could back to his comrades at their scheduled meeting place. The pacifista melted from Marco's flame, becoming nothing but a metal blob on the floor. Geez, can't a guy reminisce for a moment? Wonder where everyone else is. With that, Marco exited the auction house and went to find his crewmates. Although he left a small ember on the auction house, that will soon engulf the dreaded place in flames. Port 17 Saboti Archipelago. Doesn't seem to be the best place to be waiting for our people, don't you think? A fishman in a yellow Hawaiian shirt and brown swim shorts was drinking his orange juice in front of Port 12, where he, along with his comrade, has parked the infamous Iron Maiden, the Straw Hat pirate's ship. He had a sharp, pointy nose that resembles that of a sawfish. Whatever, I think this is the best place to wait, seeing as all the other ports are full. The other man had purple hair and his jaws was made of metal. His attire was a red robe completed with a golden cape. He was well built and muscular, even his attire could not contain his well-toned body. Shut up, Wapol, I know that. Plus, I think you only picked this place since you're 17th Division Captain now, replied the fishman, who finished his drink and got another one. 17th Division Captain Strawhat Grandfleet, king of nothing, Wapol. 82 million Burry. Yeah, well, I earned it. I beat Atmos fair and square. Cool thing is, he doesn't seem to hate me for it. Wapol has turned from a stubby fellow into a muscular, well-groomed individual, although he hasn't dropped his royalty nonsense. Nice of him to not get angry from his several demotion. Yeah, it was, I suppose. Wapol noticed a pacifista scanning the Iron Maiden. They sure as hell knew what that means. We got company. The fishman got up and started walking towards the pacifista with his sword by his side. Meanwhile, Wapol ate a wagon and his own gun, turning into a wagon with guns. In the 2 years since the war, Wapol has gained the ability to shape himself from what he eats. Only his imagination was his restriction. Oi, Arlong, better not get ahead of yourself. Wapol gained traction, spinning his back wheels rapidly before launching himself past Arlong and towards the pacifista. 12th Division Captain Strawhat Grandfleet. Arlong the Saw. 87 million Burry. Damn it, Wapol. Arlong stopped on his track and gathered the strength in his legs. In the past 2 years, Arlong has been training with Namor, his occasional sparring partner, although Namor had nothing on his actual teacher. Arlong took one leap to cover the ground between where he stood and where the pacifista was. Before the pacifista could initiate an attack, it had a hole on its legs and its left arm was cut off. Wapol tossed both of its legs while Arlong let the left arm fly in the air before landing next to him. The pacifista completely lost its balance and fell right of its face. It still continued to twitch from malfunctioning, but it was immediately put to a halt when man crushed the cyborg completely. God, I hate those things. The man wore black shades. His beard was very sharp and well trimmed. His attire was a white trench coat that covered his body down to his knees. His posture was very punctual through his training with Vice Admiral Garp. In the past 2 years, the demon Bamboo has been in the watchful arms of Garp, who has kept him safe from execution but also trained him straight to hell. He rubbed his left shoulder and approached the duo. Straw Hat Pirate Shipwright. Demon Bamboo Virgo. 50 million Burry. Sup guys, glad to see the Iron Maiden well. Virgo inspected the appearance of his ship, glad that no noticeable damage was visible. Hey Sir Virgo, we were asked to watch over your ship and here we are, replied Arlong. We took care of it all right. Wapol was proud to keep the ship as it used to be. It was as infamous as the pirates who owns it. Good to hear. Seen anybody else? Virgo also received the message the same as the others. Meet up in Saboti. No sir, not yet. Well, tell him I'll be coating the ship and getting it ready for our voyage. With that, Virgo jumped aboard the Iron Maiden, getting to work on coating and repairing the ship. Hey Arlong. Yeah, Wapol. You shaking too? Aye. Arlong looked down on his legs and could see trembling. Damn, how much have they grown? Wapol felt like they were now leagues ahead of them, and he could feel it also. Port 59 Saboti Archipelago. You better tell Straw Hat my offer, punk. A tiny reindeer had his arms crossed, looking straight up at the man before him. Despite the difference in size, the reindeer seemed to be greater in power. Yeah, Chopper, I'll see what I can do. The man rubbed the back of his head. His hat was a familiar white outline and black circular pattern. His coat was black and filled with gold trims. His sword hung on his side, and he had a backpack filled with medical supplies. You best believe you will. I'll be waiting for your arrival at Punk Hazard. With that, the reindeer climbed aboard his submarine, and with a last wave of goodbye, the Heart Pirates were gone on their submarine. Bye, Gotham Shichibukai. The man reflected in his experience with the Heart Pirate. Although Chopper was very boisterous, he was a very skilled medic, teaching him many lessons that he otherwise would not know about. He was also trained by sparring with the different members of the Heart Pirates, maturing his abilities as well as enhancing his senses. The man chuckled to himself and began to walk away from the pier. He only took about 50 steps before two pacifistas identified him. Trafalgar Law, capture dead or alive, said one of the pacifista. Strawhat Pirates doctor, surgeon of death law, 99 million Bury. I refuse, he said with a smirk. The pacifistas all attacked him at the same time, although they really did not stand a chance. Law extended his hands and activated his ability. Then the pacifistas found their body dissected into hundreds of pieces. He then drew his sword, preparing himself. Good riddance. In a blink of an eye, Law had the motherboard of both pacifistas in his hands. He crushed the motherboard and walked away from the scene. Hundreds of parts fell on the floor, with two broken pacifistas behind him. Law smiled to himself, knowing full well that the fun time has just begun. Bar Saboti Archipelago. Another one. After the embarrassing defeat on the hands of the Ghost Princess, Wet-haired Caribou along with his brother have found comfort from drinking several alcohols. Sir, your tab is reaching its limit. The bartender immediately regretted what he said as he was pulled by the collar of his shirt towards Caribou's face. Does it look like I care? He then shoved the bartender back towards his drink display, breaking several glasses of fine alcohol. I said another. Hey mister, that wasn't very nice. A woman with blonde hair said to Caribou, sitting about 2 tables down from the bar. She had a glass of soda in her hands and she drank it all in one drink. The lady had a snake wrapped around her body along with a quiver on her left hip full of arrows. She wore a green crop top covered in leaves while her skirt was created for mobility. She wore a small coat that was completed with a hood that covered her face. What do you say? Caribou's voice was very low. His anger was visible. His frustration from his very eventful day was building up. I said that wasn't very nice. The woman's pet snake that was wrapped around her hissed. What are you gonna do about it? Caribou approached the young woman, towering above her. What surprised him was she got up and faced him. You better leave or I'm going to make you. Her hood fell, revealing her bright blue eyes. Her determination was clear, but Caribou was not backing up. Oh yeah. He gave her a shove that caused her to stumble 2 steps back. She recovered and came face to face with Caribou once more. Caribou's brother immediately recognized the young woman, knowing exactly who it was. Caribou ... That lady is Marguerite from the Straw Hat Pirates, exclaimed the younger brother. Straw Hat Pirate Taylor, Amazon warrior Marguerite, 50 million Bury. Too late. She smiled and drew her bow so quick that Caribou had barely any time to react. She launched one arrow at him, but the mud user thought it would just pass through him. Oh, how wrong he was. The arrow hit him on his shoulder. Despite the small distance between them, her arrow had enough power to throw him back through the bar wall. What the hell? Caribou was trembling as he tried to remove the arrow from his shoulder. He was shocked that despite being a Loja, he was hit. Now behave, dummy. She smiled once more before exiting the bar. People were extremely shocked at her power, now seeing a small sample of her strength. Her training in Amazon Lily was extremely helpful, and she kept giving hope to the princess that she would put a good word in for her once she returns to her captain. Hancock's obsession with Luffy was enough to keep her safe in the Island of Woman. Plaza Saboti Archipelago. Damn city, damn daylight, damn people. A grumpy man walked through the street of Saboti Archipelago. He had short blonde hair and only wore white shorts that puffed up on the knee. His body was very muscular, which probably attributed to his choice of not wearing any shirt, although he had a strange piercing which was a hoop on his back that carried 4 drums. You damn slave. Keep walking. A celestial dragon passed right in front of the man, not even caring who he knocks out of the way. The celestial dragon had a high sense of self-worth and very arrogant in his posture. He had a man crawling on all 4s while 2 pacifistas accompanied either side of him. He kicked the slave, which had a shock collar around his neck. He was slow to get up but was hounded by the celestial dragon to do so. Hey bastard, get your hands off that man. The man had enough. He spent a long time with a high and mighty bastard by the name of God Usopp. Although that man wasn't as bad as these celestial dragons. What did you say to me? The celestial dragon stopped on his track and turned his horse around, looking down on the blonde-haired man. His gaze was intense while the pacifistas beside him each pointed their hands at the man. You heard me, bastard. Get your hands off him, repeated the man. Although that further irritated the celestial dragon. The crowd gathered around them, wondering why someone would dare stand up to the Celestial Dragon. Kill this man. The Celestial Dragon ordered his 2 pacifistas to attack the blonde rebel. They tried to attack him, but he was gone. Reappearing above the pacifista's head, he then gathered both hands before striking both pacifista's head. A bolt of electricity fell from the sky, completely frying the 2 cyborgs. Both pacifistas fell on their face. Their programming was completely obliterated by the lightning strike. The Celestial Dragon fell on his horse and began to crawl backwards. Enel, Straw Hat Pirate Sniper, Thunder God Enel, 99 million Bury. Now shoo. Enel took 1 step forward and the Celestial Dragon stumbled before finally escaping. Enel laughed and went to the slave. He placed his hands around his neck collar and sent a small shock through it. Then it just fell on the floor. You're welcome. He then walked away from the scene, smiling to himself. He was wondering where everyone was. He helped God Usopp attain a high bounty, powering his Arc Maxim into flight. Meanwhile, God Usopp trained him in honing his ability as well as awakening his observation hacking. Despite his countless offer to join the Grandfleet, God Usopp would respectfully refuse, saying that he will join but when the time is right. Whatever that meant. Pier 19 Saboti Archipelago. We are here. A hooded man with 3 swords exited the tiny boat which held the duo. The other person on board was a lady, although she only had 2 sheaths on her right hip. She wore a floral button-down shirt with blue capri pants. She adjusted her glasses with her right hand as she observed the pier. Indeed, thank you for the assistance and the company, Charlotte Zorro, the lady said and gave her friend a long hug. I've been wanting to tell you this. I'm sorry that your mother is so horrible. To that Zorro laughed. Yeah, I guess she is, isn't she? I'll miss you, Tashigi. Zorro kept her close. To others he was a cold person who only thirsted for blood. But when he was with his best friend, he was just a soft and caring person who just wants to always protect her. Straw Hat Pirate Navigator, Dual Blade Tashigi, 70 million Bury. I guess I'll be on my way. She released him from her hug and took a couple of steps back. They looked into each other's eyes before Tashigi broke from his gaze. Tashigi, I was expecting you. A man with elegant attire greeted the navigator. He resembled that of an Italian mob boss. He then shifted his gaze to the green-haired man who was in front of Tashigi. He shifted his hood and covered his face. He gave Tashigi a farewell smile before turning around and swiftly walking away, not wanting to gain any more attention. Sir Crocodile, the last time I saw you, you were kicking Marines' asses. Tashigi gave Crocodile a pat on the back. 4th Division Captain Straw Hat Grandfleet, Mr. Zero Crocodile, 330 million Bury. And Tashigi, the last time I saw you, you were fighting Dracula Mihawk. Crocodile slapped her right back, although she didn't get angry at him for doing so. Glad to see a familiar face. Seen everyone else? Tashigi asked. You're the first one of you lot that I saw today, replied Crocodile. Great, let's go find him. Tashigi went ahead with Crocodile trailing her. He noticed that dual sword which she now carried as well as her battle-ready posture. She also emitted a strong aura. No matter how high his pride was, he can't deny that Tashigi got stronger. Shaki's ripoff bar Saboti Archipelago. My lovely wife. Silver's Rayleigh gave his wife a kiss, although he was blocked off by her hand. Don't you lovely wife me, you've been gone for almost 2 years. Well, I had a good student to pass on my will. Whatever Rayleigh. I think you don't miss me anymore because I'm not what I used to be. Honey, of course I love you, no matter what your appearance is. Yeah, right. The couple continued to have a lover's quarrel since there was only one person in the bar. He wore a torn leather jacket that exposes most of his torso, dark gloves and pants, a belt with a skull-shaped buckle, and spiked boots with spurs. His wears a massive white raggedy scarf that covered his mouth. The man just minded his own business, staring out the window as he enjoyed his drink. Suddenly about 50 people flooded the bar, led by a man who dressed up like Strawhat Luffy. Give us a drink, you bastards, or I'll kill you, the fake Luffy said as he took a seat. The people that followed him started to filter in and started filling the once empty bar. Rayleigh gave Shaki a look in which his wife nodded. I said, give me a drink. Don't you know who I am? He reached for his pistol and pointed it at Rayleigh. I'm Strawhat Luffy. Rayleigh drew his own gun and Shaki got a shotgun from under the table. But neither of them had a chance to fire a shot at the man who pointed his gun at them. The lone customer from earlier that looked outside the window had the imposter on the wall with his hands wrapped around the fake's neck. What you say? The man said. He was trembling with anger. Let me go. He had tears falling from his eyes. The men that was with him tried to attack him, but Machai emerged from the man's body, protecting him from their attacks, as well as throwing them out of the way. I should kill you for being a damn imposter. But the man let him go. He on the floor gasping for air. All of you get lost. He looked at the pirates that was with the fake Luffy. They all looked at him in fear before running out of the building. 2 of the imposter's men picked him up and ran away with their boss. The bar was empty once more, leaving Rayleigh, Shaki, and the man. Who are you? Rayleigh had a smirk on his face. This man looked familiar from the description which Luffy has given him. Katakuri, first mate of Strawhat Luffy. With that he exited the bar, leaving his payment on the table. Straw Hat Pirate First Mate, Katakuri, 140 million buri. See my love, these pirates are going to inherit my will, along with his entire crew. Rayleigh pointed at where Katakuri stood. His wife smiled. Yeah, now help me clean up the mess these people made. Shaki shook her head, but deep down, she knew he was right. That Strawhat Luffy was such a strong influence in the New World. Saboti Archipelago. A man with a brown straw hat walked through the busy Saboti Archipelago. There were several strange things that was happening at the island that brought a smile to his face. In the outskirts of the island, a group of pirates that was impersonating his crew were on all fours, dreading their very existence, most likely the work of his spy. In the old auction house, or most accurately the burned-down auction house, it was covered in bright blue and yellow flames that could have only came from his chef. In the pier where his ship was parked, a pacifista was obliterated by the person who could only be his shipwright. Then 2 disfigured pacifistas were found without a motherboard that could only have been the work of his doctor. A celestial dragon was shaken down as his 2 guards was destroyed by a bolt PF lightning. That could only have been his sniper. At a bar, a wanted pirate worth 200 million buri was manhandled by an Amazon woman. That could only have been his tailor. Then he felt 2 very strong presence heading towards the Iron Maiden. One was Crocodile while the other had to be his navigator. Lastly, he dropped by Rayleigh's bar, in which he just missed a commotion that revolved around an imposter posing as him. That was dealt with quickly by none other than his first mate. Now he was headed to Port 12, where he predicted everyone was headed. The man took a deep breath before approaching the Iron Maiden. Just as he thought, everyone was already aboard the ship. His Grandfleet captains were also there, ready to see the crew off. Thank you guys. The man gave each of his Grandfleet captain a genuine smile before passing by them. No problem at all, boss. Remember, we are 1 call away, Kuro said, bowing to his captain. Yeah, don't forget you're an emperor now. You can enjoy your adventures, but at the end of the day, you have bigger responsibilities now, don't forget. Crocodile was one of the higher commanders, knowing full well the adversities before the new Yonkou. Don't worry, I guarantee that I will be strong enough for whatever situation you throw at me. The man then looked at the ship, where his crew was all there waiting for their captain's arrival. He was slow to walk up the steps. Each of his crewmate noticed him immediately. Each one was filled with overwhelming joy. Welcome back, Captain Luffy, was all that needed to be said about their long-awaited reunion. What are your orders? Straw Hat Pirate Captain, Straw Hat Luffy. Beep. Million buri. All hands on deck. He assumed his spot on the front of the ship where he usually stood. He looked at his crew once more, each one manning their post. Let's go to the next island. 2 years later, Straw Hat territory, somewhere in the Grand Line. Do you know who you're messing with? I'm the 15th commander of the Straw Hat Grandfleet. A man was on the floor, unable to get up. He was missing his right leg and left arm. Another man towered above him, looking down on the disfigured person. Shut whooprim, one of my F-water white-beard. The man took his bicento and cut the head of the man clean off. A woman beside him laughed and clapped her hands. Good job, my son. Another one of your father's traitorous subordinate is dead. Good riddance, Commander Kingdu. The woman, who was the self-proclaimed lover of Whitebeard, patted her son in the back. Her name was Miss Backen, and due to her son's incompetence, she was able to manipulate him to do her bidding. With his massive strength and her brains, she would make the world hers. Yes, mother. Edward Weevil was his name, and he is the alleged son of Whitebeard. Also, he was a Skibukai granted immunity by the government for his works on eliminating Whitebeard's former crew. Miss Backen had a list in her hands, crossing out another name on it. There were several prominent names on the paper, but of the ones that were crossed out, Fossa, Blainheim, Kingdu, and Curiel stood out. Edward Weevil, Shichibukai, Amazon Lily. You're telling me that Straw Hat Luffy would like to extend his hands to raise his flag? You know I will lose my spot as a Shichibukai. And how am I to protect my people? The Pirate Empress, Boa Hancock, was speaking to a Straw Hat Grandfleet ambassador. I understand that, ma'am, but with our massive influence, we will be able to help protect your land. The man wasn't a normal-sized man. He was a giant which took up a large space in the room. He was accompanied by his 2 comrades, which were the sole members of the giant pirates. His name was Dory of the Straw Hat Grandfleet, 21st Special Giant Commander Straw Hat Grandfleet. Dory, 100 million buri. He was accompanied by his longtime friend and rival Broggy and Ors Jr., who joined the giant pirates after the events in Marineford. Look, I appreciate your troubles of traveling all this way, but like I told Marguerite, right now it is not in my best interest to join your Grand Fleet. I understand, the offer still stands. The 3 giants got up and took a bow before exiting the hall. They could not sway the Shichibukai in their cause, yet they felt like they rattled the right cage. Boa Hancock, Shichibukai, Thriller Bark. I told you I would Moria. Dracula Mihawk had his sword pointed at Moria's neck. Do it then, bastard. Gecko Moria was on the ground, beaten by the swordsman. Due to his continuous failure, his bounty was unfrozen and he was fair game for everybody. No more government protection. Just as Mihawk was about to cut the head of his former fellow Shichibukai, Flowers trailed a dual sword that stopped his sword from reaching Moria's neck. Flower's sword Vista has arrived along with Diamond Jazu, while we were on a mission to reach out to the both of you. But now isn't this odd that you're both here ... What a coincidence. Vista smiled from under his top hat. 7th Commander Strawhat Grandfleet. Flower sword Vista. 260 million berry. Cool, now we can just tell him both. Jazu turned half of his body into diamond, just in case the two Shichibukai had any funny ideas. 5th Commander Strawhat Grandfleet. Diamond Jazu. 265 million berry. Mihawk withdrew his sword, returning it on his back. What is it then? He was impatient. He was there to collect Moria's head, but now his plan was on hold. Strawhat Grandfleet would like to extend our invitation to you both. We made our case on the war 2 years ago of our strength, and we plan on countering the evil doings of the corrupt marine force and the pirates which only seeks destruction. Therefore we need allies. Strong allies. Vista also sheathed his sword, looking at both Mihawk and Moria. Mihawk closed his eyes and weighed his options, although ultimately his goal could not be achieved if he joined with them. I refuse. With that he walked away, completely forgetting about Moria. He had a smile on his face as he walked away. Although he said no to joining them, doesn't mean he won't be an ally. Well, what do you say, Moria? Jazu helped Moria to his feet, where the former Shichibukai cleaned himself a little bit. The government are a bunch of bastards who dumped me after I was no use to them any longer. You sure this is okay with Strawhat? Moria looked at both Vista and Jazu. This letter came from the big boss himself. Vista handed Moria a letter which was written by Luffy. Gecko Moria, although you have been our enemy in the past, doesn't mean it needs to end there. Here I extend my offer to join my Grandfleet and help me change this world for the better. The only thing I asked from you is to turn a new leaf and to stop your zombie fetish. Signed, Monkey D. Luffy. Well, I suppose I'll join. Can't survive on my own since I have a huge target on my back. Moria shook both of their hands, solidifying his commitment to the Strawhat Grandfleet. Dracula Mihawk. Shichibukai. Punk Hazard. What are you doing here, Chopper? I am doing what that damn Joker asked. Caesar Clown floated on top of the facility, examining his machines. I guess you are. Tell me, is anyone else here? Chopper studied the room, studying the details of the room. Just that new person Joker sent to help me. Monet is her name and she's with the children. Frankie went back to Dressrosa with the shipment of sat. Monet, you say? Chopper looked back on his latest conversation with Joker. That name sounded familiar. Yeah, anyway, I'm busy. If I don't make my deadlines, you know what they'll do to me. I know, Caesar. I just want you to know that you can tell me anything and ask me for any help. I'll be on my vacation house. Chopper exited the scientist's workroom and walked to the place which he stayed. He observed the island of Punk Hazard, admiring that despite the countless experiments happening around the island, it still maintained a beautiful natural look. Thousands of trees covered the island along with mountains that reached the sky. It was a sight to see indeed. He entered the house which he was staying at for the moment, and he immediately stopped on his track. Someone was in his house, standing in front of the fire. Don't seem too surprised, Chopper. I'm here on business. The man continued to look at the fire, although he could hardly be called a man due to his exoskeleton being cyborg. Caesar said, you left. Chopper, despite his shock, took a seat on his chair. Yeah, well, there's a lot of things Caesar doesn't know. What do you want, Hart, or should I say Frankie? Caesar the clown, we don't trust him. I want you to watch him along with Monet. Right, I'll keep that in mind. Remember what's on the line, Chopper. With that, cyborg frankly made his exit. His words echoed in the mind of Chopper. All right, Joker, play this game then. Chopper sat in solitude, thinking to himself. Only time will tell whether Joker will continue his deadly grip or lose all control. Tony Chopper. Shichibukai. Buggy the Clown's territory, New World. Introducing, ladies and gentlemen, your captain and the newest member of the 7 Warlords, Buggy the Clown. A thunderous applause filled the room as Buggy made his flashy entrance. Despite his rocky start in the East Blue, the clown has somehow found himself as a power player in the New World. A video began to play that followed his adventures from childhood to present. From his beginning as a cabin boy of the Oro Jackson, along with former crewmate red-haired Shanks and Emperor. Then he became a notorious pirate in the East Blue, which was put to the test when he battled the now Emperor Strawhat Luffy. After that battle, he made his move to the Grand Line, where he met with formidable enemies such as Tony Chopper, the now Shichibukai. But every great man have their downfall, though this time at the hands of now Vice Admiral Nami. He was sentenced to Impel Down, where a few months after he helped orchestrate the greatest escape in Impel Down history. Present time, he found himself with protection by the world government as well as many subordinates who were probably stronger than him, yet they began to idolize him and call him their savior. It was a good life indeed for Buggy. Buggy the Clown. Shichibukai. Dressrosa. Great. Doflamingo sat on his chair, speaking to his representative that went to Punk Hazard to hand-deliver a shipment of sat. Good job, Cyborg. He then hanged up the phone. Before him stood a man which was bloodied. almost beaten to death. He was on his knees begging for his life. Pika held him up to ensure he would not fall down. I swear I don't know anything, the man cried. He was wearing gladiator armor, which meant he participated in the bloody sports of Dressrosa. Fair enough. Doflamingo pointed his finger at the man and launched a rapid-fire string directly at the man's heart. Pika, I'm telling you, you better bring me someone that will talk. I need to know where the resistance is at. Sorry boss, will do, Pika replied in a high voice before dragging the dead gladiator out of the room. The body left a trail of blood. Suddenly his private snail phone began to ring. Doflamingo picked it up, revealing a familiar voice. Joker ... When will I expect the next shipment? The voice on the other side was someone who even Doflamingo feared. Soon Kaido. My men will hand deliver it himself, replied the Shichibukai. Good ... Good Joker. That's what I like about you. Till then, Joker. The man hanged up, allowing Doflamingo to breathe once more. Of all the people he's associated with, he only truly felt fear against Kaido of 100 Beast. Doflamingo Donquixote. Shichibukai. Revolutionary base. Locations unknown. I can't believe you're still trying to fight. Nico Robin was at a hidden revolutionary headquarters, looking on her friend, which was now merely a shell of what he used to be. The former Shichibukai Bartolomeu Kuma laid on the table motionless as the toll of his cyborg programming and modifications was finally taking effect. She had been partnered with Perona for the past 2 years, only getting information about Kuma's whereabouts after her last interrogation mission with Perona. Now she stood beside the motionless form of her old friend, tears flowing from her eyes, saying her last goodbye. Nico Robin, Shichibukai, G1 New World, 7891.7892.7893. A pink-haired Marine was doing push-ups from the tip of his fingers. Sweat dripped from his bare chest, giving a good show to the female staff of Marineford. Despite doing his workout, he wore his green bandana holding his long pink hair together. 8000. He got and picked up his workout towel, wiping the sweat from his body. The woman watching him all fawned over him before all rushing back to their post when a strong force passed by them. She didn't say anything, but her will was felt by everyone. She approached the pink-haired man who was still buttoning his shirt. Vice Admiral Kobe of G4, I see you're still as boisterous as ever. The woman was not affected by the natural attractiveness of Kobe. Her way was to keep work as just work. Pleasure to see you again, Vice Admiral Nami of G5. You're making a quick climb on the ranks, I see. Vice Admiral Kobe picked up his glasses, tucked his shirt in, and finally putting on his coat. The duo walked side by side, making their way to the meeting room. You're one to talk. We both started at the same time in a small sector in the East Blue. She looked at him, wondering what he's been through. He had a scar on his forehead barely covered by his bandana. Damn, that was some time ago, wasn't it? Before they could talk anymore, Kobe opened the door to the meeting place, encouraging her to go inside first. Ladies first. Nami gave him a smirk before entering the premise. The meeting consisted of a giant circular table filled with 50 chairs all around it. There were several voice-enhancing snails as well as video snail that would circle around the table to broadcast what a person was saying. Several high-ranking officials were already present. They were already socializing with their fellow Marines. I will see you later, Vice Admiral Nami. Kobe kissed her hands before going up to one of the most well-decorated Marine of all time, Vice Admiral Gar. Nami immediately found her close friend and former second-in-command, Vice Admiral Smoker, who was now in charge of Unit 2 in G5. They were still working close together but were now responsible for different things. Nice to see you made it on time, Vice Admiral Smoker. She gave her friend a hug, in which he hugged right back. Well, I got to make a good first impression or they might demote me again. He chuckled. The two looked at each other, proud of how far they've both have come. Take your seats, the Fleet Admiral has arrived. A person announced as the Fleet Admiral quickly made his way from the entrance to his seat. As soon as he sat down, everyone else followed. First order of business, G1 headquarters will now be where our main powers will reside. I chose this place since it's in the New World, and it will send a clear indication of waging open war against the Yonko. Fleet Admiral Akenu did not give anyone else a chance to talk as he went ahead with business. Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, red-haired Shanks, Thousand Beast Kaido, and now the reemergence of Strawhat Monkey D. Luffy. All the Yonkos have forgotten that they are individual forces that can't challenge our forces at full strength. We need to remind these foul creatures who the true justice are in all seas. Vice Admiral Momonga will provide the briefing on updated bounty, new Shichibukais, amongst other things. Fleet Admiral Akenu was firm and precise. He stood up and left the room through a back door, leaving Vice Admiral Momonga at the helm of the meeting. Strawhat Luffy, the newest emperor, has a bounty of 1.5 billion buri. After rallying Whitebeard's former commanders and adding his own forces, he has amassed a strong force under his flag. Not only that, he has also regained many of Whitebeard's former territory, acting as a quick replacement to him. It was as if Whitebeard didn't even disappear. To his first mate Katakuri, Although his power has yet to be seen after the time the Straw Hat Pirates have been gone, we will raise his bounty to 900 million buri due to being the first mate to a Yonko, Strawhat Luffy. To Tashigi, who was last seen holding Mihawk to a standstill in Marineford 2 years ago, we raise her bounty to 600 million buri. To Enel, who threatened a celestial dragon in Saboti Archipelago not too long after the Straw Hats reunion, we raise his bounty to 750 million buri. The Surgeon of Death, as he is known for his time terrorizing the seas with the Heart Pirate these past 2 years, Trafalgar Law, will receive a bounty of 650 million buri. To Marguerite, who still remains a mystery but is still a threat, we raise her bounty to 400 million buri. Marco the Phoenix easily defeated one of our older pacifistas model. According to our sources, he melted it with ease. For that, we raise his bounty to 550 million buri. Then to the man who built their vessel, Virgo the former Marine captain, we raise his bounty to 450 million buri. Lastly, the revolutionary assistant's Perona, who has become priority number 1 after the stunt she pulled with the Revolutionary Army. She knows some of our top-ranked secrets, and for that we raise her bounty to 500 million buri. She will be the only one we want captured dead. Capture the rest dead preferred, but capture alive if possible. Now for the Shichibukai, who will retain immunity with their activities granted that they are within reason. Edward Weevil has attained the rank due to the elimination of the several Whitebeard commanders and allies. His speech was long, although he was not quite done yet, going over strategic positioning and other orders. Nami's mind drifted off, reverting back to 2 years ago when she was so close capturing Strawhat Luffy before his rise to power. If only she stopped his rise then. But then as she began to think, she started to see something. Of all of his actions, not one seemed to be out of malicious whim. Reports came in that he destroyed Anai's lobby. Yet how could 9 people destroy an entire marine base by themselves? And then the events in Marineford. What she saw was a young boy looking to save his older brother. No agenda, no gain, just saving his brother from certain doom. Her thoughts was cut off when Vice Admiral Momonga adjourned the meeting. People started to filter out, but Nami remained behind. She had something she needed to get out of her mind. Smoker tried to talk to her, but she told him to wait for her outside, which he nodded in confusion. Fleet Admiral Akainu walked out of the meeting room with an annoyed expression in his face. Despite this, Nami approached him. "Sir, permission to speak." Despite his annoyance, the Fleet Admiral gave her the go-ahead. "Vice Admiral Nami, what is it?" he asked, continuing to walk despite her insistence to talk. "Well, sir, as you may know, I've been on the Straw Hat case for a long time now." She followed the Fleet Admiral despite his quick steps. "Something came to mind today. What if the Straw Hats aren't really what we say they are?" Before she could finish, the Fleet Admiral stopped on his track and swiftly caught Vice Admiral Nami's neck. "Don't you dare suggest that pirates are not what we say they are. In this world there is only justice and evil. The Marines are absolute justice, while pirates are the creation of evil." He tightened his grip and pressed her against the wall, raising her off the ground. "Know this simple rule, Vice Admiral Nami." Just before anything else could escalate, Vice Admiral Garp pushed the Fleet Admiral backwards while Smoker caught her before her fall. The hallway of the new Marine headquarters was quiet, eventful. Fleet Admiral Akainu was accompanied by 2 guards who could not lift a finger at what was happening. Vice Admiral Garp stood with his hands extended after pushing the Fleet Admiral out of the way. Vice Admiral Nami was held by Vice Admiral Smoker after getting the life chalked out of her. Then Vice Admiral Kobe, who was also concerned for Nami, was right beside Vice Admiral Garp. "What is the meaning of this, Garp?" The Fleet Admiral was emitting lava from his body after his anger peaked from the insubordination before him. "Can't you kill one of our most talented Marines, Sakazuki?" Garp looked directly at the Fleet Admiral without fear of a clash. "One more time, Garp, and I'm putting you right next to Sengoku myself." With that, Fleet Admiral Akainu walked away from the scene, fuming at the encounter. As soon as he was out of sight, Garp checked on Nami. "You okay, young lady?" he asked. Nami nodded, although she was struggling to get her breath back. One part was because she did not expect that sudden outburst from the Fleet Admiral, the man who was supposed to represent everything right about the world. Then, there he was, not seeing reason and blinded by his absolute justice. "Thank you," was all the words she could muster. "Don't mention it." "Well, I'll be on my way. I have to visit an old friend. Do me a favor and stay away from that bastard." Garp got up and left the trio to themselves. Smoker still held Nami while she was catching her breath, while Kobe used his jacket to fan her with air. "What a day, huh?" said Kobe as he watched his former instructor walk away. "Indeed, it was quite a day," replied Smoker, who was angered by the treatment of the new Fleet Admiral to his officers. Later that day, Impel Down, entering level 6, Vice Admiral Garp. The elevator stopped, opening as he reached the bottom floor. Nobody accompanied him as he requested to go by himself. New Warden Hannibal granted his permission out of fear. "What are you doing here, Garp?" A man with a big afro was cuffed on the wall. He wore no shirt, revealing his well-toned body, although famished from the lack of food and water. "Came to see you, old friend." He waved at his friend. The former Fleet Admiral Sengoku was behind bars. Damn it, Garp, I told you to take care of the Marine base, not come down here in this shithole. Well, I'm all out of favor too, Sengoku. After the Gorosei covered up the Marineford's success and pinned all the failure on you, they assigned Sakazuki as the new Fleet Admiral. And now I may have hit him ... that little boy. That's quite a story to tell. Sengoku chuckled, although stopped immediately after reverting back to the beaten old man who was stuck in jail for the rest of his life. There's a reason I'm here, Sengoku. Garp turned to the visual snails that were following his every move and sent out a strong pulse of haki that put all the visual snail to sleep. I'm breaking you out. Garp used his ridiculous strength to open the thick metal bar. Then he entered the jail cell and broke the cuffs off of Sengoku's wrist. Now listen carefully. Meanwhile, in the surveillance room. What the hell? Faulty cameras. Get the feedback on. Warden Hannibal was barking orders as they have lost the camera from level 6. As soon as the feed came back on, it was still Vice Admiral Garp talking to Sengoku behind his cell. Alright, good job people, let's stay vigilant. Hannibal watched as Vice Admiral Garp made his way back to the elevator, then made his way back to the top floor. He was ready to escort the Vice Admiral out of Impel Down, but he was quick to get out of the prison. That's odd. Hannibal could only wonder why Vice Admiral Garp was in such a hurry, but he shrugged it off, remembering that he was now warden and how good life was for him. Outside Impel Down. That damn Garp. Sengoku tossed his marine hat, revealing a freshly shaved head. He swiftly tossed the marine coat on the ocean and got aboard Garp's small vessel. Damn, now listen carefully. I will only tell you this once. Garp began to remove his attire. What the hell you doing? Sengoku shielded his eyes. Bastard, remove your prison clothes and give them to me. And wear my clothes. What the hell, why? I can get out of this shithole easy. Since you ate that damn fruit, you are weakened by sea stone. Therefore you need to go now and I will take your place. He swiftly put on the prison clothes while Sengoku put on his uniform. Oh, and give me your hair. With a swift motion with his hands, he cleanly cut off Sengoku's afro, putting it on his head. What the hell, Garp? Damn it, my hair. Shut up, fool. Now go. Garp pushed him out of the cell and closed it from the inside. Then he locked one hand on the wall by pressing the cuff closed. I left my ship up there with no one on board. Find my grandson's men. They will protect you. This was when the visual snail woke up and showed the back of Sengoku on Garp's clothes, while Garp was inside the cell on the prison clothes. Damn you, Garp, he whispered and began to tear up a little bit. Whatever, catch you outside. Garp only laughed, seeing his friend walk away into freedom. In his mind was only one thought. Justice my ass. Sengoku sailed away following Garp's advice and trying to locate the Straw Hat's allies. Although it will quiet a mission. Straw Hat territory, new world. Damn it, our people are dying left and right and we are stuck here to do what? Sanji was the unanimous choice to be the first commander of the Grandfleet, but now he was letting his emotion get the best of him. Hold on, brother. Remember when I went out and was rash in my decision to follow Teach? We need to be level-headed when we chase this bastard killing off our brothers. The third commander of the Grandfleet was Galdias, and despite his anger, he listened to reason. Our brothers probably lost due to this man's immense strength. Therefore, we have to formulate a plan to defeat this man before going in without a plan. You got it. I second that. Despite my urge to kill this bastard for killing our brothers, we have to be smart with this. Commander Crocodile has returned from Sabaody along with everyone else. This was the first time all 17 current commanders of the Straw Hat Grand Fleet were assembled. There were formerly 21 commanders, but someone was making it a personal mission to kill Whitebeard's former commanders specifically. If I may say something, despite my late inclusion to your little family, I do agree with Ace and Crocodile. We have to be smart in chasing this killer. I have no prior bond with these people as you have, Sanji, but I will go out to say in my time with all of you this past 2 years after your initial choice to rescue me from certain death, I too would like revenge, but not now. The second commander spoke up, standing up from his chair. Everyone else followed with a cheer, agreeing with the commander. The man was none other than the former warden of Impel Down, Magellan. Shut up, Magellan, you're not the newest here. I am, and I tell you from the rumors I hear. This man proclaims himself the son of Whitebeard and therefore solidifying his work in killing all that his father left behind. That man is insane and strong. Moria was the newest recruit to the Grand Fleet, rescued by Jazu and Vista before getting eliminated from existence. He was the 13th commander of the Grand Fleet. That may be the case, Moria, but we will still go after this man. We also have a force that can challenge the strongest of the emperors and marines alike. The 6th commander spoke up. After his betrayal in Marineford and assisting the pirates escape in Impel Down, he allied himself with the Grand Fleet. The warrior of the sea Jinbei was the 6th commander. Then we will stand for the vote. Sit down if you disagree. Remain standing if you agree. all in favor of chasing after the killer. Sanji took his place as mediator of the meeting, putting the motion to a vote. Everyone sat down except for Sanji and Jazu, who were hell-bent on killing the bastard. All right, we wait. Permission to enter Fishman Island and assist Captain. The 10th commander spoke up, which Jinbei second. It was their territory. They would be able to help out big time. Granted. Everyone else go to Kuro for mission briefing. Meeting done. Sanji sat down on his chair with his hands on his forehead. Frustration was beginning to build up from the first commander. He went through his roster admiring the large power they were able to amass. Though despite this they were still getting picked off one by one, missing 6 seats in their ranks. 1st Division Captain Sanji, 2nd Division Captain Magellan, 3rd Division Captain Ace, 4th Division Captain Crocodile, 5th Division Captain Jazu, 6th Division Captain Jinbei, 7th Division Captain Vista, 8th Division Captain, 9th Division Captain, 10th Division Captain Namor, 11th Division Captain Kuro, 12th Division Captain Arlong, 13th Division Captain Moria, 14th Division Captain, 15th Division Captain, 16th Division Captain, 17th Division Captain Wapol, 18th Division Captain, 19th Division Captain Demon Jin, 20th Division Captain, 21st Special Giant Division Captain Dory. As people began to get their mission from Kuro, Jinbei and Namor returned to the meeting hall, drenched from the storm outside. What the hell? Between them, Sanji recognized a familiar face as he removed his hood. Everyone was wondering whether he came to fight but remained at ease when he waved a white flag in the air. Is this Strawhat Grandfleet headquarters? It is. What's it to you, Sengoku? Wow, this is what it looked like under the sea, huh? Luffy had his face pressed against the bubble surrounding of the Iron Maiden, enjoying the view of the underwater world. Most of the group would not be able to survive the seawater since they ate devil fruit, but some of them can, so that's all that matters. It is really beautiful. So Virgo, how does this bubble work on our ship? Law was marveling at the ocean floor but was worried for his life, with the only thing separating him from certain death was a bubble. Well, it works like we are above the sea. The only thing is it helps us navigate the underwater world, replied Virgo as he continuously checked the ship's performance underwater, and so far so good. Oi, Captain, we got a tail behind us. Enel spotted a ship quickly approaching them. Enel did not recognize the Jolly Roger, but someone did. Oh, I know that guy. He calls himself Wet-Haired Caribou. He is a mud loja and bounty of over 200 million buri. Perona recognized the sigil from meeting the man and completely defeating him earlier that day in Sabote. Yeah, I easily beat him in the bar earlier. He was very rude. Marguerite stood beside Perona, also recognizing the incoming enemy. Well, shall we introduce ourselves? Marco was itching for a fight since he was used to the training regimen with Brookback and Howling Wolf Island. Every day for the past 2 years he battled, and every day he grew stronger. I think it's a good idea, Katakuri. Kashigi adjusted her glasses while looking at the first mate. I'm good for it, let him come. Your order, Captain. Katakuri was also itching for a fight since his training with the Red Force Pirates involved lots of hiding and getting shot at. Luffy's training the past 2 years had helped him harness all forms of haki. He closed his eyes for a moment and felt his surroundings, feeling a giant figure quickly approaching them. Tashigi, there's a giant sea creature quickly approaching, take care of it. Tashigi nodded and drew her dual blade before leaving dust behind her. She was in the water with a barefoot coating that allowed her to breathe underwater. She was dashing right past Caribou's ship and meeting the giant sea king, which happened to be the Kraken. She could only smile as her momentum carried her past one of the giant tentacles. Then she ran alongside another tentacle, carrying her blades on either side of her. Both blade turned into a black color that meant that it was covered in her haki. She then jumped from the tentacle, maintaining her pace, and aimed for the head of the Kraken. Although she stopped mid-attack and saw the frightened look of the sea creature, she fell right in front of the Kraken's face and realized that it was just a frightened creature who wished to protect itself. I don't know how to communicate with you, but I guess come with me. She didn't know if the Kraken understood, but it ceased all hostility when she did not kill it. Tashigi looked around the ocean floor, not seeing her crew or the Iron Maiden anywhere. This is going to be tough. Meanwhile, the Iron Maiden found itself locked together by Caribou's ship. The Straw Hat crew stood firm, not making a move as Caribou's men began to filter aboard their ship. They surrounded the Straw Hat pirate with Wet-Haired Caribou and his brother standing in front of them, mocking Strawhat Luffy. I'm going to kill you, Strawhat Luffy, and claim your 1.5 billion buri bounty. Then I will finally make a name for myself. His crew cheered from behind him, standing close to Luffy's face. The Straw Hat crew was outnumbered 10-1, but they did not show any fear. Hey dummy, you sure you want to mess with my captain? Marguerite pointed her bow directly at Caribou. Holy shit, you're the woman from the bar. Caribou's face swiftly shifted to fear. He slowly backed away, bumping into his confused crewmates. Hey guys, we got aboard the wrong ship. Caribou was sweating feverishly, unable to move any further from the fear of embarrassment from his crew and fear of the Straw Hat crew. You got on board my ship ... Now we'll kick you all out. Luffy adjusted his straw hat before activating Gear Second. Get them off my ship. Everyone smiled at the captain's order. The Straw Hat crew were so fast that Caribou's men could not catch them with their eyes. Katakuri took out his 10 men quickly, encasing them in soft mochi before hardening it. Then he turned his arms into ornament haki before punching the group that was encased in his mochi back to their ship. That was too easy. He sighed before watching his crew members do work. He was very impressed on their progress. Enel tapped each of his 4 dumbs, sending 2 bolts of lightning to each of his enemy. The remaining 2 met the tail end of Enel's staff, receiving an electric current that coursed through their body. Unfortunately for them, they met with the Thunder Loja of the Straw Hat crew. My last good fight was back in Marineford. Here we go again with the weaklings. Enel looked at Katakuri, who made quick work of his 10. He was going to fight more but let the rest handle their own fights. Marco's hand-to-hand combat was further enhanced by his Phoenix Flames that he would use to intensify his kicks and punches. Before any of his 10 could move, all were defeated in an instant. Nice little stretch. He smiled before reverting back to his human form. He stood beside Katakuri and Enel, who were also done with their 10. Marguerite was quick with her bow and arrow. In an encore to the bar from earlier that day, she swiftly engraved her arrow in different parts of her 10 enemies. They were all slow to crawl back to their ship. Should have learned from earlier, you dummies. She drew her bow and shot it from behind her head as one of her 10 tried to strike her on the back. Now the guy had 2 holes in his body, created by her arrow. Next one will be your heart, now scram. The guy crawled back onto his ship with a hole in his shoulder and right leg. You could have gone easy on him, you know. Marco commented as Marguerite took her place beside the other 3. No, she replied, and they all laughed. It was good to be back together with everyone. Virgo and Perona worked well together. Perona would pass her hollows through the pirates while Virgo slapped them across the face with his bamboo staff. They took care of their 10 together, totaling to 20. They took their rightful place beside the rest as the remaining 10 pirates on board was facing Law. Go Law, exclaimed Perona. Everyone else cheered. Thanks guys. He extended his right hand forward, palm facing the floor. Pocket room. Though what was strange was, instead of a large area being covered, he harnessed his power so that it would only open on specific areas. In this case, he encompassed each of his 10 enemies. The pirates screamed in shock as their body parts scrambled and placed into random places. He then aimed for 10 things aboard the enemy's ship and opened more pocket rooms on the other ship. Shambles. He then switched the places of the things on board the enemy's ship with the distorted people that was once on board their ship. His crew members clapped as he stood beside them. He took a courteous bow before joining everyone and watching their captain manhandle the brothers. Look, Straw Hat, this was my mistake, all right. Caribou and his brother were crawling backwards as each of their crew members were beaten easily. Luffy was so fast that Caribou's brother was sent flying back on their ship. Caribou's eyes almost popped out of its socket in shock. I heard you're trying to take my head, Luffy said. No, that was just a joke. A little dark humor is all. Caribou was crying between his words. Before he could blink, Luffy's fist met his face, distorting the Mudloja's face. He was sent flying back to his ship. Stay back, Luffy exclaimed. But to put cherry on top, Tashigi came in time aboard a giant kraken. The kraken used its tentacles to swipe the enemy ship back to the surface of the ocean. Sup, what did I miss? Tashigi walked along the tentacle of the kraken before returning on deck. Cool, you got the kraken as a pet. Hey, let go of the shark in one of your tentacles, exclaimed Luffy. The shark that was encased in the kraken's tentacles and swam away quickly. You're welcome, Megalo. Alright, awesome kraken, I'll call you Serum, and it tells me you didn't take its life, so it's helping us. Great job, Tashigi. The kraken nodded its head before swimming away. You can understand it? Katakuri asked. His captain could hear the voices of all things. A once-in-a-lifetime gift. Sure I can, can't you guys? Luffy looked at his crew in confusion. But before anyone else could respond, a flag of the Straw Hat Grandfleet was in front of them. On board were 3 of their fishermen commanders of the Straw Hat Grandfleet, the 6th Commander Jinbei, 10th Commander Namor, and 12th Commander Arlong, who decided to join the duo after getting a crappy mission from Kuro. Hello, Captain, the trio yelled. We'll be your guide across the Fishman Island, said Arlong while the other 2 nodded. Briskly, Captain, we got an audience with Neptune, the King of Fishmen, said Jinbei, who was well respected in Fishman Island for his work to protect them. They want to meet the man who promises to protect Fishman Island, said Namor, who was visibly sad due to the death of his friends. But as a remaining remnant of Whitebeard's former division captains, he was proud to carry on his legacy and serve under Straw Hat Luffy. All right, let's go. The route to the royal palace was cleared off by Jinbei along with Namor and Arlong. They had no trouble, but Luffy did feel many hateful eyes watching his ship in the Fishman district, but he chose to ignore it. A problem for later, most likely. Then another strong force passed by several hundred yards behind them. He could feel a hateful force that was built on sheer obsession. Another problem for later once more. The crew docked at one of the port before wearing a portable bumble on their heads so that could enter the Ryugu Palace, the palace of King Neptune. "Welcome, Straw Hat Pirates, especially Emperor Monkey D. Luffy," exclaimed a very welcoming Fukaboshi along with his brothers Ryuboshi and Manboshi. "I hear from my sister's pet Megalo that you rescued it from the Kraken. For that I am forever grateful. Now please follow us, my father is expecting you." He gave Jinbei a courteous nod and Jinbei returned the nod. Arlong and Namor saluted the prince, which he also gave them a friendly nod of acknowledgement. The Straw Hat Pirates followed behind their captain. He was amazed at the giant castle. Before anyone knew it, they were all in the throne room inside the castle. King Neptune greeted the group with a smile. "Welcome, Straw Hat Pirates, and welcome Emperor Monkey D. Luffy." Neptune looked directly at the captain, who returned his warm welcome. He sounded like a broken record since his son said the same thing, although Luffy didn't mind it. "Glad to be here, although I'm not used to being called an emperor." Luffy scratched the back of his head as the group laughed at his courteous demeanor. "That's okay, Monkey D. Luffy. You are as humble as from what I hear from Jinbei, Namor, and Arlong. They were all avid advocate of your likeness and power." "Thank you," Luffy said to his Grandfleet captain along with the compliment from King Neptune. "Now off to business. I have waved your flag for the past 2 years on word alone from these three. I trust their words, but now that you're here, show me how you can protect my island, how you can protect my people." King Neptune was business now, reverting to his role as the protector of his land. "King Neptune, I, Straw Hat Monkey D. Luffy, guarantee the safety of your land and your people until my death. I have amassed 21 divisions under my flag that will come to your aid whenever you need us. We will be here." Luffy put his hands on his heart, swearing his loyalty to the Fishman King. "Your words are nice, but I require some action, Straw Hat Luffy." King Neptune did not try to offend, although some people would find what he said offensive. Just as he said his line, 2 people barged in the king's hall, both panting feverishly. "Sire, trouble in Fishman District led by Hody Jones. The new Fishman pirates are causing havoc in Fishman District. They are killing anyone who doesn't join their mission." Then the other guard also yelled his own troubles. "Sire, Vanderdecken IX has upped his efforts in getting to Princess Shirahoshi's tower. He seems to be getting closer and closer." King Neptune rubbed his beard while Straw Hat Luffy provided the solution. "I feel that you are capable of dealing with these problems on your own, but to show you our dedication in solidifying our relationship, allow me and my crew to handle this." Luffy offered his hands to show his dedication. "I suppose with my bad back and old age it would be troublesome to deal with this issue." "Go ahead, Straw Hat Luffy. You are at the helm of protecting my family and my land." Neptune took a seat on his throne. "If you need anything, my army is at your disposal." "No need, King Neptune. We will deal with the issue today." Straw Hat Luffy led the way out of the throne room, smiling to himself at the chance to prove himself. "Leave it to us," was the last thing Luffy said before his party left the room. Luffy turned to Katakuri. "Take 5 people with you. I'll deal with Vanderdecken IX. Make sure Princess Shirahoshi is okay." Katakuri nodded. "Commander Namor, Enel, Marguerite, Virgo, and Perona with me." His group followed, making their way to the Fishman District. This left 6th Commander Jinbei, 12th Commander Arlong, Law, Marco, Tashigi, and Luffy to deal with the safety of the king's daughter. Princess Tower Ryugu Palace. The team made their way to the tower, where they saw a terrible sight of a giant stone tower covered in dangerous weapon, and on occasion some cannonballs making its effort through the thick stone wall. "All right guys, protect this tower. I will meet with the princess to ensure her safety," said Luffy. Everyone else nodded in agreement. Luffy made his way inside, leaving Jinbei, Tashigi, Arlong, Marco, and Law. "So what strange event is this?" Law asked, wondering how it was possible that weapons were flying at the tower. "Well, there's this man named Vanderdecken IX, and his sheer obsession with Princess Shirahoshi has made him insane. His ability is strange, allowing him to touch one thing with either hand, marking it as a target. He could send any projectile at that target by simply using that same hand. His target could be anywhere, and he would simply have to throw with whichever hand he used to mark that person, and they would always find its way to their target. Although solid object would stop the projectile, just like this wall." Jinbei explained to the group as several things continued to fly at the tower. Although they started to hear screams of people, then a loud thud against the wall. "Vanderdecken has resorted to throwing people at the tower. What the hell is wrong with this guy?" exclaimed Tashigi as people continued to fly on the tower walls. She was disgusted at the man's behavior. As quickly as they hit the walls, the fallen pirates were up immediately, screaming from the top of their lungs. Then, like enraged zombies, they began to try and climb the tall stone tower. "Everyone, protect the tower at all cost." Tashigi, being the highest-ranking person from the Straw Hat crew, gave out the orders, to which everyone happily complied. Jinbei sent out a water bullet at several enraged pirates, though it seems as if there was no end to the incoming enemies. Arlong used his quickness underwater to slice at the enemy pirates who were climbing on the wall. He still used his giant saw blade, but he was much better at it. Jinbei was accurate enough that he wasn't hitting the 12th commander. Marco was surprised that he could use his phoenix flame underwater, but that was probably due to the whole body bubble that allowed him to breathe underwater. He was also surprised that he was able to retain about half of his movement from being in the surface, which was still pretty fast. He flew through several enemy pirates, engulfing them within his bubble before finishing them with his phoenix flame. Law stayed in front of the entrance of the tower, opening a giant room that covered the height of the tower. He was able to use his ability within the area, not letting anyone inside the tower. Tashigi decided to climb up to the lone window of the tower, standing on it. She drew both her blades and waited for any stranglers who wished to enter the tower. In the distance, she could see a ghostly-looking ship named the Flying Dutchman. And all of a sudden, the rate of the enraged pirates and weapons hitting the tower multiplied exponentially. "Oi, Captain, seems like that Vanderdecken guy is making his move. He's coming here." Tashigi yelled down on the lone tower window, screaming at her captain, who was checking up on Princess Shirahoshi. "I'll be out in a minute," yelled back Luffy, who was now face to face with the giant mermaid. "Hello, I'm Monkey D. Luffy." "Hi, I'm Shirahoshi. Megalo told me about how you rescued him. Thank you for that," she replied with a smile, although it quickly disappeared as she heard loud noises outside. Tears began to build up from the corner of her eye, which Luffy caught immediately. Hey, don't worry, we'll take care of it. Tell you what, if you don't cry, I will give you anything you want," the captain said with his giant grin. He just wanted to make sure the princess was taken care of. "Okay, are you sure?" "Yeah, I'm serious. I want to go to the sea forest. I have been locked in this tower for 10 years and would like to see it." "Alright, I'll get you there. But just promise me one thing, stay in here until I've dealt with your crazy stalker." To that, Shirahoshi nodded in agreement, excited to finally see the day where she would be able to see the outside world without the constant threat of Vanderdecken. Luffy made his way outside, walking past Law, who was guarding the entranceway. Then he stopped in front of the tower, awaiting the arrival of Vanderdecken IX. The Flying Dutchman stopped several yards from the tower, and Vanderdecken made his way down. "Well, what do we have here? Are you one of Shirahoshi-chan's admirers? Well, get lost, since I'm the only one who can have her." Everyone was still handling the enraged pirates, who continued their attempt to climb or enter the tower. But the Straw Hat pirates were stopping them. "Get lost," replied Luffy, who now stood face to face with the crazy fishman. "That's strange. Hody Jones told me that these pirates would be 10 times stronger with their energy steroids, but they are getting beaten easily by you people." Vander removed his gloves, attempting to touch Luffy. "I guess I should congratulate you." Before his hands could land on Luffy's shoulder, he used a rock from the floor as a shield so that Vanderdecken would mark it. Then, using Gear Second, he was able to remove Vander's other glove hand and press it against the same rock on the ocean floor. Vander's eyes widened in anger as, in doing so, Luffy has removed the mark from Princess Shirahoshi. "What have you done?" Luffy's giant elephant gun made contact with Vanderdecken's face, sending him far away from Ryugu Kingdom. The rest of his crew scattered back on the Flying Dutchman, floating away from the scene and trying to locate their captain. "That's one problem we're done dealing with." Luffy sighed and looked at the people behind him. They were all finishing up the remaining drugged pirates. "Good job, crew. I got a mission for you, Tashigi. The princess would like to visit the sea forest. I wish for you to escort her there." "Sure thing, Captain. I'll meet you guys back in the palace after you take care of the Fishman district." Tashigi went inside the tower, where she was met with a happy princess who was glad that she was now able to go out of her dreaded tower. "Alright, everyone. Hopefully Katakuri dealt with the trouble in Fishman district. Let's go. Sea forest. Well, this is my Princess Shirahoshi." Tashigi escorted the princess to the sea forest, where her mother's tomb was. The princess sat in front of the tomb in solitude, tears free-flowing from her eyes. Tashigi could only watch as the grief of a young girl reminded her of herself when she was younger. "Oh, hello, Straw Hat Pirate. Did not expect to see anyone here." The Shichibukai Robin came out from one of the paths through the forest and greeted Tashigi, although Shirahoshi still remained fixated at her mother's grave. "Ah, Miss Robin, pleasure seeing you here. Thank you for taking care of Perona for us these past 2 years." Tashigi heard a brief story from Perona about her time with the Revolutionary Army. "She actually saved my life more times than I could ever imagine." "So what are you doing in Fishman Island?" Tashigi asked, but she had no alternate intention with her question, just curiosity. "In one of my missions with Perona, we were able to find leads to possible poneglyphs. Some of the leads were false, but some were true, like the one in Sky Island and now here in Fishman Island." "Wow, that's amazing. Alright, I'm good now." Princess Shirahoshi wiped the tears from her eyes and turned around to see 2 people behind her. "Oh, I'm sorry if you saw all that," she said apologetically as she was really crying her eyes out. No, I was the one intruding," replied Robin. "Well, let's go back to the palace. You wanna come, Robin?" "Sure, I have nothing else planned for today." Tashigi and Robin rode on the back of Megalo, while Princess Shirahoshi gladly swam beside them as her newfound freedom made her smile. Meanwhile in the Fishman district, didn't expect them to actually have such an unfair advantage against us underwater, said Virgo as the Straw Hat Pirates found themselves locked inside a cage. Perona, Marguerite, Namor, and Enel were stuck. Katakuri was being tortured outside of the cage. Not for information, just for the pleasure of Hody Jones, who wished for the death of all humans. You thought you could actually stop the new Fishman Pirates from our mission. Zio, one of Hody's commander, punched Katakuri across the face. They were being held inside an airtight room that did not have any ocean water inside. Eventually I'm going to get out of here, and I'll return the favor twice over. Katakuri stared down the fishman, who only smirked at his claims. The new Fishman Pirates sent out a false information and ambushed the Straw Hat Pirates by luring them into an airtight room before filling them with water. Marguerite, Virgo, and Namor tried their best to protect Enel, Perona, and Katakuri, who were weakened by the seawater, but they were eventually overpowered by a large number of fishmen who were far superior underwater. Namor could only do so much while Virgo and Marguerite eventually ran out of breath. Now be good, you'll be dead soon enough. Zio walked out of the room, locking it from the outside. Unfortunately for the Straw Hat crew, their devil fruit users were locked in sea stone cuffs while the non-devil fruit users were wrapped in full body chain. I'm sorry you guys, I couldn't do as much even though I was underwater. Namor was beating himself up. Not only was being outnumbered was a problem, he was also affected by his grief. He wouldn't have gone down so easy if he was on his top form. No big deal, Namor. We'll get out of here eventually, then we will get our revenge. Enel finally woke up, although still weakened form being encased in seawater earlier. It seems like our captor are going somewhere. Perona was able to see through a window that Hody Jones and the new Fishman Pirates were all headed somewhere, riding a bunch of giant sea creatures. Outside, the group could hear loud cheering from the fishmen as Hody repeatedly states that he is going to kill anyone who oppose him and take over the royal palace. That's not good, said Virgo, who failed to break the chains despite covering his entire body into ornament haki. This is not good at all. Virgo continued to try to no avail. Tusk, we leave you for 1 minute and you got yourself trapped. There it was, the rescue party. Law was the first to enter the room, with Marco following close behind. Sup guys, we just decided to take a nap is all, was all Enel could say as he was embarrassed that they were actually defeated. No worries, we can't ever underestimate fishmen in their own territory. Law and Marco worked together to free their comrades. They all went outside to see their captain staring off in the direction of Ryugu Palace. Captain, Katakuri tried to apologize, but Luffy stopped him before he could say anything. You did good, Katakuri. The enemy knows their land, so they were able to surprise you. Don't worry, we'll get him back. Luffy smiled at his first mate before turning his sight back to the palace. Let's go, crew. The new Fishman Pirate, led by Hody Jones, made their way to Ryugu Palace, where they were met with little resistance as many of the palace guards turned on King Neptune and joined Hody's cause. The three princes and the king were chained together along with all those who were loyal to him. Hody, you don't have to do this. King Neptune tried to reason with the man, but he was in too deep on his mission. No, Neptune, I have to do this. To start, I will execute you on Giant Cord Plaza. Hody led the way as he dragged the helpless king to his untimely death. The fishmans put the king on a stake. Come one, come all, fishman citizen for I. Hody Jones have claimed the throne and will demonstrate my rule as the king by burning the remnant of the past. The rest of the people loyal to the king were also put up on a stake. People began to filter in as they were forced to watch in fear of their king getting burnt to death. You will not succeed, Hody. Our protector is within this island. King Neptune yelled at the rebel. He was beginning to doubt Luffy, but he was going to remain strong for his people. You've entrusted our lands to a human. Shame on you, Neptune. Hody raised the torch, which burned bright. Death to the old. In the new, Hody began to drop the torch that would effectively burn the royal family alive. Suddenly a water bullet blew past everyone and hit the fire directly, effectively killing the flame. I'm not letting you do that. Strawhat Luffy led the way, walking to the plaza. Around him were his crew and allies. Katakuri still looked beat up from getting tortured, but adrenaline rushed his body at the chance for revenge. Kashigi returned from escorting the princess to the forest. Her blades ached for some action. Enel continued to spark as he was ready to destroy his enemy. Law carried his sword by the hilt and walked beside his crew members. Marguerite had 3 arrows already drawn on her bow, ready to fire at any time. Marco was emitting blue flames as his phoenix flame burned bright. Virgo was already covered in ornament haki and he carried his bamboo in hand. Perona floated above everyone, her halos circling around her. Then there were the allies. Arlong, Jinbei, and Namor each had their hand extended as they were the ones who launched the bullet to effectively knock out the flames. Princess Shirahoshi was beside Robin to ensure her safety. What's this? Jinbei and Namor, I already knew you were lost cause ... but Arlong, you were my hero, I looked up to you. Everyone could see the disappointment in Hody's eyes. Well shit kid, tough luck. My previous ideals were wrong and therefore I entrusted my life and pride in Strawhat Luffy. the future king of pirates. Arlong's reply was flattering, but Luffy remained angered, continuing his slow step forward. His crew followed behind him every step of the way while his commanders decided to stay behind to protect the princess. The crew was immediately surrounded by 100,000 fishmen, in which Luffy only had to activate his Emperor's Haki to defeat 50,000 easily. Hody Jones shook in anger as half of his army was gone and decided to attack Luffy directly. But when he got close, Luffy gave him a smirk which caused fear to run through the fishman's body. "No," was all he could say before meeting the fist of Luffy directly on his abdomen. Dawson, Zio, Ikaros Much, and Daruma all tried to attack Luffy at once but were stopped by the Straw Hat crew. Dawson met with Enel's staff, while Ikaros Much's 8 spears were stopped by Tashiga's dual blade. Daruma was suddenly surrounded in Marco's flame, which left Zio with a vengeful Katakuri. "I told you I'll get you back," Katakuri proclaimed, using his ability to extend it and retract his body parts in a similar manner as his captain, although his body was made out of Machai. Zio could only block so much despite being on 4 energy steroids, before finally being overwhelmed by the angry Katakuri. "You take pleasure in pain, huh? Here you go, bastard." Katakuri made a ball of Machai that was hot in the center. Through his 2 years of training, he was able to control the temperature of his Machai from freezing cold to boiling hot, and here was a sample of his growth. He threw the Machai at Zio, encasing the fishman inside. Then within seconds, Zio was screaming from the top of his lungs within the Machai. Then when Katakuri retracted his Machai back within his body, Zio fell flat on his face, still steaming from being burned. "You had that coming." Katakuri then rejoined the battle, dealing with the remaining new fishman pirates. Dawson ate 8 energy steroids but could not keep up with Enel. The Thunder Loja would block each of the fishermen's strike easily while also sending light through Dawson's body. "I'm tired of you locking me up. Here's the product of my impatience." 2 years ago, Enel could only retain his Amaru form for a short while, and he was only able to use it once against Jabara. But today he felt a little generous. He was going to annihilate his enemy with one of his greatest technique, 200 million volt Amaru. Enel grew 5 times his size, encasing rivaling the size of a giant in their adult form. Dawson could only attempt to swing his hammer, which met Enel's palm. The electrical shock covered Dawson's entire body, completely defeating the fishman. Enel stayed in his Amaru form and continued to wreak havoc on the fishman army. Daruma's life was in the hands of the Phoenix, who blocked out all of Daruma's exit. He created a spear that covered even the ground under them. There was no escape for the fishmen. "This is for my crew members." Marco filled the void at the center of the sphere, burning himself and Daruma from within. When the flames finally went out, Marco stood above the fishman, shaking his head. "It could have been more." He then rejoined the battle. Tashigi was cutting every spear of Ikaros Much, until the fishman was left with no weapon. He thought he was going to get lucky by ambushing Tashigi with hundreds of consecutive punches, but that was his mistake, as Tashigi blocked each attack with her sword. "Give up." The fishman cowered in fear, realizing that Tashigi was the son he was getting too close to. He did not want to die, so Ikaros Much swam away, running away from battle. "Coward." Hody Jones threw a water bullet at Ikaros Much, hitting him on his legs. "Any deserter will die by my hand." Hody tried to continue his chase for Ikaros Much, only to be stopped by Luffy. The Straw Hat captain appeared in front of Hody with his fist outstretched behind him. Gamu Gamu no jet pistol. His fist connected with Hody's face. Despite the 20 energy steroid the fishman consumed, he still felt the massive pain that he received from Luffy's face. "Perona, Virgo, release the royal family." "On it," exclaimed the duo as they began to release King Neptune and those who were loyal to him. "Listen here, you bastard." Luffy did not let Hody to catch his breath as he dashed beside him. He kicked Hody in the chest before catching him and slamming him on the ground, face first. Then Luffy kicked him upwards before unleashing his finishing maneuver. Gamu Gamu no Gatling elephant gun. His fists were the size of a giant, coated in ornament haki. He would not let up on the rebellious fishman until he knew that he was out cold. "Fishman Island is my territory. Anyone who wished to challenge that will have to go through me." Luffy settled at the center of the plaza, where the fishman citizens were shocked at what transpired. The royal family were free, while the remaining new fishman pirates turned tail just like Ikaros Much. The crowd cheered their savior and protector. "Straw Hats, Straw Hats." The citizens cheered. "Well, you won my people over, Emperor Luffy. Seems like you will stay true to your word," King Neptune said as he swam beside the Straw Hat captain. "I am forever grateful for saving my daughter, my sons, and my kingdom. It is my duty," Luffy said, then turned to Robin, who was approaching him as well. "Congratulations, Straw Hat, but do you have a minute?" Robin asked. Luffy looked around at his crew, who were all trading stories of their battle. "Sure, what is it, Shichibukai Robin? Thank you for keeping Perona under your protection this past 2 years. No big deal at all. But what I wanted to tell you was this interesting poneglyph I read in the sea forest. The fishmans were promised by Joy Boy that they were going to be brought to the surface through a ship known as Noah. It was a letter of apology to King Neptune for not keeping his end of the bargain. I will fulfill it. It is my duty," claimed Luffy as he felt the suffering of the fishmen. They have been oppressed all of their life and it was time for some change. "I will promise you this, King Neptune." Luffy has now turned to the king once more. "Yes, Emperor Luffy." The king was curious on what he would say. "I will bring the fishmen to the surface when I become Pirate King," proclaimed Luffy, shocking the entire plaza, including his own crew and allies. "Then you better get to work, Pirate King." King Neptune replied with tears flowing from his eyes. The work of his wife was now being continued by the man who could not be any older than 21. This young man, who is now hailed as an emperor of the four seas, has promised his people liberation. "Thank you, Emperor Strawhat Luffy. Tonight, we celebrate our savior, Monkey D. Luffy," exclaimed King Neptune, who has set up a banquet in the palace. He has supervised the cleanup of the rebellion with the help of the Strawhat Grandfleet captains. Luffy and his crew were treated like royalty, and Luffy did not complain as he was getting fed hundreds of plates. Everyone was enjoying themselves, conversing with one another about things they experienced for the past 2 years and the battle which they encountered just hours ago. Luffy finally stopped eating, claiming that he was full. He stood up and raised his glass. This caused everyone to stop what they were doing and got up, joining the Straw Hat captain. "A toast to my word as the next Pirate King. I will raise the citizen of Fishman Island to the surface, where you will take your rightful place amongst every citizen of the world. I will ensure your safety and ensure that you are all treated equally. I am not perfect, to that I admit, but I will do everything in my power to enlist the Fishman race back into society without fear of being prosecuted, death, or discrimination." Luffy raised his glass further. A toast. He then finished his drink while everyone cheered before downing their own drink. At the helm of the celebration, King Neptune conversed with Jinbei, who has returned to the party after finishing the first step to the recovery of his home island. "You were right, Jinbei." King Neptune looked on as the Straw Hat captain conversed with different fishmen who kept congratulating his victory. "I was skeptical as you were when I first joined his Grand Fleet, but he managed to gather strong individuals under his banner, people who you would never expect to follow anyone." Jinbei reflected on his current allies. Names like Crocodile, Fire Fist Ace, Black Leg Sanji, Magellan all stood out as they were the people ranked higher than him. "I'm glad I trusted your words, Jinbei. If I didn't, Charlotte Linlin would have claimed my land and slaved my people to produce her dreaded sweet candy. I'm glad you believe the words of 3 fishmen who turned to piracy. I never would have expected that you would be receptive of our proposition all those years ago. Well, you only became a pirate to protect our land, Jinbei. Arlong and the Fishman pirates are a more extreme case, but if you could turn a stubborn, hard-headed bastard like him into someone who follows orders from a human, then he got my attention." And Namor was a member of Whitebeard's fleet. He was always a loud advocate of Whitebeard's protection, which was always welcome here. King Neptune looked onto his children. For the first time in a long time, they were not looking over their shoulders at the threat of Vanderdecken IX. He smiled at the sight of his children playing amongst themselves, just as they were supposed to. "Well, if I may excuse myself, King Neptune, I would like to speak to Captain Luffy." Jinbei excused himself, in which King Neptune gave him the go-ahead, ending their light conversation. Jinbei approached Luffy and delivered some news from the Grand Fleet headquarters. "Captain, I got some news for you. First and foremost, we are gathering information on the movements of Edward Weevil, the man killing off our allies." Luffy's face switched from happiness to anger. "Let me chase after that piece of shit," Luffy said from between his teeth. "Captain, as we stated, you have more important issue to attend to. We will deal with Edward Weevil. It was Commander Sanji's request." "Okay then, what else?" Luffy found it hard to swallow his drink as his heart was pounding from anger. People he cared about and promised to protect were picked off one by one by this new Shichibukai. He wanted to kill him. He has never wanted to take anyone's life. That was until Edward Weevil killed his precious friends. "We have successfully recruited Gecko Moria. He was swayed from your letter and has taken the 13th seat of the Grand Fleet." "Great. He will be a strong addition to our forces," stated Luffy. That was one person he could forgive after learning of his total annihilation from Kaido. The man was just lonely, looking for allies and friends who would not leave his side. That was the reason why he was obsessed with zombies. "And something else, Captain." "What is it, Jinbei?" "The former Fleet Admiral Sengoku has requested to join the Grand Fleet." "Okay, let him." Everyone was surprised at the information, but what was more surprising was Luffy quickly agreeing to it. "Are you sure, Captain? He used to be." "It's the same case as Magellan. He would have been executed by the Marines for his failure in Marineford, so we will take him under our flag and protect him. Plus, Grandpa sent me a cryptic letter telling me about a possible encounter with Sengoku." "You mean you already knew, Captain?" Jinbei was surprised. Why would Vice Admiral Garp communicate with Luffy? "Yeah, I was surprised he sent me a letter too, but it seems like something must be brewing in the Marine forces if even Grandpa would betray them to send me a letter. I trust him, so I believe what he tells me." "All right, Captain. Other than that, do you wish for me to tell the Grand Fleet anything?" "Tell Sanji to stay strong and keep a level head. I want nothing more than to hunt this guy down and kill him myself, but we have to be smart. Then I want Arlong and Namor to remain in Fishman Island so that I always have someone here who can help reinforce the protection of this land. Tell their crew to come here as well if that's okay with you, King Neptune." Luffy knew the king was listening in on their conversation, which he nodded in agreement as he was embarrassed on being caught eavesdropping. "Sorry, Emperor Luffy, I was just curious. But yes, they may stay in Fishman Island," said King Neptune before reverting back to his own conversation so that he would not further offend the captain. "Tell the 21st Division to take in Surum as a pet. I've grown attached to that big guy. I also need Kuro to create a 3-captain crew. You know exactly why I wish for this. That's it for now. Aye, Captain. I'll head to the surface now and rejoin with the group. Hopefully everyone is done with their mission by the time I get back. See you around, Jinbei. Thanks for your help." Everyone wished Jinbei a safe trip, where he swam away into the surface along with the Kraken. "Miss Robin, I wish to also ask you a favor." Luffy approached the Shichibukai who was chatting with Perona. "Can you check on my grandpa?" "Sure thing, Straw Hat. Anything for Sabo's brother," Robin replied with a smile, also taking her leave from the group as she still had a busy schedule on hand. Finally, done with business. "Tashigi, when do we go to the next island?" Luffy asked his navigator, who was polishing her swords to ensure their peak condition. Tomorrow we can leave, Captain." Suddenly everyone looked at Law, who suddenly got up. "Oh right, Captain, I forgot to mention. The next island will have to be Punk Hazard. We have to go there per the request of Tony Chopper the Shichibukai." Law expected resistance, but everyone seemed to like his plan. "Alright, sounds good. We sail for Punk Hazard for tomorrow. We owe the guy for taking care of you these past 2 years." Luffy nonchalantly answered Law's unsaid question. To that everyone drank one more, excited for their adventures the next day. For now, everyone could only think of rest and recovery. G5 Marine Base. What seems to be the problem? Vice Admiral Nami, the commander of the G5 base, was following Nami as she phased the room. "I can't believe it. All my life I've idolized the Marines, and here we are with her with a fleet admiral who wished nothing more than to kill everyone who doesn't think the same way as him." "These are dangerous claims, Vice Admiral. You are speaking about everyone's direct superior," commented the commander. "But why filter my words, which are true? I just don't understand." "Well, maybe there's a reason to the way the fleet admiral acted. He does have a lot of pressure to perform well with the Gorosei breathing down his neck. It just felt different, you know. There was no in between, just death to everyone who doesn't agree with him." The commander sighed at what Nami said. "Then what's your plan, Vice Admiral?" "I'm going to Punk Hazard with Vice Admiral Smoker. I need to see the Straw Hats and speak with them." "Is that so? How do you know they'll go there?" "This is dangerous, Vice Admiral. It could be seen as traitorous," replied the commander. His voice was slightly shaken. "There's only 4 islands they could go to, and knowing their pattern, I put my money on Punk Hazard." "Cover for me, Commander." "Thanks," exclaimed Nami, finally leaving the room. This left the commander to think to himself. He placed his robotic arms on the desk and covered his face. "Why did you have to be so smart, Vice Admiral Nami?" The cyborg got up and stared outside the window, where he could see Vice Admiral Nami speaking with Vice Admiral Smoker. Then Vice Admiral Smoker looked up on the window to see the commander staring at them. The commander just gave them a smile before Nami dragged Smoker aboard a G5 Marine ship. He then called someone on a private snail phone. "Hello," a voice said on the snail phone. "Joker," said the G5 commander. "You only call when there's trouble in paradise, Frankie. I got 2 Marines entering Punk Hazard and the Straw Hats will be there. Take care of it." Then the person on the other side of the line hanged up. Damn, Cyborg Frankie, the G5 base commander, was also part of the Don Quixote family. Impel down. "It's strange, you know, Miss Robin. We keep getting visitors for some reason. Not too long ago, Vice Admiral Garp. Now you. Seems like everyone needs to know how I'm running my prison." Warden Hannibal bragged about his greatness despite talking from out of his ass. He kept talking aboard the elevator down to the 6th floor. When the door finally opened, Robin went ahead and approached former Fleet Admiral Sengoku's cell. The man had his head down, seemingly unmoving and defeated. "Give me a minute, please." Sure, we'll be on the elevator waiting for you, okay." Hannibal hurried the guards back on the elevator to make sure that Miss Robin enjoyed her visit. "Hey," Robin said as she looked at the lowered head of Sengoku, who slowly raised his head. He had a giant grin in his face. "So who sent you?" "Just as expected. Vice Admiral Garp has taken the place of former Fleet Admiral Sengoku." She was able to piece what little information she had. She knew that Sengoku was with the Straw Hat Grandfleet, and she looked at the news and records of Impel Down. There was no escape. Therefore she assumed that the Vice Admiral had got himself locked up somehow. "Your grandson told me to check up on you," said Robin, whispering to Garp, ensuring that no one could hear their conversation. "That squared, huh? Well, tell him I'm okay and I will get out eventually. On your way now, Shichibukai Robin. They might grow suspicious." Garp gave her a last smile before lowering his head. Hiding under the afro, he cut off Sengoku's head. "Take care of yourself." Robin returned to the elevator. Once more Hannibal continued his splurge on how great he was, but Robin was thinking to herself. On the top floor, Robin could hear some new addition to the underwater hell. Checking in level 4 prisoner Wet-Haired Caribou, level 5 prisoner Hody Jones, and level 5 prisoner Vander Decken IX. This brought a smirk in Robin's face before exiting the prison. But on her way out she saw Vice Admiral Doberman on his way in. Robin thought to herself. Something was up, somewhere in the Grand Line. You are no match for me. In a strange twist of fate, Charlotte Zoro has found himself locked in battle with God Usopp. On Zoro's way out of Sabayati Archipelago, he rammed into a giant ship called Arc Maxim, which happened to belong to God Usopp and his crew. Foolish mortal, you have jumped aboard my ship and wished to challenge me in battle. God Usopp retracted his kabuto, pointing it at the head of Zoro. I wish no such thing, but you immediately fired a shot at me, replied Zoro, trying to reason his way out of a troublesome situation. A warning shot since you rammed my ship, human. God Usopp had his 4 commanders behind him. Everyone was ready to attack. Your death then. Zoro equipped his 3 blades, sending shivers down everyone's spine except for Usopp. Parlor tricks. Usopp fired another shot, this time at the head of Zoro. He easily cut the bullet with one slice, but it exploded and sent hundreds of spikes toward Zoro. As the deck of Arc Maxim was filled with smoke, Usopp could hear metal hitting metal. Once the smoke cleared, Zoro emerged unharmed with a smirk on his face. That all you got? He was gone in a blur, dashing towards God Usopp. You are very predictable. Usopp set up a trap that Zoro stepped on. It was a sticky substance that halted his movement. He then met a barrage of spike bullets from Usopp. Despite losing mobility on his left leg, Zoro was still able to block the spike bullets with ease. That all you got? Zoro used his sword to cut himself free from the sticky substance. He then placed his sword in front of him, spinning it. Within moments, Zoro created a tornado, sending it directly at Usopp. Do you take me for a fool? Usopp shot a quick poison bullet at the epicenter of Zoro's tornado. Therefore, Zoro had no choice but to stop his rotation, cut the bullet in half, and jump back to ensure that he's not poisoned. Poisonous air covered the deck, but in small doses as the air diluted there. You are a formidable opponent, yet your mind is clouded by your pride. Zoro tied a bandana on his head. What of it? Usopp removed his cloak, revealing his well-built body and muscular complexion. He then twisted his kabuto in the middle, revealing the sharp edge on the holster side, and the sling side remained the same, only half its original length. He held the bottom half of the kabuto on his left hand while wielding the upper half on his right. I learned to be more adaptive since my lone loss against a formidable opponent. And of course, he was referring to his loss against Strawhat Luffy. Get on it then. Zoro jumped forward, clashing with Usopp. Their pride was in the line, and they put everything to could muster in this moment. 2 days later, 2 men were on their last leg, panting as their attire were torn apart. They have fought for 2 days straight with no one getting a clear advantage. That is until now, where the 2 days battle finally came to its swift conclusion. God Usopp remained standing with his arms crossed, unable to move any longer. His pride would not let him fall, yet he could not swing his weapon any longer. Zoro's experience and training has let him survive this long battle. As he stood in front of Usopp, he returned his 3 blades on their sheaths, allowing them to rest for a well-fought battle. To be able to battle with me for 2 days straight, I commend your strength. A name is what I ask. Zoro placed his hand on one of his blade, preparing to draw it quickly and take Usopp's head. I am Usopp of Skypie. I have no regrets. Usopp was able to open his palms to tell his crew to stand down. He was not going to sacrifice their life for his foolishness. I am Charlotte Zoro, second son of Charlotte Lin. God Usopp, your judgment. Zoro drew his sword quickly, aiming for the neck of Usopp to ensure a clean cut, although he stopped right at the neck of the man. What is the meaning of this? Usopp was prepared for his death, yet he was cheated from it by his executioner. You serve me from now on. Zoro sheathed his blade. A man of your caliber should not die today. Come then, we are going to Whole Cake Island. I do not serve others, replied Usopp. His pride was still in full display. And then an alliance. Usopp closed his eyes and smirked. Today was not the day he was going to die. Agreed. He was able to move his hands enough to shake the hands of Zoro. On that day, Charlotte Zoro, the second son of Big Mom, and God Usopp, a former god of Skypie, have become allies. Strawhat Grandfleet HQ. Captain's orders. Jinbei has finally returned from Fishman Island. He was lucky to catch everyone still gathered on their meeting place. Alright, Sun Pirates and Namor's crew will head out if that's okay. Hatchin was acting captain of the Sun Pirates since Arlong was still in Fishman Island. He also was given the responsibility of taking care of Namor's men. Sanji nodded, giving them permission to leave early from the meeting. We'll wait for you outside, Boss Jinbei. The Sun Pirates along with Namor's crew exited the meeting hall and made their preparation for Fishman Island. It's only logical that 12th Division Captain Arlong, 10th Division Captain Namor, and you Jinbei are a 3-man group since you are all stationed in Fishman Island. Hiro was given the responsibility of creating 3-man groups to ensure the safety of their Grand Fleet captain. Agreed, replied Jinbei. He was going to head back to Fishman Island as soon as the meeting was adjourned. Since we already work well together, I will work along with 20th Division Captain Jin and 17th Division Captain Wapple. Kuro wrote down their names as being a three-man group. I know you all are opposed to this since we are not as strong as most of you, but we work well enough together and know each other's perks that we are strong enough to handle most situations. You got that right. Jin gave Wapple a high five which he gladly returned. Now moving on, Special 21st Division Captain Dory will work with 2nd Division Captain Magellan and 13th Division Captain Gecko Moria. I believe that this will maximize your strengths with everyone's ability to grow the size of Dory. The three nodded in agreement. Better not hold me back, Moria, said Dory, who did not hold any grudge despite their clash in Marineford. You being so slow will be a hindrance to me, Dory, replied Moria jokingly. The duo laughed amongst themselves. Then 5th Division Captain Jazu and 7th Commander Vista have already done several missions together, so they will work together along with 1st Division Captain Sanji. They have known each other the longest and therefore should be an ideal group. Hiro continued to write his report. Sounds like a plan, Sanji said as he was starting to get impatient. He only wanted one thing in the world at that moment, and that was the head of Edward Weevil. Then that leaves 3rd Division Captain Ace, 4th Division Captain Crocodile, and our newest addition. Everyone turned their eyes towards Sengoku, probably the strongest person in the room at that moment. With the approval of Captain Luffy, Sengoku the Buddha has officially joined the ranks of the Strawhat Grandfleet. Per his request, he will take the mantle of the 20th Division. Ace got up from his seat and stood in front of Sengoku, the man who called for his death in Marineford. Everyone sat at the edge of their seat, wondering what events will transpire. Sengoku also stood up, standing face to face with Ace. He extended his hands as a sign of truce. Ace looked at the extended hand and looked back up at Sengoku. Crocodile decided to interfere by placing his hands on both of their shoulders. We are all under one banner now. At his words, Ace took Sengoku's hands and the two men placed all their difference behind them and moved forward. After being united under one banner, everyone returned to their seats after the small commotion, and Kuro continued. Now then, since we have a smaller group, we have less missions we can take. 1st Division Captain Sanji, if you may. Kuro took a seat and Sanji stood up. Jinbei, you, Arlong, and Namor have your mission. As for Kuro, Wapple, and Jin, I wish for you to track down Edward Weevil, and let me repeat that, track but do not engage. I wish to know his location at all times. Sanji answered everyone's concern before they could ask him. Then from Magellan, Dory, and Moria, your mission is to secure territories in the East Blue, since that's Captain's birth sea. I would first recommend securing Fuchsia Village as its Captain's birth island. This way they could expand their territory outside of the Grand Line to ensure that their influence is much more widespread. Then to myself, Jazu and Vista, we will continue to try and locate persons of interest and recruit them. Our empty seats have weakened us, but we still stand strong together. Then Sanji looked at possibly the strongest group in the Grand Fleet. Ace, Sengoku, and Crocodile, you will head to Marineford, the old Marine headquarters, and help the revolutionary clean up the place. We need some useful information regarding their strategy and movements. They could have left some useful information in that island. Remember, it is still well fortified. I had an agreement with Dragon to share all information obtained between our two factions. Rendezvous with Sabo and the revolutionary and carry out your mission. As for everyone's crew, continue to train and fortify our headquarters. As the highest ranking officer, Daz Bones is in charge of base operations. No mission should be carried out in our absence. Everyone got their mission and ready to carry it out. Sanji spoke with Daz, giving him a talk about his responsibilities. Hiro, Jin, and Wapple made their exit, gathering all leads on the possible location of Edward Weevil. Don't engage the bastard. Vista and Jazu were keeping the information close since they want to kill the man themselves. Watch and gather information. That's all we're doing. Hiro put the files on his handbag. He then tipped his fedora. We'll be on our way. Bye everyone, said Jin, who waved at everyone. Wapple also waved at everyone before the trio left the meeting hall. They were off to chase the killer Edward Weevil. Jinbei took his leave as well, as the Sun Pirates were waiting for him to rejoin their captain in Fishman Island. After briefing Daz Bones on his responsibilities, Sanji followed after Jazu and Vista and left the building. The power group of Dory, Moria, and Magellan made their way out to claim more territories for the Grand Fleet. That left Ace, Sengoku, and Crocodile quiet, possibly the strongest combination out of all the groups. Marineford then. Crocodile was the first to exit, followed by the duo. No hard feelings, Sengoku, you were just doing your job. Ace spoke to Sengoku for the first time. At the time I thought what I was doing was right ... but now that I realize how corrupt the world government is, I do apologize, Ace, replied the former fleet admiral. No need, Sengoku, no need. Ace gave Sengoku a pat on the shoulder and went ahead, catching up to Crocodile to discuss strategy. In the darkness of the cloudy night, A man spoke to a messenger snail, whispering something to it. It's empty. The man said. A laugh could be heard on the other line. Good work. Before the person on the other line hanged up. You coming, man? Someone yelled out from a distance. Yeah, I'll be there in a second. The man who spoke to the messenger snail threw away the phone that he used and rejoined his group. What were you doing there anyway? Asked his companion. His face could not be seen. Just taking a leak is all, replied the man. All right, let's go then, we have a mission. His companion led the way while the man followed. Nobody was aware of the tragedy that would unfold, all because of one phone call. Marine HQ G1. I understand your skepticism of my offer. But you have no friends. I need your power. Therefore we can work together on this. Fleet Admiral Akinu was speaking one-on-one with a man who was sitting on the chair in front of his desk. That means I have to give up killing and murdering in my ultimate mission of finding Raftel. The man replied, although he didn't sound too worried. As a Marine Admiral, your actions are seen as absolute justice, therefore anything you do will have justification, no matter what. The Fleet Admiral saw the opportunity given to him as the Gorosei reminded him of their true mission. Interesting then ... My crew will remain by my side and given a rank amongst your men. Granted. The Fleet Admiral pushed a paper in front of the man in front of him. Sign and it will be official. All right then, Fleet Admiral Akenu. I accept. The man signed the contract, accepting a role within the Marines. His messenger snail began to ring. Hold on, I got to take this. The man got up and walked some distance from Akenu. The man suddenly had a wide smile on his face, replying to the message. Good work. He then hanged up the snail and looked at the Fleet Admiral with a smile. What is it? Asked the Fleet Admiral. I'm not one to prove myself, but it seems like an appropriate time to do so. I'm going to get my crew and we're going to kill some pirates ... for justice, as you like to say. Indeed, as I've stated, everything you do will be justified by the Gorosei and the world government. With that, the man gave him one final smirk before a black hole appeared behind him. Wearing a damn uniform will piss me off. Oh well, it will be all worthwhile. Then the man walked into the black hole and disappeared from the room. Akenu reflected on what he's done and accepted that this was the right thing to do. For justice, he said to himself. Fleet Admiral, I got them as you asked. Vice Admiral Doberman entered the room as soon as the other man left the room. He was accompanied by 6 Marine officers who were guarding 3 prisoners in between each pair of guards. Excellent, you are dismissed. The Vice Admiral saluted and the 6 guards also made their exit, leaving the prisoner before the Fleet Admiral. I don't think that's a good idea, Marine. Cody Jones was one of the prisoner, ripping of his cuffs and lunging at the Fleet Admiral. He was caught in the air by a magma hand that threw him against the wall. Try something else and I'll kill you, said the Fleet Admiral sternly, surveying the other 2 prospects. They were restricted by the sea stone cuffs, so they were severely weakened. I have asked for the 3 of you since you are prominent criminals that deserve a second chance. We at the Marines HQ have started a program where we take high-profile criminals and use them instead of keeping them prisoner. So we'll be your slave, said Vander Decken, who was surprised to find himself at the office of the Fleet Admiral. Now that you put it that way, I guess so. Then a Marine officer put 3 bracelets on each of the prisoners. These are my guarantee that you don't act out of orders. The trio felt an object enter their body through the bracelet. What the hell is this? Exclaimed Caribou, who was still confused on why he was in the Fleet Admiral's office. This bracelet will blow your head up if you don't do what orders we assign to you. But if you do as you're told, you will be set free and given 2 million berry for each completed mission. The Fleet Admiral looked at the 3 awaiting their answer. This gets better than rotting in a prison. I'm in. Cody Jones was the first to agree. I can't promise to keep things within the law though. That's fine. I want 100% mission completion, no matter the cost. The other 2 prisoners eventually agreed to the condition. They were still able to do as they please, only under the supervision of the Marines. Go to your rooms. We'll radio you if we need you for something. Vice Admiral Doberman returned and escorted the new allies into their rooms. On their way to their room, Vice Admiral Kobe did a double take as he passed them on his way to the Fleet Admiral's office. Through his shock at what he saw, he forgot what he was doing. Kobe stopped, turned around, slapped himself a couple of times before returning back to his room. He was rewinding what he saw in his head and could not believe it. Pirates in Marine HQ. He kept asking himself. Howling Wolf Island. I don't know about that. Brook of the 4 Calamities had a sword on the neck of the group leader. You can't just enter Kaido's territory and not expect resistance. All around Brook were fallen figures of a male giraffe, a female giraffe, some hermit, a guy with zipper in his mouth, some guy with horn-shaped hair, a guy with heavy piercing, and a wolf. At the end of Brook's blade was a leopard who was very bloody. We did not come here to fight. Brook pointed directly at the neck of the leopard as he was speaking. We came here to join your ranks. Oh, is that so? Brook retracted his sword and placed it back on its sheath, which happened to be a cane. Okay, you can join, but Kaido is quite particular with who he lets in. What is it then? The leopard helped his group up, letting them stand on their feet. He only wants Zo and Devil Fruit users. Then what about you? Asked the Pierce guy by the name of Nero. Would you like me to demonstrate once more why I am of the few exception? The skeleton's eyes sparkled, revealing a smile on his face at the prospect of a possible battle. All right, what's your condition? The leopard got in between Nero and Brooke. He was just trying to protect his own. Kill your non-Zoan users, Brooke said, causing a heavy air to fall on the group. The leopard put his head down and revealed his claws. As you wish. He turned quickly to Nero and stabbed him through his chest. Nero fell forward and landed on the leopard's shoulder. Why? Was all he could say before falling on his face. The man with the weird horn-shaped hair was a quick thinker, immediately grabbing the non-Zoan users and opening a door out of the place. Brooke decided not to chase after them since he had enough fun in his hands. Good enough. The leopard remained along with the wolf and 2 giraffes. All right, you get an audience with Kaido. Brooke twirled his cane while whistling a tune. The 4 people followed behind him. On the wake of the death of Nero, Bluno returned along with Fukuro and Kumadori. I'm sorry we could not save you. Suddenly Nero awoke, coughing up blood. What the hell? Exclaimed Bluno. Get help, was what Nero was saying the whole time. For what? Of course for their friends who were going into the den of the beast. Punk Hazard. Open up. Vice Admiral Nami has arrived in Punk Hazard, sure of herself that Luffy and the Straw Hat crew would head this direction. She currently stands in front of a grand door waking up the beast. The door slowly opened, revealing a large entranceway. Nami was accompanied by only Smoker, who decided that the less people that knew, the better. Nami looked around, unable to find who opened the door. Down here, lady. Nami looked down at the voice to see an adorable little reindeer that wore the cutest sleeping robe. Yet in the back of her mind, she knew exactly how dangerous he was. What are you doing here, Shichibukai Tony Chopper? Well, this is my summer house, replied the reindeer, turning his body and walking inside the house, inviting the 2 to follow him. Sure, Chopper, just because you're a Shichibukai that still doesn't clean your hands from being a pirate. Smoker put out his cigar inside the building just to make sure he doesn't start any fire. Now what do I owe this pleasure? Chopper sat across from the duo. Behind him the fire crackled. He looked serious, but Nami can't help but notice how adorable Chopper was as a tiny little reindeer. We need to know if the Straw Hats are here. Smoker went straight to the point since Nami was distracted by the fluffy reindeer. I'm gonna be straight with you here. Chopper turned into his human reindeer hybrid form that took away all of his cuteness. This caused Nami to frown, but Chopper didn't care. He did not like to be itemized anyway. The Straw Hat pirates are not here. It's capital offense to lie to the Marines. Chopper. Angered by his lack of cuteness, Nami decided to put her foot down. I am not lying. I'm telling you the Straw Hat pirates are not. Suddenly the back wall of Chopper's house exploded and out came Tashigi and Law along with some children. Another wall blew open and out came Marco and Virgo. The 4 Straw Hat pirates stopped in shock as they realized who was in front of them. All right, kids, we have to go the other way, said Tashigi, in which Law took a step forward and pointed his sword at Chopper. You knew about this? No, I did not. He looked as shocked as everyone while Nami pointed her climb attack at the Straw Hat crew. Hands behind your back or I want to do is talk. Smoker turned into smoke and appeared behind the Straw Hat crew. Nowhere to go, punks. He pointed his jut at the group, although he was a bit hesitant to attack since they had children with them, possibly hostages. By Marines. Tashigi cut a side wall for their escape out of the facility. The outside world was very sunny and warm, a welcoming sight to the trapped children who hasn't seen daylight in a long time. Virgo and Marco followed while Law stared down Chopper in anger. After all, this man trained him for 2 years only to be hiding something like this. Unforgivable. But soon enough Law also followed everyone out the room. Nami and Smoker tried to pursue, but Chopper got in front of their path. I'm afraid I can't let you do that. Chopper looked directly at Nami and Smoker, telling both to back off. You know what this means, right? Nami twirled her staff while Smoker charged in his smoke form. Nami, go ahead. I'll take care of this guy. Smoker's jet connected with Chopper's blocked arm. The 2 stared each other down. Take care of yourself, Smoker. Nami gave chase to the Straw Hat crew. Smoker and Chopper were locked in battle. Finding their battle reached the outside of the facility, Chopper would use his wide array of forms and a mastery of some haki to keep Smoker on his heels. Chopper revealed his speed form, which was much faster than Smoker in his smoke form. The Loja was getting overwhelmed by the Shichibukai getting hit before he could return the favor. Smoker found himself panting on the ground while Chopper stood on top of a rock looking down on Smoker. I'm a Shichibukai for a reason, Smoker. He then revealed one of his greatest weapons, Monster Point. He was now the size of a giant, with his giant hand crashing onto Smoker. The Marine tried to fly away only to be caught in the palms of Chopper's giant hands. As Chopper reverted back to his human reindeer form, Smoker was flattened on the ground, passed out from his defeat. At that very moment, Chopper was surprised to see Luffy along with Katakuri, Marguerite, and Enel behind a centaur hybrid by the name of Brown Beard. Oi, Chopper. Luffy waved his hands at the pirate. remembering his assistance 2 years ago in the auction house. He also remembers his hospitality towards Law for helping train him this past 2 years. We're here now, what did you want from us? Always in a hurry as usual. Very well, Strawhat. The answer you're looking for is inside the facility. We'll be seeing each other again. I guarantee it. Chopper led the way and entered back into his home, then into the hole which was created earlier by Marco, back into the facility. With his instant betrayal, Chopper has made an enemy of the Marines and Joker. Oh well, he made an ally of Strawhat Luffy, arguably the strongest, most influential man in the world. Nami caught up with the Strawhat crew the same time that Luffy got to them. The Strawhat crew finally reunited. They all got acquainted with Kindman, who happened to have a strange devil fruit ability. The children got hot from running around in their operating robes, and so Kindman asked them to put a leaf over their head and change their clothes into something more comfortable. Nami stood back for a second as she was severely outnumbered. She did not worry about putting up a good fight, but she did care about the children, and the Straw Hats were taking good care of them. So Straw Hat, I'm here to ask you some question. Shoot, Vice Admiral, I'm an open book. Luffy was stretching his body since he was getting ready for the battle to come. Why did you destroy Anai's lobby? Huh, I didn't do that. The dumbass Spandam called out a buster call. Did that not go into records? Luffy stopped for a second and looked at Nami with a dumbfounded expression. She was shocked to hear something different from the mouth of apparently the most dangerous man in the world. Next question. On our records it shows that you have placed a bomb in Alabasta that would ultimately kill the entire population. Only Sir Crocodile stopped you and you fled the scene. Which doesn't make any sense since you have him under you. Flag ... Damn. Answered your own question then. Crocodile was a bad guy back then, but I swayed him to my side. He works for me now, answered the Straw Hat captain. Everyone was getting ready as well while they were deciding on who would watch the children. Alright, Straw Hat, what's your deal then? Nami was now set to ask her final question. What was his motive? What was his goal? Her question was a loaded question. My deal. Well, I'm going to be the king of pirates. I'm going to free the oppressed, and I'm going to lead by example. That's about it. Suddenly a loud explosion could be heard inside the base. I'm going with you. Don't think I'm going cause I'm working with you. I'm working for myself, Straw Hat. Whatever you say, Vice Admiral. With that, Luffy led the way back inside the facility. Katakuri, Marguerite and Law followed behind with Nami close by. Kindman was also with them since he was looking for someone. The others were going to protect the children and stayed behind. Shichibukai versus Vice Admiral versus Heart. Inside the facility where the explosion happened, Chopper found himself on the ground, face planted on the floor. Cyborg Frankie stood above him, victorious on submitting the former Shichibukai. Should have played nice, Chopper. Now Joker will be angry. He's already angry with me, and now you made him angry too. Damn you, Frankie. Why do you insist on working for the guy? He tried to get up, but Frankie kicked him down. I'll tell you, Chopper. I'm not working for him cause I want to. I have to. Frankie sat down beside Chopper's exhausted body. He could barely move. What do you mean? Everyone has a choice. Not true at all, especially with this guy. He is my family, imprisoned, Chopper. Not by blood, but we are family regardless. At that moment, Chopper felt some sort of emption from Frankie, who hardly showed any since he was usually stoic. Where does he keep them? I'll help you get them out. I would have been gone a long time ago if I knew. I got to play nice or he kills them. Damn, was all Chopper could say when Vice Admiral Nami appeared on the doorway. I knew something felt familiar. Nami revealed her climax. Sparks of lightning escaped the tip of her weapon. Her observation haki was so adept that she was able to identify her G5 commander from the base. She separated with the group as soon as she felt something. Too bad, Tony Chopper, Vice Admiral Nami, I got to keep my family alive somehow. He said the last part in almost a whisper that only Chopper could hear. But he was eventually knocked out of consciousness when Frankie kicked his face hard. What's the meaning of this? Nami knew the answer, but she wanted it to come from his mouth. I've been working under Joker this whole time. That's all there is to it. Frankie revealed his latest technological advancement. He had a plasma cannon on his left arm and a nano shield on his right hand. Unfortunately, Vice Admiral Nami, I got a job to do or people get hurt. I can't believe you. Traitor. She charged at Frankie by creating a frozen floor and sliding on it. Her weather manipulation was so well honed that she could also generate the elements which the weather creates through her climatic. As soon as she got close to Frankie, she created a lightning bolt and aimed at the commander. Frankie simply raised his shield and absorbed the lightning, using it as fuel. Thanks for the meal. He immediately showed Nami why he was the commander of G5. Frankie took his plasma cannon hand and pointed it at Nami. He infused the absorbed lightning within his cannon and fired. Nami tried to jump out of the way, but the attack came at her too fast. She ended up taking the plasma blast heads on as well as her own lightning. She fell on one knee while Frankie charged at her once more. This time his right hand was a hammer, swinging it upwards. Nami was sent flying to the ceiling, crashing on it before falling back down. But Frankie continued his assault, shooting her with another plasma cannon. Nami was now gasping to catch her breath. She needed to push him back and quick. She twirled her Climatact and created a thick fog on the room within seconds. In the eyes of Frankie, she was gone. He turned on his nipple lights to try and locate the Vice Admiral, but to no avail. That was until Nami jumped directly at him. You got a lot to learn. He took his plasma cannon and shot Nami in the air only to find out that it was a mirage. He felt a shocking pain in his spine and found that Nami got him on his weak spot. Nami got behind him and slammed her Climatact at Frankie, ensuring that he was shocked with a heavy dose of lightning. Frankie jumped forward once he was able to control his body to ensure that he took no more damages. The thick fog was still bothersome, so Frankie opened his mechanical chest to reveal a twin fan. The fog quickly cleared only to start pouring rain. Your weather manipulation is really top-notch. It's unheard of, Frankie said as he scanned the heavy rain. Her control of the weather was so strong that Nami was able to cover a large radius. Even Frankie can't see the end off. You're gonna keep hiding, women. Though Frankie received an unexpected swat from a giant reindeer, sending him to the farthest wall of the room. That was not the end of it. As the rain cleared, Nami and Chopper stood beside each other. Chopper was still in his monster point while Nami pointed her Climatact at Frankie. This is the end of the line, G5 Commander Frankie. Nami created a wind vortex out of her Climatact and equipped it on Chopper's giant hands. Now his punch was 10x stronger with the wind boost, and Frankie was at the receiving end of it, effectively knocking him down. The duo sighed in relief at their victory. Thanks for buying time. Chopper reverted to his reindeer, human hybrid. I couldn't have won by myself, that much I knew. She looked down on Frankie, who somehow was still awake. Why? Take care of my family ... He'll kill them. The cyborg could not move an ounce of his body. He could only speak, and even that was very painful. Promise me, Chopper. Damn it all. Look, Vice Admiral, thanks for the help, but I never turned down a patient. Chopper took out an impressive amount of medical supplies from his hat. Nami gave him an odd look, but he just shrugged. So what was the point of fighting then? Was what Nami was wondering. She went through all that trouble only to help the guy back up. That was until I learned that he had no choice. Chopper was an expert medic, but he was no mechanic. So all he could do was piece Frankie together enough that he was able to move his left arm on his own. Thanks for that, Chopper. I can fix myself now. Frankie had a plethora of tools equipped in his left hand, so he was able to fix himself. Alright, Cyborg Frankie, what's your story? Nami gave the man she used to look up to a chance to explain himself. Well, I used to live in Water 7 along with my family. They called themselves the Frankie family since I was their boss. One day we decided to test one of the ship I built and sailed in the open ocean. I am a really good shipwright, but we had no navigator, so we got lost. Eventually we crossed paths with the Donquixote pirates, who soundly defeated my family. They took everyone and held them hostage in Dressrosa. While I had no choice but to do all of Joker's bidding, or else he would kill my family. Then I quickly climbed my way through the Marine ranks due to Dr. Vegapunk's influence. I acted as Joker's spy within the Marine ranks. Therefore, since my defeat, he will eventually learn of this and he will kill my family. Now you understand. Frankie was able to repair his right arm. Now he was working on his right leg. So you're only working for him since he has hostages, huh? Nami was an excellent navigator and she knew exactly how to get to Dressrosa. I've decided that I'll be going with you to Dressrosa and rescue your family. Therefore freeing you from your duty and allowing you to be free. I'm headed there as well, at first just to kick Doflamingo's ass, but now to also rescue your family. Chopper spoke up as he thought he would listen first on what they had to say. I am grateful, but I don't think we can accomplish this. I am very strong in my own regard, yet I am unable to even do any damage to Doflamingo. Plus he has 3 other people who are stronger than I am that act as his commanders. Frankie was finally back on his feet. This is why we need Strawhat Luffy and why I told Law to bring him here. He will be able to beat Doflamingo, I guarantee it. With that, the trio walked together through the compound, trying to locate the Straw Hat captain. Chopper, Nami, and Frankie. Katakuri versus Monet. I've never faced a Loja before. Katakuri has ended up against Monet, the Snow Loja. Don't feel too bad. After I kill you, I'll kill all your friends. Monet was a harpy. Through some experiment she partook in, she was turned into a harpy. How do you think you'll beat me in battle? Just you and me, no human shields. Katakuri reflected on her earlier action where she took one of the children and used them as a shield to ensure her safety. Good thing Katakuri got there on time to confront her. Battles aren't always won with your fist, you know. Monet turned the room into pure snow. Her devil fruit was the snow fruit, therefore granting her control of snow. Katakuri did not move, staying on his feet despite the impressive show she was showing. Do you like being a harpy? Such a random question, which threw Monet off a little bit. I don't have much choice really, it's an irreversible experiment. I guess I learned to like it. She answered in spite of herself. I got a friend who can revert you back to your human form. Katakuri was surprisingly civil despite the stakes of the battle. Is that so? You also got someone that can get my sister? Monet rolled her eyes. not listening to anything he was saying. Probably just tell me where she is. She was surprised at his answer. Such confidence, even though he had no clue who as her sister he was willing to risk his life to get her. Don't play with my emotions, Katakuri. Monet reverted the room back to normal. She was beginning to be swayed by his words. I'm not. You're obviously doing this because you have to. A false sense of justification on what you're doing. Therefore I will not raise my hands against you. Oh, you can tell all that just by looking at me, huh? Well, you're wrong. Monet charged at Katakuri half-heartedly, in which she was caught in an embrace by the Straw Hat's first mate. Why are you doing this to yourself, Monet? You don't have to fight anymore. For once in her entire life, she felt comfort. For once in her life, she did not feel any fear. Somehow this stranger got her to feel safe. A stranger who she was willing to kill only moments earlier. I owe him my life, you know. She broke the embrace and wiped the tears from her eyes. She was at her weakest before the Straw Hat first mate. He saved my sister and myself from the hardship of life, so I have to return the favor. I have to serve him. Katakuri sat beside her and patted her back. You don't have to do anything anymore. I will ensure your sister's safety, and I will ensure your safety. Katakuri got up and extended his hands. I can't say that your past actions will be easily forgiven, but from here on out, you will have to atone for them. For once in her life, Monet finally felt in control. She took the hands of Katakuri that helped her up on her feet. I'm counting on you, Baka. Monet gave him a playful shove. I never failed before. Now tell me the main storage of the SAT. Katakuri got his mini snail on hand, ready to call his crew members. The main storage is 3 floors down on the center of the floor. You can't miss it, said Monet as she walked beside Katakuri. As soon as the self-destruct sequence is initiated, we have 1 minute to get out of the building or we all die in here. Copy that, said a voice on the other line. It was Law and Marguerite who were looking for the SAD storage. Be careful, you guys. Over and out. Katakuri placed the snail on his waist. Let's get out of here then. Monet led the way as Katakuri just told her where he last left his crewmates who were watching the children. I have to die, Katakuri. Monet stopped on her track. It's the only way out of Joker's grasp. I got an idea. Make it seem like I killed you. Spur some nonsense on a snail call and have him listen on the other end. With that idea, Monet agreed. They have to time it right when the explosion happens. The duo made their way outside and found Tashiki and the rest watching over the children. Monet was very ashamed at first, but eventually had the guts to step up and reveal her face before the children. They cowered in fear of the Harpy woman, hiding behind the Straw Hat crew. I'm sorry for what I've done to you. To all of you, I was wrong to lie and alter your bodies for someone else's selfish gain. I'm very sorry. Tears began to flow from her eyes as she covered her face. She was sincerely sorry for everything she's done. One of the children approached her and held her wing. It's okay, Miss Monet. You still took care of us. With the encouraging word of one of the kids, the rest of them came out from hiding and hugged Monet. Thank you, was all she could say before embracing the rest of the children. So this is it then. Law was staring at the giant canister of SAD. Marguerite covered their back to ensure no one was following. 1 minute is all we got according to that Monet lady. Marguerite stood beside Law as she was sure no one was behind them. You ready? Law had his hands on the self-destruct button. The question is, are you ready? Marguerite smirked. Go. Law pressed the button, which set off a large alarm. All occupant of the building had 1 minute to get out. Law and Marguerite began running the same way they entered, although they were shocked to see a man pass through the floor and onto the ceiling. They ran around the hole created by the gas man and looked up to see the gas man was sent flying to the sky. Luffy emerged from the hole and ran along his crewmates. What happened, Captain? Marguerite asked between breaths. That's the annoying guy experimenting on the children. He went on about how he was a genius and I couldn't touch him, so I punched him once and here we are. Luffy was so carefree that Law and Marguerite felt at ease despite having only 30 seconds to exit the facility. Outside the facility, the Katakuri gave Monet the small messenger snail that would allow her to contact Joker. Go on, he said. Hello, Joker. Not a word was said as a reply from the other line, yet Monet kept going. I was beaten by the Straw Hat first mate. I was the one who pressed the self-destruct button. I feel as if I can take some of them with me. I thank you for taking care of me and my sister all this years. But now my time has ended. On the other end of the line, the voice finally spoke. Useless. It looks like I got to do things myself. With that, the voice hanged up and Monet was shocked by his reaction. Good job, Monet. Now we wait. As soon as the explosion happened, several people exited different parts of the facility. Chopper, Nami, and Frankie had made it out right before the explosion. It was surprising to see them all together, but that was a question for later. Then Luffy, Law, and Marguerite made it out as well, right after the explosion. That was fun, exclaimed Luffy, although Marguerite slapped his arms. We almost died, she said, panting as she was out of breath. I wouldn't let any of you guys die, Luffy said with a smile, and everyone felt at ease. As soon as everyone had their adrenaline down, Luffy spoke with Nami. So are you going to try and arrest me? Luffy casually sat beside Nami. who was nursing her burns from Frankie's plasma beam. Chopper insisted on helping her, but she stubbornly said no. "I'll let you go this time, Straw Hat, only because you rescued the children," replied Nami, who was then joined by Smoker. "So what's next for you?" "Smoker's going to return the children while I go to Dressrosa along with Frankie and Chopper to rescue his family." "I'm going with you." Monet overheard the conversation. She was going to retrieve her sister as well. "Then a promise is a promise. Captain, I'm going to Dressrosa as well." Before anyone could respond to Katakuri, a blood-curdling scream could be heard near the shore. "Help!" yelled one of the children who had already joined Smoker on their way back to their homes. Luffy was the first to arrive, grasping Doflamingo by the back of his head. "Let him go." Smoker was held down by Doflamingo, ready to be killed by one move of his finger. He still went ahead and tried to kill Smoker, but Luffy was faster, squeezing the back of Doflamingo's neck. If he was present, Doflamingo would be dead, but it was a string clone that just tore into pieces on Luffy's hands. Law and Chopper quickly made their way beside Smoker and treated him. "We're all going to Dressrosa so can kick Doflamingo's ass." With his proclamation, everyone nodded in agreement after Luffy's declaration of war against Doflamingo. As soon as Smoker was nursed back to health, he took the children back to their family. Aboard the Iron Maiden was a strange collection of people. The Straw Hat crew were accompanied by the Shichibukai Tony Chopper, former G5 Commander Frankie, former Doflamingo's subordinate Monet, and Vice Admiral Nami. They were on their way to rescue their precious people. For Frankie, it was his family. For Monet, it was her sister. For Chopper and Nami, it was saving as much life as they possibly could. Law sat before his captain. "You know what this means, Law. I only wish for the location of Don Quixote Rocinante. I wish to thank him." Law knew what he had to do for his crew. Luffy was going to beat Doflamingo, but Law needed answers. "I won't be able to beat Doflamingo regardless. I will definitely beat him. That I promise." In the darkness of the night, Katakuri sat beside Monet. "My buddy Law will revert you back to a human. Would you like that?" "I never quite enjoyed being a harpy, so yes I would, if it's possible. The guy's a genius, I'll tell him tomorrow." The duo were silent, enjoying the peace of the night. It was like they were alone. Strangely enough, it was comforting. Suddenly Katakuri spoke, asking her a very important question. "After this, would you like to join our Grandfleet? I'm sure Captain will be okay with it." "I suppose, only if my sister can come," replied Monet, scooting closer to Katakuri. The two sat comfortably right next to each other, savoring the moment. Katakuri nodded at her request, which caused her to smile further. "Pick a number between 1 to 21. Easy, 14. It's my favorite number." "Consider it done, 14th Commander of the Straw Hat Grandfleet." Katakuri stood up and mocked a salute towards Monet. She chuckled and slapped his arm. "Your captain hasn't even agreed yet." The duo laughed together. In the head of Katakuri, it was basically a done deal. Monet will be the 14th Commander of the Straw Hat Grandfleet. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.